Some carried rare features or spoke with strange inflections, but no one wasted time on introductions when points were the only currency. The mage's body trembled as he struggled to steady himself. What sort of brute was this? A necromancer, by all definitions, should have been a summoner lurking behind walls of bones and corpses, letting minions do their work. It wasn't fair. It wasn't natural. Was this truly a necromancer? Or something else entirely? His bitterness stung worse than his wounds. It was one thing to see a mage dabble in melee, it happened. Some leaned on blades when their mana was gone. But this man wasn't dabbling. He was thriving. His casting was rough, yes, delayed, imprecise compared to a true mage, but it was still enough to pressure him. A hybrid. One who could play both sides well enough that even a specialized mage found himself cornered. And that thought made the fire mage's stomach churn with hatred. Michael's eyes narrowed as the noble's curses dripped into the fog like venom, his words incomprehensible in meaning but clear in intent. Michael didn't pause. The mage's noble venom meant nothing compared to what Michael saw, the opening. He surged forward, spear thrust low, the mist parting in his wake. The mage tried to lift his remaining arm, but Michael was already there. The spear punched through his abdomen, cutting short the spell. The mage's breath hitched, his eyes wide, disbelief and fury tangled together. His body broke apart into shimmering fragments, scattering into the fog as his points transferred. Michael's panel chimed. Plus 37 points. He didn't even have time to check the tally before another sharp twang cut the air. Another arrow. And another. 2 more bolts of pure mana ripped through the fog, their glow like lightning tearing open the sky. Michael's body moved before thought. Ghost wind steps tore across his legs, his figure blurring as he shifted sideways. The first arrow whipped past, grazing his ribs, sizzling against the bone plates of bone armor. The second he knocked wide with a brutal swipe of his spear, the shock rattling his arm to the elbow. He didn't hesitate. Michael charged at a certain location. The world ripped. The fog peeled away in a single sweep, replaced by the blinding pallor of an endless white space. Everything stilled. Michael's spear hovered in mid-swing, his chest heaving, his blood hot with rage and momentum that had nowhere to go. Then a soft chime echoed. Challenge complete. Active participants, 100. Michael froze. The fisherman. He had been one breath away. Michael suspected this might be the same person that first attacked him in the challenge space when he just arrived. And yet, the trial had ended. His panel flickered to life in the blank space. Final points, 112. Michael's lips curled faintly. It was not quite a smile, not quite bitterness, but something taut and sharp between the two. He had made it. Just barely. A clear and familiar mechanical voice descended. Congratulations. You have achieved the qualifications to advance to the next round. The voice continued. In a short while, a timer for the next round will commence. Use this interval for preparation. From the points accumulated in this round, your total will be multiplied by 10. This value will be converted into custom points. Michael's vision flickered as a new panel opened before him. Final points, 112, conversion rate, x10, custom points, 1,120. Custom points may be allocated to increase personal attributes, acquire skills, or purchase items. All choices made here will carry over into subsequent challenges. Choose wisely. The words dissolved into silence. Michael's return to the white space was jarring, like stepping out of a battlefield only to find himself reborn. It was as though the system had stripped him down, reset his vessel, and reformed it. His mind wasn't in the mix, though. A faint lingering fog clung to his thoughts. Michael then glanced down at himself. Everything he had worn in the challenge remained. His armor was torn in places, but his spear was still steady in his grip. Around his neck hung the summoner's pouch. He hadn't used it. His belts rattled faintly with the weight of glass. They were the potions he had on him. Michael's hand moved instinctively to check them. There were 3 healing and 3 mana points. That was all he had left. The rest, gone. Shattered in the storm of fire that had ended the last challenge. He could still recall the sound of them bursting, glass breaking under heat and shockwaves, precious resources turning to nothing but useless ash. Michael's first words cut through the sterile white quiet. Was that it? Is the next round the one they'll broadcast to the public? The thought lingered on his tongue, sharp and uncertain. If the next trial was the public event, then it would mean one thing, the last challenge of the day. But if it wasn't, then there were still more rounds ahead. Between the two, Michael found himself hoping for the first option. His gaze slid toward the shimmering panel of custom points, 1,120, but his mind drifted far beyond it. What was happening outside right now? While pondering on how the Federation would go along with their plans, he also thought of how to customize his character for the next round. Something Michael didn't know was that a good part of the public was aware of this public event. Michael was a youth who only logged onto the Supers Association forum. He never bothered with idle chatter, entertainment sites, or the broader internet. But outside, awareness had already spread a bit. News programs across the Federation had been pushing it hard, and not just in their normal late-night reports. Popular streamers, celebrities, and influencers had picked it up, citing it in their own feeds. Even schools had started murmuring about it. The younger generation already knew it was coming. But the atmosphere wasn't exactly one of explosive excitement. The Education Council's announcement had been vague. They said they'd be displaying the abilities of some of the students. That was it. Enough to stir curiosity, yes, but not enough to create a festival-like hype. The Federation itself was partly to blame for that lukewarm reception. Years of deliberate news suppression meant that to the average citizen, supernaturals weren't cultural icons or demigods, they were people stronger than average. People who can live longer. Sure, there were whispers, some supernaturals could move faster than lightning, or strike hard enough to break through stone. But unless you had personal ties to a supernatural or had experienced something like the demon outbreak in Woodstone City, those tales were little more than background noise. The Woodstone outbreak had been devastating for its victims, but even that incident was quietly buried. The official records on the internet were sparse, heavily scrubbed by Federation censors. Survivors remembered, victims' families remembered, but the majority of citizens lived in blissful ignorance. Most they knew was that an unforeseen disaster that couldn't be guarded against happened. But the current truth was this. Outside, people already knew. They were curious, yes, but not expectant. The Federation was about to change that, to push supernatural affairs into the spotlight. Michael's hand hovered over the glowing customization. The system had given him options, equipment, potions, skills, but he dismissed them all. Weapons and armor. Potions. He had 3 healing, 3 mana. Enough for emergencies. And besides, why waste points on consumables when he could take them off fallen opponents? Skills. Tempting, yes, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could become a genius necromancer overnight. No, his path was simpler. Raw power is the greatest shortcut, Michael muttered. The conversion rate was 10 custom points equals 1 attribute point. He had 1,120 CP to spend. That meant 112 points. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer. Level, 20. Half of registered level 40. Strength, 340. Agility, 320. Constitution, 360. Intelligence, 380. Attribute points remaining, 112. Michael stared at the numbers on the panel. He didn't hesitate long. His fingers traced the panel, and the glow surged. Strength, plus 10 agility, plus 40 constitution, plus 30 intelligence, plus 32. Updated status, name, Michael Norman, class, necromancer, level, 20, half of registered level 40, strength, 350, agility, 360, constitution, 390, intelligence, 422. Michael exhaled as the new strength settled into his veins. A translucent timer appeared above his vision, each number burning with steady finality. 10 minutes. The voice descended once more, cold and mechanical. This is the final round of today's examination. Michael's brows drew together. The voice continued. As with the previous challenge, this is not an elimination round. All participants will retain their qualification for advancement regardless of the outcome. This round will also be shown to the public. To show the brilliance of Aurora, please perform your best. Meanwhile, in the real world. Brightgate City. Bright Academy. The cafeteria bustled with noise, students crowding around screens propped up by the faculty to stream the Federation's official broadcast. At the center of it all, a certain girl looked utterly unamused. Lily was being pulled by the wrists by two of her friends, who were practically bouncing with excitement. Come on, Lily. Hurry. They're starting the stream, maybe we'll see him again. Her friends' voices were bright, eyes glittering. The reason was simple. Earlier today, they had seen Michael. To them, it was enough that he looked like the kind of main character you only ever saw in stories. But Lily knew better. Maybe. As her friends pulled her along toward the largest cafeteria screen, Lily's lips pressed into a thin line. She was tired of their hopeless fantasies, girls swooning over someone they could never touch. Her steps didn't slow. Because for all her exasperation, for all her rolling eyes at their nonsense, she too was curious. Curious to see if he'd really appear. If her brother would show himself before the entire Federation. And though she wouldn't admit it aloud, there was something else mixed into her chest, a faint stir of pride, tangled with unease. Part of her wanted to see with her own eyes just how far Michael had come. Elsewhere, in Brightgate City. A cozy fancy restaurant bustled with customers. Behind the counter, a woman fixed her gaze on the mounted television hanging in the corner. Mia, Michael's aunt, stood frozen, her usual cheerful demeanor tempered by something deeper. Her eyes lingered on the broadcast feed. The news anchors were discussing the Federation's announcement, hinting that the selected participants would soon be revealed in the live trial projection. Mia's lips pressed together. She had always been curious about her little boy. Not just about what he was doing, but about the changes happening to him and many more. Now, there was a chance to see him in action. She didn't want to miss it. And yet, she was unsure. Would he really show? The reporters had said the displayed participants were chosen. That not every examinee would appear on screen. Even so, Mia couldn't help the anticipation building in her chest. If Michael appeared, even for a moment, she wanted to be there to see it. But Lily and Aunt Mia weren't the only ones. Across the Federation, similar scenes unfolded. The truth was simple, a portion of the population was already hooked. But many others still treated it as background noise. What was uncertain, what no one could predict, was whether this divide would remain. The cafeteria of Bright Academy buzzed with chatter, but the volume dipped as the giant wall screen flared. Two reporters filled the feed, one a sharply dressed man with a confident smile, the other a woman with keen, clear eyes and an air of practiced poise. "Good evening, citizens of the Federation," the man began, voice smooth and polished. "In just a few minutes, the Education Council will be bringing us a broadcast, one that showcases the promise of tomorrow's talents." The woman nodded. "That's right, Darius. For the first time in years, the public will be given a direct glimpse into the examination trials. Normally, these are sealed events, recorded only for official review. But today, Today is different. A select number of participants have been chosen for display. Lily's friends leaned forward eagerly, whispering, their eyes glued to the screen. Lily crossed her arms, pretending indifference, though her heartbeat quickened. The female reporter leaned closer to the camera, her tone shifting into something almost conspiratorial. You know, Darius, she said, while the supernatural is such a vital part of our world, when you really think about it, very little is actually known to the ordinary citizen. Aside from the supernaturals themselves, and the officials who manage them, the public is largely kept in the dark. Darius nodded smoothly, his smile thinning with seriousness. That's true, Celine. Years have passed, and people still ask the same questions. How strong is the strongest supernatural? How long can they live? What limits exist, if any? Some of these questions have been answered here and there, in whispers or in carefully controlled reports. But so many remain unanswered. Celine's eyes glimmered as she tilted her head slightly. And the broadcast tonight, it has people wondering. Will this be the beginning of those answers? The cafeteria at Bright Academy stirred with chatter. Students leaned closer, suddenly more attentive. Even those who'd been treating the whole thing like background noise found themselves listening now. The mystery, the possibility of answers, tugged at their curiosity. In the restaurant across the city, Aunt Mia gripped the counter tighter, her lips pressed in a firm line. Around her, customers murmured to one another. One man chuckled skeptically, while a young couple leaned forward with keen interest. Celine leaned forward slightly, her voice soft but deliberate, as if she were letting viewers in on a secret. Take nights, for example. Everyone knows that breathing methods are the first step, a way to refine the body, to awaken dormant potential. From there, one can ignite a life seed and officially become a knight. But beyond the raw increase in physical strength, how much more do they truly gain? The average citizen sees them as warriors with stronger muscles. Yet, is that all there is? Darius' smile tightened with a thoughtful nod. And what about mages? We hear the word often, we see clips online, glimpses of fireballs, of ice walls, but even those videos, impressive as they are, leave us with the same impression. They are strong, yes, but stagnant. Their power looks the same as it did 10 years ago, or 20. Which begs the question, is that really the whole story? Or is there more to these paths that the public never sees? Celine's tone softened, almost contemplative. But at the end of the day, Darius, we, the media, can only speculate. If the public truly wants to understand supernaturals, wouldn't it be better to hear it directly from them? Darius nodded, smiling faintly. That's exactly right. Which is why, for today's broadcast, we've invited a special guest. Please welcome Professor Alaric Valen, of Dawn Liberal College. The camera shifted smoothly, revealing an elderly man seated beside them. His hair was snow-white, his posture slightly stooped, but his eyes carried a sharpness that belied his age. He wore a simple suit. Celine offered a small, respectful incline of her head. Professor Valen, thank you for joining us. The professor gave a small nod, voice steady and calm. It is my honor. Unlike the academies for cultivators or awakeners, which remained closed to public scrutiny, only making themselves known to young supernaturals during their college entrance exams when they sent out offers or in the Supers Forum, liberal colleges had always been known to the people. Dawn Liberal College was a state university. Dawn is the state that Woodstone and Brightgate City are under. Celine's expression sharpened as she leaned in. Professor Valen, if I may, do you know why the Education Council decided to pull such a big move during this year's college exams? What's different now, that wasn't before? The old man adjusted his glasses, his gaze briefly distant. Inwardly, his heart sank. It's because they need more people, more youth striving to become supernaturals. If they do not, if the tide continues as it has, then when the worst comes, this world won't have enough to protect it. But when he finally spoke, his lips curved into a polite smile. It's actually not the Education Council of Dawn State, nor even our country of Vessera, that made this decision. Darius blinked. Oh. Professor Valen's voice was calm, deliberate. The decision came from higher. From the Federation Council itself. All nations of Aurora agreed to this. Today's display is not a local, it is an international one. For a beat, silence spread. Then Celine cleared her throat softly. Professor, we were aware the Education Council was working with higher bodies, but you're saying this was not their initiative. Valen's eyes glimmered faintly, like steel hidden under cloth. That's right. The camera lingered on him for a long second. Across Bright Academy's cafeteria, chatter stilled into murmurs. In the restaurant, Aunt Mia frowned, her hands tightening around the counter. In living rooms, bars, and roadside diners across Aurora, the words sank like stones into water. The Federation Council. To the people of Aurora, the Federation had always felt like a distant colossus. A grand government formed of different rulers, bound together by agreements too vast for ordinary citizens to see. They didn't know how many representatives sat at that table, nor how much power they commanded in detail, but they knew one truth. The Federation was absolute. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Whenever its name appeared, it was never trivial. And now, for it to step directly into education. To touch the college exams that had always been matters of state. That was something new. Voices in the crowd turned quieter, more focused, as if unconsciously leaning closer to the screen. Celine's tone matched the mood, quieter now, almost reverent. So this is bigger than anyone expected. Professor Valen only nodded. Had Michael been outside watching the news, he would have been very surprised. Unlike what he had assumed, that the Federation only wanted to raise awareness little by little, enough for the public to begin to understand more about their world, this was far bolder than he expected. The Federation was not simply lifting the veil. They were making big moves, stepping into the light more than they ever had before. For years, their attitude had been cautious, restrained. It had all been keeping supernaturals as a quiet undercurrent in society. Something known, but not flaunted. Respected, but not spotlighted. Michael would have wondered why. And maybe, just maybe he would have wondered if the demon incident that was related to demonic cultivators was involved in this decision. Celine didn't miss the weight of his words. Her brows drew together slightly, and she pressed on. Then, Professor, may I ask, why now? The old man's fingers brushed lightly against his glasses. His eyes narrowed with thought, though his voice remained calm when he spoke. The Federation has come to a realization, he said slowly, that the public does not know enough about the supernatural. And yet, the supernatural has always been a deep part of our roots. A foundation of who we are. To see it slipping away, misunderstood and neglected, that is a result the Federation does not want to see. A murmur rippled through the cafeteria at Bright Academy. Students shifted in their seats. Even those who had not cared much before found themselves caught on those words, slipping away. Valen continued, his tone edged with quiet steel. In recent years, something troubling has emerged. When a student fails to awaken, or fails to enter a cultivation academy, many of them give up cultivation altogether. At first glance, this can be seen as acceptance of reality, and perhaps there is merit in that. But, more troubling still, there are now youths who do not even attempt. They grow lazy, placing all their hopes upon the chance of awakening, while neglecting the path of cultivation entirely. Celine's lips parted faintly. You mean? Yes. The professor gave a solemn nod. They forget that cultivators make up a vast portion of the supernatural academies. They forget what they were taught in school, that while awakeners shine brightest in the public imagination, it is the cultivators who form the backbone of our defense. It was taught, but never emphasized. And so, a generation of students began to place their lives on a single gamble, while leaving behind the surest path of all. The word settled over the cafeteria like a weight. Lily's two friends, who had been so giddy just moments ago, shifted uncomfortably. Their excitement dimmed, and they glanced at one another guiltily. Next year would be their first awakening attempt. They talked about it endlessly, fantasizing about soaring straight into power. But cultivation. They had always brushed it aside. It was hard. It was boring. Day after day of slow breathing methods, long hours of body training, straining to move even a fraction of an inch forward. And for what? Sure, cultivation gave strength. But aside from that, what did it do in daily life? None of them had ever heard of cultivators landing glamorous jobs. The best they could picture was becoming a bodyguard. And if you failed to enter a cultivation academy, wasn't that the end anyway? So they had quietly agreed, better to save their energy and pin their hopes on awakening. At least that carried the chance of something great. Now, hearing the professor's words, both of them squirmed in their seats. His calm voice cut through their childish reasoning with ruthless precision. As for Lily, she sat with her arms folded, expression cool. She had been the same as them. Just as lazy. Just as dismissive. Until her brother awakened. Michael hadn't asked her opinion. He hadn't let her continue to waste time on excuses. He had shoved cultivation resources into her hands and forced her to endure the long hours of training she had once sneered at. At the time, she had hated it. Every second of it. But now, listening to the professor's words, she realized something. Without Michael's heavy hand pushing her forward, she would have been no different from the friends beside her. Maybe even worse. Darius gave a short, uneasy laugh and leaned back in his chair. Professor, I have to admit something. We're guilty of this too. Despite our age, neither Celine nor I are even official knights. We trained for a while in our youth, but when we didn't qualify for any academy, we put cultivation aside completely. Celine offered a wry smile, her expression soft but tinged with embarrassment. Yes. That's true. We both assumed it was normal. Most people who don't get into academies do the same. It never seemed like a problem. Professor Valen's expression didn't shift. His gaze was steady, calm, but his words carried weight. I understand, he said gently. You're not alone in that. Most people, when the door of an academy closes, simply put cultivation aside. For many, it feels natural, even reasonable. But this habit has led to a steady reduction in the number of active supernaturals across the years. His eyes narrowed faintly, his tone tightening with an edge of gravity. If I am being honest, this approach has its merits. It ensures that those who do reach the higher stages are truly qualified, not wasting resources on the unfit. But, his voice dipped lower, deliberate, as the years go by, the overall number of supernaturals has been steadily dropping. And that is worrying. The camera lingered on his expression. His words seemed to stretch across the airwaves, seeping into living rooms, cafeterias, and roadside diners alike. Celine's brow furrowed, her curiosity sharpening. But, Professor, why? Why should the decline worry us? From what we can see, aside from the dimensional cracks, places that need clearing of monsters, there's little need for so many supernaturals, is there? Not everyone is meant to be a fighter, after all. Most citizens live normal lives without ever needing such power. Darius nodded in agreement, his eyes glinting as he leaned toward the professor. Exactly. We've been taught to view supernaturals as specialists. Guardians of cracks, guardians against disasters. But those incidents don't happen every day. To the average person, life goes on quietly. Why, then, should more supernaturals be necessary? The question hung in the air, pressing down on the studio like a stone dropped in a still pond. Professor Valen's eyes flickered, the faintest shadow crossing them. His lips parted slightly, as though he were weighing how much truth to reveal. Inside, however, he almost laughed, though it would be bitter and hollow. These children. These reporters. They speak as though the world has always been this quiet. As though dimensional cracks are the beginning and end of all dangers. They don't know. Unlike most liberal college professors, Alaric Valen had walked the path for real. Once, decades ago, he had entered a cultivation academy. Barely. He had clawed his way past the entrance threshold, only to stagnate year after year. His talent was too low, his progress too slow. While others advanced to brilliance, he remained mired. Eventually, he left the academy in shame. Now, he was old. At his peak, he had managed to step into the elite stage of knighthood, an achievement, yes, but one far too small for the burden of the times. The public believed that supernaturals were just guardians of cracks and monsters. But history told another story. History whispered of what happened when ordinary society became too enamored with the supernatural. When admiration curdled into worship. And worship into arrogance. Supernaturals had once declared themselves above the common folk. Better. More deserving. They demanded tribute, privilege, reverence. And when society resisted, they split. The proudest, the darkest of them became something else entirely, demonic supernaturals. Those who saw normal life as meaningless before their power. That age had ended in blood. But the stain had never truly washed away. That was why Valen himself belonged to the faction in the Federation that resisted public exposure. In his heart, he believed the ordinary people had no business peering too far into the supernatural world. The more they involved themselves, the more the supernatural would involve itself back, and history had proven how badly that ended. But even he could not ignore the truth, the worries from beyond the realm were growing too heavy. The pressure of foreign powers, the whispers of devouring forces pressing against the edges of Aurora. If the Federation did not increase its strength, if more young supernaturals did not rise, then when the worst came, their world would be nothing but prey. He smiled faintly at the reporters, his face calm, his tone gentle. But beneath it, his thoughts were steel. You want to know why more supernaturals are needed? Because if we do not grow stronger, all of Aurora will be eaten alive. Before the professor could speak, a sharp chime cut through the air. Celine's earpiece flickered, and her expression shifted instantly. She leaned forward, her practiced poise returning as she addressed the camera. Apologies, Professor. We'll have to pause here. Her voice carried a hushed edge of excitement. The Education Council has just confirmed, the public broadcast is beginning. In 10 seconds. The studio lights dimmed slightly, the backdrop screen flaring with bold white text. Public broadcast initiating, 0:10, the numbers began to tick downward. 10, 9. 8, across Aurora, the effect was immediate. 7, 6. 5, Professor Valen's lips pressed into a thin line. His thoughts, heavy and unspoken, sank back beneath the calm surface of his expression. This was no longer the time for him to speak. This was the time for the world to see. 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown dissolved into a radiant flash. Live feed, examination arena, the space where Michael stood flickered into existence across countless screens, broadcast now to millions of eyes. And for the first time, Aurora's public would witness a part of what supernaturals were capable of. The numbers burned above Michael's vision, searing themselves into his mind. The sterile white void trembled. Michael's stance tightened automatically, spear angled in front of him. His pulse hammered with the instinct of battle, though there was nothing yet to strike. Then the world shifted. The white fell away. When his vision cleared, Michael found himself standing upon rough stone. Jagged cliffs loomed on either side, carved like the ribs of a colossal beast. The air was heavy with the distant roar of waves. Fog swirled low across the terrain, but it wasn't the same mist from the last round. This one was natural. A panel blazed across his vision. Round type, tag, active participants, 500. Rule 1, 10 participants will be selected as hunters. Rule 2, each group of hunters will be assigned a target. Rule 3, hunters must eliminate their assigned target within the allotted time. Failure condition, if hunters fail to eliminate their target, 20 fan-tram of their group will be randomly culled. Surviving hunters will each suffer a penalty of -20 to all stats. The target status will be fully restored, and gain +20 to all stats permanently. Victory condition, if the target is slain, hunters gain +10 to all stats and move on without penalty. Special note: this round is subject to public broadcast. If you're neither hunting or being hunted, you can do as you please until assignment. The panel dissolved into smoke, its words searing themselves into Michael's mind. For a moment, his chest rose and fell with steady breaths. A hunt. Or be hunted. Back in the real world. The feed cut from the glowing void of the countdown to a sweeping, bird's-eye view. The camera soared across a jagged terrain of cliffs and mist, presenting the space like a living map. Celine's voice was steady, tinged with awe. Viewers, what you're seeing is a direct feed from the examination arena. The system is also allowing us to switch perspectives between participants. The view shifted fluidly, zooming from one cliff to another where scattered youths appeared, weapons drawn, stances braced. Their figures were small at first, but then the camera locked onto one. Michael Norman. The broadcast flared brighter, showing his lean frame standing tall upon the stone ridge, spear gripped in his hands. His black hair clung faintly to his forehead, his torn armor revealing the scars of the previous round. For a breath, the audience could see his cold eyes. Across Bright Academy's cafeteria, a ripple tore through the students. "It's him," one of Lily's friends gasped, tugging her arm. "That's him." The screen's glow painted their faces. Lily forced her arms to stay crossed, but inside she was just as excited. So he really did appear. At the restaurant counter, Aunt Mia's lips curved upward with a smile. The broadcast didn't linger only on him, it flickered across different participants: a girl, a boy hefting a broadsword twice his size, another youth shrouded in shadows. Celine leaned slightly toward the camera, her tone hushed as though confiding in every citizen watching. And there you have it. Our participants. 500 in total. And the rules of this round are unlike anything we've seen before. The screen split briefly, replaying the system panel and gleaming letters for the public to read. Round type, tag, 10 hunters are chosen to hunt one target. If they fail, 20 fan-tram of the hunters are culled, the survivors penalized by -20 stats, while the target is fully restored and permanently strengthened. If the hunters succeed, they each gain +10 stats. Darius gave a low whistle, shaking his head. That is brutal. Celine turned to Professor Valen, her eyes sharp with curiosity. Professor, may I ask your thoughts? This challenge. Is it a test of strength, or something more? The camera shifted and lingered on Professor Valen. He adjusted his glasses with a faint smile, his tone lighter now, less lecturing and almost conversational. Brutal, yes, the professor agreed with Darius, adjusting his glasses. But fascinating. You see, this round isn't just a simple chase. It's layered with twists. He raised a finger, gesturing lightly as though ticking points on an invisible board. First, the hunters always outnumber the target 10 to 1. At first glance, the odds seem overwhelming. 10 against 1, most people would expect it to end quickly. But the twist is in the penalties. If they fail, the punishment is severe: random elimination, stat reductions, and their supposed prey comes back stronger. This makes every attempt dangerous not just for the target, but for the hunters as well. Celine nodded, eyes bright. So failure turns the hunted into an even greater threat. Exactly, Valen smiled faintly. It creates a snowball effect. The longer this round continues, the more terrifying those survivors will become. Think of it, each failure hands them full recovery and 20 more points to every stat. Imagine 2 or 3 cycles of that stacking on one individual. Suddenly, the hunters become the hunted. Darius let out a low chuckle. That's a twist worthy of a thriller novel. The professor leaned back slightly, tone still calm but with a flicker of humor in his eyes. And second, the randomness of elimination. When hunters fail, 20% of their group are culled at random. It doesn't matter if you fought bravely or held back, it could be anyone. That unpredictability forces every hunter to give their best, because no one wants to gamble their life on hesitation. Celine leaned toward the camera, her voice hushed. So this round pushes teamwork, but also tests nerves, luck, and even character. Well said, Valen replied warmly. It's not just strength on display. That is why this round is so fascinating. On the broadcast display, a panel shimmered again into existence, reorganizing into something structured. Across the battlefield feed, a massive glowing table appeared with a map. Names arranged themselves into 3 distinct columns: hunted, unlucky participants marked in crimson. Hunters, dozens of names aligned with each hunted target, glowing in sharp gold. Free, the fewest column, white text listing the unassigned participants free to move as they pleased. As for what the participants saw based on their role, for hunters, a map flared across their vision, dotted with glowing markers. A timer ticked down from 30:00, followed by rules. Every 2 minutes, their target's location would be revealed on the map. For the hunted, their panel was simpler. Every minute, their map would reveal the positions of all 10 hunters pursuing them. For freemen, their screens flashed with a single incentive: each hunter slain grants +1 to all attributes. The map for them was blank save for their immediate surroundings, leaving them to decide how to shape their actions. Back in the real world. Celine's breath caught audibly, her tone hushed with wonder. So that's how it works. Viewers, you can see it, each role sees the battlefield differently. Hunters chase, the hunted runs, and the free. They can become wildcards. Darius leaned forward with an incredulous grin. That's genius. Imagine you're free. Do you help the hunted? Betray the hunters? Or hunt the hunters yourself just to rack up attributes? It's like tossing oil on fire. Professor Valen nodded, his voice measured but intrigued. It introduces layers of unpredictability. A hunted might survive not just by running, but by luring their hunters into ambushes from opportunistic freemen. And those hunters, in turn, can't waste too much time. Every minute is pressure. On the scene, as the table of names solidified, several immediately stood out. Celine's sharp eyes caught the details first. Professor, look, names like Akihara Renji, Svetlana Morozova, and Luis Andrade. These aren't our country style of naming. These should be foreign candidates. The broadcast flickered to show their images briefly. Darius gave a low whistle. So it's confirmed, the Federation pulled candidates from across Aurora. We're not just watching Dawn's finest, we're seeing a collision of cultures. Professor Valen held a faint smile. In Bright Academy's cafeteria, voices overlapped in gossip and excitement. Lily, however, leaned forward, eyes narrowed. Her friends were whispering excitedly about exotic names, but her focus locked onto one thing, the glowing list. By luck, Lily caught a name in the Freeman column. Michael Norman. The broadcast panned wide across the cliffs and valleys, a haze of fog rolling between jagged ridges. Small lights flared above each participant's head, color-coded to their role: gold for hunters, crimson for the hunted, and white for the freemen. Celine leaned closer to her monitor, narrating for the public. Viewers, what you're seeing now are the system's designations. Each of them may tilt this battlefield in ways we can't predict. Darius chuckled, shaking his head. The freemen might be the most dangerous of all. They're not bound by rules. Just chaos walking. Professor Valen adjusted his glasses, his tone calm. At first, it may take time before eliminations begin. The hunted will run, the hunters will circle and coordinate, and the freemen will test the waters. Expect cautious probing first. His words carried an authority that quieted even the buzzing cafeteria at Bright Academy. Students leaned forward, waiting to see if he was right. The broadcast ticker flashed suddenly. Active participants, 498. The reduction was instant, 2 names fading from the glowing table. The commentators jolted, voices overlapping. Celine gasped. 2 already. Darius leaned in. Professor, you said it would take time. The feed shifted, replaying both eliminations. The first recording zoomed in on a lone hunter creeping along the cliffs, golden light marking his head. His eyes were locked on his map, attention fixed on the pulsing crimson dot of his target. And then the fog shifted. From above a figure dropped. The camera caught sight of a figure slipping from the mist like a shadow, spear in hand. He moved without hesitation, his spear thrust piercing through the hunter's chest before the boy even had time to raise his weapon. The golden light blinked out instantly as the body vanished into bits of light. Michael Norman, Freeman kill, Celine's voice trembled with awe. Already. This Michael Norman takes the first blood of the round, and against a hunter, no less. That's an attribute point to all of his stats. Darius gave a low whistle. So much for testing the waters. He's hunting the hunters. The second scene flashed crimson. Unlike the hunter mob scenes viewers expected, this one was more startling. The hunted wasn't cornered, wasn't desperate. He had simply been close when one of his assigned pursuers tried to flank him. With a sudden, fluid movement, the hunted's blade cut across the hunter's throat. Golden light blinked out, leaving crimson burning brighter in the fog. The system froze the replay on the hunted's face. The camera zoomed closer. If Michael was seeing this, he'd have been surprised. Because this was a familiar face. His classmate. The one who bore the rare dual classes. He was also here. The replay ended. Professor Valen adjusted his glasses slowly, his face calm as though he hadn't just been proven wrong on live broadcast. Darius shot him a sidelong look, grin wide and teasing. Professor, Darius said, chuckling, didn't you just say it would take time? Celine stifled a laugh, covering her lips with her fingers. The playful jab rippled across the audience like a slap of truth. But Valen, seasoned as he was, did not falter. He inclined his head, his voice smooth. Indeed, I did. And yet, this only emphasizes my point. He leaned slightly forward, gaze steady on the camera. This round is unpredictable by nature. I warned that hesitation could be fatal. And as you can see, the very first to fall underestimated the pace. A murmur of agreement rolled through the cafeteria at Bright Academy. Even the students who wanted to laugh at the professor's misstep now found themselves nodding reluctantly. He had turned the embarrassment neatly, framing the kills as part of his own prediction. Celine let him have that dignity, then shifted back into her poised role. Let's review those 2 scenes for the viewers. Since eliminations were meant to be rare this early, we'll take the chance to slow the footage down. The professor's smile turned sharp. For those watching at home, remember, these clips are slowed multiple times to capture what happened. The real footage. The system cut to raw speed. Michael's kill appeared as nothing more than a shadow flashing in the mist and a blink of light. It was over in less than a second. The two reporters were taken aback. A look of brief horror appeared on their faces. Seeing this, the professor's smile grew bigger. The raw-speed clip ended, leaving only silence in the studio. Celine blinked hard, her voice faltering. That was less than a second. If we hadn't slowed it before, you'd barely even see the movement. Darius gave a nervous laugh, though it didn't mask the unease flickering in his eyes. That kind of speed, let's be honest, most people only ever see that in action movies. Not in reality. Gasps and murmurs spread across the audience. Bright Academy's cafeteria was no different. Students glanced at one another wide-eyed, as if the entire foundation of their understanding had just shifted. Professor Valen adjusted his glasses, his smile cool and steady. He leaned forward, tone quiet but carrying weight. You are correct. To ordinary eyes, this is impossible. To most of you, it seems like fantasy, because until now, all you've seen are the shallow edges of what supernaturals can do. The camera zoomed on him. Online clips. Training demonstrations. The casual displays of strength you see in public. Those are either the weakest of the supernaturals, or the weakest versions of their powers. What you just witnessed, that is what the higher end of the spectrum begins to look like. Celine frowned slightly, still shaken. You mean to say, what's usually shown isn't a real measure? Valen's faint smile deepened. Not even close. And even this. He paused deliberately, is far from the peak. His words sent another wave of silence over the broadcast. Viewers leaned forward in homes, cafes, and schools across Aurora, struck by the realization that the world was deeper, sharper, and more dangerous than they had been told. At the cafeteria table, Lily's arm stayed folded, her expression steady. She wasn't shocked. Not really. Because she had seen a glimpse of her cousin's strength before. And she knew, deep in her gut, that his ability could never be reduced to something as simple as a bit stronger than a normal human. The hush after his words lingered, heavy in the studio. Professor Valen allowed it to stretch, then leaned back slightly. And I should remind everyone. What you are seeing now are awakeners. But do not forget the other path, cultivators. Their road is longer. Yet those who persist can reach this same level. And surpass it. Celine blinked, startled. Surpass this? Professor. Surely that's an exaggeration. His gaze held steady. It is not. Yes, talent matters. Yes, progress may take decades instead of years. But power is power, regardless of how it is earned. Tell me, who among you would refuse the ability to appear at your workplace from home in a single second? Darius let out a nervous laugh, half joking. Teleportation. You mean that's possible? Professor Valen's smile turned razor-thin. Not only possible. Achieved. Do not mistake the images on your screens as the peak of humanity's strength. What you are seeing is only the beginning of what is possible if one does not falter. The revelation rippled outward like a dropped stone in water. Viewers across Aurora leaned closer to their screens. The cafeteria at Bright Academy was a storm of whispers. For some, the professor's words were like fire poured into their veins. And somewhere, in a modest apartment in Dawn City, a weary man turned to his wife, eyes bright for the first time in years. Maybe I should start cultivating again. What if I really can? But his wife shook her head, resting her hand gently over his. Her voice was soft, warm, unshaken. You've already given enough years to chasing impossible things. Why waste what little time you have left to live? Better to spend it with me. The man fell quiet, lips parting. Then closing. The fire dimmed, replaced by a fragile smile. He tightened his grip on her hand instead. Back in the studio, Celine's voice carried the awe of a million households. So you're saying, if fate allows, even someone like us could one day reach that? Professor Valen inclined his head. His smile softened, becoming almost gentle. If you are fortunate enough, and stubborn enough, then yes. One day, you might. Across the city, countless hearts swelled with chicken soup hope. Professor Valen didn't let the awe fade before he pressed further. And this. He gestured faintly toward the frozen screen of Michael's lightning-fast strike. Is not the only benefit. Power is not only speed or strength. It is also life itself. Consider the average man today. With wealth, he can afford strengthening medicine, perhaps extend his health to his late 90s, maybe 100, if fortune is kind. But even so, he is likely bound to a chair most of the time. His body withers, his time runs dry. He paused, adjusting his glasses. His gaze was heavy, as though addressing not just the two reporters, but every citizen staring through their screens. But cultivators, awakeners. They live past 100 and remain vigorous. Imagine reaching your 100th year, and still moving as if you were 40. That is the difference. A stunned hush filled the studio. The words rolled across Aurora like a wave. In Bright Academy's cafeteria, students shifted uneasily, some biting their lips. The thought of living longer burned through their minds. Professor Valen straightened, his expression steady, his voice clear. And this is why, he continued, the Federation has decided something very important. Celine tilted her head, caught off guard. Decided. Yes. His tone softened slightly, but the weight in it only grew heavier. They do not want this generation, or any generation, to lose their chance. So, for those who fail this round of college exams, take heart. There will be another opportunity. The council has agreed, beginning next month, there will be a chance to rewrite. You will not be cast aside after one failure. Valen wasn't finished. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping the cameras. And that is not all. From now on, schools will be granted greater resources, better medicines, better manuals, better environments, better education about the supernatural, to make cultivating easier. This is the Federation's promise. If the citizens do not give up on cultivation, then the Federation will not give up on them either. The words landed like thunder. Across Aurora, the effect was immediate. In living rooms, parents glanced at their children with renewed determination. In dingy taverns, young men and women straightened their backs, fists tightening around cups and chopsticks. Even the weary sighed with a spark of something they thought long extinguished. Somewhere, a young boy muttered under his breath, "Then I still have a chance." And in the same room, his older brother scoffed, "Don't be stupid. You'll just waste your time." But the boy's eyes shone brighter, unshaken by doubt. Back in the studio, Celine's hand rested on the table, her voice trembling with the awe of a million listeners. So this is truly a new age. Valen inclined his head, his tone calm but resolute. It must be. Because if we do not rise together, then sooner or later, we will fall together. Michael's vision cleared as the golden particles of the slain hunter faded away into nothing. A crisp notification flashed across his panel. +1 attribute point to all stats. His chest rose and fell in a slow breath. But inwardly, a small sigh of relief escaped him. So I was right. The rules for freemen had been clear, each hunter slain grants +1 to all attributes. But clarity didn't always mean certainty. He had gambled on the participant's roll, and his gamble had paid off. The corner of his mouth tugged faintly. Michael dismissed the panel and raised his eyes again to the terrain. Like the others, he had a map. It hung before him in faint, translucent light. But unlike the hunters or the hunted, his was almost blank. No golden trails. No crimson dots. Just the vague outline of the cliffs and ridges around him. Freemen were blind apparently. When Michael's designation first appeared, Freeman, the rules had been sparse. Each hunter slain grants +1 to all attributes. Simple. But no word on what would happen if he killed the hunted. Or another Freeman. Nothing. He had taken a chance. If the boy he had cut down had been anything other than a hunter, he might just trigger something instead of instant elimination. He hadn't been willing to let the chance he spotted from the top of the cliff slip away. A kill was strength. And strength was the only thing keeping him from being trampled here or exposing his current qualities as a necromancer. This time, the gamble ended well. Even so, the unknown nodded him. What happens if I cut down the wrong person next time? Michael dismissed the glowing text and focused on his surroundings. Like the others, he had a map. It hovered faintly in the air, translucent and ghostly. But where hunters and hunted saw their prey or pursuers marked in bright sigils, his was almost bare. Just vague outlines of terrain. Michael's eyes scanned the fog-draped valleys below. From his spot, he could see little more than a restless tide of gray shifting between broken stone. Somewhere in that haze, 499 other participants were moving. But he didn't know where. His fingers tightened around the spear. If everyone's map looks like this, then this challenge just got harder. For now, only those given roles knew what they truly entailed. Hunters had glimpses of their targets. Hunted had glimpses of their predators. And freemen. They had freedom, yes. But also ignorance. When the round advanced, when the system cycled the roles, only then would the others begin to understand the different perspectives. Thinking back to the boy he'd just cut down, Michael flicked his panel open again. Active participants, 498. His eyes narrowed. 2 were gone. That meant it wasn't just him. Before my role switches, I need to rack up a few more kills. The challenge rules were clear. At certain intervals, roles would rotate. If that happened before he'd built up enough strength, he could easily be the one marked crimson, 10 hunters bearing down on him like hounds. Michael shifted his stance, body lowering as he prepared to descend the cliffside. Unbeknownst to him, thanks to coming to the spotlight early, his movement was still being broadcast to the world. The professor and reporters spoke over the feed, filling the silence with words about cultivation. But in the background, Michael and Brian's figures remained on screen. On the screens, 2 figures shifted through the mist. Celine leaned in toward her monitor, her sharp eyes catching their movements immediately. Her voice carried a spark of excitement. Professor, it seems these 2 aren't slowing down. Both Michael Norman and this other participant, Brian, I believe, are pressing forward. Look at that speed. This virtual space looks pretty huge too. Darius tapped his pen against the desk. Speaking of which, let's not forget, all of these youths are awakeners. Professor, could you explain for the audience just how awakeners grow so powerful? What exactly makes them so unique compared to, say, cultivators? The camera pivoted to Professor Valen. He adjusted his glasses, the reflection of the screen shimmering across his lenses. His voice was calm but carried the weight of a lecture hall. A fine question, he said. Professor Valen's gaze swept between Celine and Darius. Tell me, he said softly, what do you 2 know of awakeners? Celine straightened, her poise returning as she answered carefully. Awakening happens between the ages of 16 and 18. That window is fixed. Once it closes, a person can no longer awaken. And those who do awaken, they gain a class. Their class is what grants them their unique power. It's what allows them to level up, to increase their stats, as if they were characters in a game. Darius added, gesturing lightly toward the screens. And there's another piece, that awakeners are able to carry their consciousness into a mysterious realm, a world only they can enter. Valen inclined his head, lips curving faintly. Correct. That is the essence of an awakener. And that is why they are unique. Unlike cultivators, who must endure layers of refinement, bottlenecks, and painstaking comprehension before any growth, awakeners simply fight, kill monsters, and grow. Their strength rises as naturally as breathing. He paused, adjusting his glasses. His eyes glimmered faintly behind the lenses. It is as though they were blessed. Awakeners are given a path that, at least in their early stages, is straightforward. Progress is quicker. The growth curve is sharper. Celine frowned slightly. So are you saying their power is unearned? Not unearned, Valen corrected, his tone firm. Because past a certain stage, awakeners face the same truth as everyone else. Strength must be bought with effort, with talent, with sacrifice. The difference is in the beginning. Where cultivators struggle for years to master the basics, awakeners can master them instantly. His hand gestured subtly toward the frozen image of Michael's earlier strike. A cultivator might train a decade to reach perfection in a martial art, or years to stabilize a spell. But an awakener, his smile sharpened. Their system may grant them mastery in an instant. That is why they are valued so highly. The camera cut back briefly to Michael descending the cliffs. Also, supernaturals, whether awakeners or cultivators, earn a lot of money. That single line perked not just the reporters, but half the audience across Aurora. Darius leaned forward eagerly. Money. Yes, Valen confirmed. Tell me, have either of you ever seen a goblin? Celine's brow furrowed, but she shook her head. Darius chuckled nervously. Only in old storybooks. Valen's faint smile widened. Then let me tell you this, goblins are real. And like in the stories, they are among the weakest of monsters. Ordinary people, if not too unlucky, could handle one themselves. But he raised a finger. Weak does not mean harmless. If they were not dangerous, they would not deserve the title of monster. He let the word settle, then continued. A single goblin corpse can sell for $500. At first glance, that may not sound like much. But consider the reality, goblins come in hordes. Where there is one, there are 10. And 10 goblins means $5,000. Celine's lips parted slightly, her shock genuine. 5,000. Valen nodded. And if you are powerful enough to cull 100. 1,000. The wealth stacks instantly. That is why awakening, or cultivating, is not merely about survival or strength. It is opportunity. It is livelihood. To those with power, the very existence of monsters becomes currency. Across Aurora, living rooms buzzed with chatter. Fathers muttered about how much 5,000 could change their debts. Mothers thought of tuition, medicine, futures. If only they knew even millions could be spent in the blink of an eye on the supernatural world. Professor Valen's tone softened, his words starting to take on that comforting cadence again. And this, dear viewers, is why the Federation encourages. A sharp alert flashed across the studio monitors. The assistant producer's voice cut through the earpieces of Celine and Darius. Celine straightened instantly, her hand pressing to her headset. Professor, I apologize. We've just been notified. Michael Norman, the youth who stunned us earlier, is now within striking distance of 3 hunters. The camera feed zoomed, the foggy terrain shifting until Michael's lone figure appeared, descending the cliffside with spear in hand, oblivious to just how close danger lurked. Darius leaned in, eyebrows climbing. 3 at once. Professor Valen, however, didn't look surprised. He adjusted his glasses and spoke with calm assurance. That is normal. He continued, the maps given to hunters are not limited to showing the hunted alone. They also reveal the presence of other hunters pursuing the same target. Anyone with even a bit of sense would understand what this means. He let the thought linger for a breath, then continued. If 2 or 3 hunters see they are after the same prey, they know that working together creates greater effect. 3 blades against 1 quarry. Unless. His glasses glimmered as he tilted his head. Unless one has such confidence in their strength that they see no need for allies. Or unless they are too wary of betrayal to share the hunt. Also, can you check the class of this Michael? Seeing as he uses a spear, I wonder if his class is related to one. Evidently, this professor was indeed a knowledgeable man. Celine's fingers danced across her console, her eyes narrowing as the system pulled up the requested detail. A heartbeat later, the feed highlighted Michael's status for the studio, and for the world. Michael Norman's class is Necromancer. Darius blinked, his brows climbing almost to his hairline. Necromancer. Then what's he doing with a spear? Even Professor Valen froze for the briefest moment, his eyes narrowing behind the glint of his glasses. But he recovered swiftly, his voice steady as he leaned into the explanation. A necromancer. He repeated softly, as though tasting the word. Now that is interesting. His gaze flicked to the frozen image of Michael, spear in hand, descending into the fog. On the surface, this seems contradictory. Necromancers are not known for close combat, at least in the cultivator's system. Their power lies in commanding the dead. Celine tilted her head, curiosity evident. So why does he use a spear? Because, Valen replied smoothly, this must be an awakener who understands the advantage of his gift. His tone deepened, carrying weight. Awakeners can learn skills at a pace normal cultivators cannot hope to match. Where an ordinary necromancer would remain weak in close quarters, relying on others to protect them until their undead army grows. This one probably chose to supplement his weakness immediately. Darius gave a low whistle. So what we're seeing is a necromancer who doesn't fight like a necromancer. I don't think so. Valen's voice sharpened, almost reverent. His spear is not his true weapon. His main power should be his command over the dead. The professor paused. I do not know how necromancers who are awakeners will differ, but I do know about necromancers who are cultivators. They fight through undead puppets. What the professor never expected, however, was to have his assumptions challenged again. A few seconds later, Darius asked the professor, do necromancers also use spells? Michael's boots scraped against loose stone as he descended the cliffside, the spear shaft steady in his grip. The mist curled thick around him, muffling sound and swallowing light, and for a fleeting moment it felt as though he was walking into the throat of some great beast. Michael flexed his fingers around the spear, his body low as he picked his path between jagged stones. If I were a hunter, where would I be waiting? It was then he noticed a ripple of movement. Michael stilled, crouching low against the cliffside, his breathing slow and measured. 3 in one place. It can only mean hunters. It made sense the moment he thought it through. A freeman, like him, had no reason to know where anyone was, let alone link up. Michael's lips pressed thin, eyes narrowing on the gray below. His grip on the spear tightened. A single hunter had given him a boost across all attributes. 3 more would push his stats. It was tempting. Michael exhaled slowly, the mist swallowing his breath. Can I take them all? If it was 1-on-1, he had his confidence. 2-on-1. Risky, but manageable if he placed his cards right. 3-on-1. Michael felt a bit of irritation. If he could use his undead, he wouldn't even be thinking of this and would have struck at first sight. Unfortunately, he was currently in a crippled state. Michael crouched lower, weighing the odds. A frontal clash didn't seem wise. He wondered what he could do as he went through his list of abilities. One plan was to use his summon skeleton skill to attract them, but this plan had a lot of holes. He figured a surprise attack would give the best results. Michael's fingers brushed against the air. Bone armor activated. A faint crackle rolled through his body as jagged plates of pale bone slid across his skin, forming a second layer beneath his clothes. Bull strength activated. Iron skin activated. A metallic sheen rippled faintly across his flesh, bone and skin hardening into something more resilient. Limit burst activated. Ghost wind steps activated. Michael slipped from the cliffside like a shadow untethered, his figure vanishing into the rolling fog. Every step bent the air, a whisper of motion too quick for untrained eyes to catch. The three hunters were close now. Michael's shadow melted into the fog. The system flickered faintly before his eyes, tagging the classes of the three figures ahead. Wind mage. Michael's eyes narrowed. 2 knights. Another mage. His character thrummed with power. This was his moment. The knights were up front, shields raised, their heavy boots crunching stone in steady rhythm. Behind them, the mage moved with quick, sharp steps, robes swaying, a faint shimmer of wind magic swirling about his palms. Michael didn't give them the chance to spot him. He erupted from the mist like a spear loosed from a bowstring. The first knight barely managed to raise his shield before Michael slammed into him. The impact cracked bone and metal alike, bull strength twisting his muscles with monstrous force. The knight staggered back, shield dented, then Michael's spear punched through his chestplate with brutal precision. Hunter eliminated, +1 attribute to all stats. Michael ripped the weapon free, spinning instantly. The second knight roared, blade flashing. Michael met it with his spear. His spear then darted low, smashing the knight's knee. The man collapsed with a guttural cry. Michael didn't hesitate, he drove the spear down. Hunter eliminated, +1 attribute to all stats. The mage finally reacted, hurling blades of condensed wind that shrieked through the fog. Michael twisted, ghost wind steps carrying him sideways, the air tearing inches from his cheek. His eyes locked on the mage, cold and sharp. The fight wasn't over. The mage was already chanting again, the mist around him beginning to spin like a miniature storm. Michael exhaled slowly, his grip steady. 2 down. 1 to go. The mage's hands blurred, wind blades screaming into existence one after another. Each crescent of compressed air cut through the mist with a sharp hiss, relentless, almost mechanical. Michael's eyes narrowed as he twisted away, ghost wind steps carrying him just past another blade that carved into the rock face with explosive force. That casting speed. It's too fast. Michael's lips pressed thin as realization struck. A system skill. Has to be. Michael exhaled, steadying himself. Then I'll end it quick, from a distance. His hand flicked, mana surging as he drew magic circles in the air. Magic arrow. A dart of glowing energy shot out, slicing through the mist toward the mage. The windcaster dodged in an awkward manner. But Michael wasn't done. Acid shot. Globes of hissing liquid arced through the air, splattering against stone and sizzling holes through it. The mage stumbled sideways, cloak whipping as he tried to avoid the sizzling death raining down. Michael's hands shifted again. Bone spear. A jagged spike of pale white ripped through the mist, trailing mana as it hurtled toward the mage. The windcaster barely deflected it with a wind shield, his breath sharp with panic. Michael felt the air pressure shift, another wind blade was coming. Mana shield. A translucent dome flared into existence just as the crescent of air smashed against it, dispersing into sparks. Michael's eyes flashed. Now. His arm drew back, spear shaft cold and steady in his grip. With all the strength bull strength provided, he hurled it like a javelin. The weapon cut the fog with a shriek, faster than an arrow. The mage's lips parted, another spell rising, but the spear struck before the wind could take shape. It tore through his chest with brutal force, pinning him against the jagged stone behind. The mage's eyes were wide with disbelief before fading into golden particles. Hunter eliminated, +1 attribute to all stats. Michael didn't move right away. His eyes lingered on the spot where the mage had fallen, then swept over the remains of the two knights. Their bodies had already dispersed, but not everything vanished. A faint glimmer caught his eye. Small vials, rolling against the uneven stone. Michael stepped closer, crouching. 4 health potions and 4 mana potions. He scooped them up without hesitation, tucking them into his belt pouch. He didn't know how long this round would last, or how much more he'd have to burn through before the roles switched again. Potions meant survival. Michael straightened, his gaze sweeping the mist again. What he didn't know, what he couldn't know, was the shockwave his actions had sent through the real world. The feed lingered on Michael as he bent to collect the potions, his figure half-shrouded by fog. Celine's voice cracked the silence in the studio. Can we play that again?" The assistant producer didn't even wait. The main screen split, replaying Michael's ambush in slow detail. The audience gasped. Even slowed down, his acceleration was jarring. One instant, he was crouched in the mist, then he was inside the knight's formation. The slowed replay showed Michael spinning aside, mist parting around him as wind blades shredded the rock. Then, in seamless rhythm, he answered with layered spells, magic arrow, acid shot, bone spear, each one forcing the mage further off balance. Professor Valen's fingers tapped against his knee, his usually calm expression tight with focus. By now, clashes were breaking out across the trial grounds. Every state's channel had their own star to highlight. In one place, it was a prodigy swordsman carving down a hunted with graceful violence. In another place, a healer who had miraculously turned a near loss into a comeback. But in Dawn State, the camera never left Michael. From the very moment he appeared, he had captured their focus. And after the 3-on-1, the producers didn't even consider switching away. The broadcast fed entirely on him, replay after replay, panel after panel. Professor Valen, however, had grown more cautious. Inwardly, he warned himself not to speak with certainty again, lest he be humiliated a second time. He adjusted his glasses, the light glinting against his lenses as he observed the slowed replay. His thoughts were his own this time. A necromancer who hasn't shown even a hint of necromancy. As a cultivator, he knew enough not to claim mastery over awakeners. Their paths diverged far too much. He understood the basics, the principles, the logic, but not the intimate truths of their classes. Still, even with common sense alone, something about Michael grated against expectations. Awakeners, for all their flexibility, always leaned hardest into their class. Knights built their strength around martial techniques and physique. Mages bent their paths into spellcraft. Tamers grew with their beasts. And necromancers, their strength lay in the dead. Yet here was a boy, a necromancer, fighting entirely without them. Not a skeleton. Not a ghoul. Not even a flicker of a class-bound summon. He wielded spear and spell with brutal elegance, never once tapping into what was supposed to be his core. Darius broke the silence with his usual excitement. "Professor, you must admit, it's impressive. If we didn't know his class, you'd think he was a battle mage or something." I wonder if there's a battle mage class." Professor Valen did not reply immediately. He only tapped his finger once against the armrest of his chair. Finally, he spoke, his tone subdued, almost careful. "Yes. Impressive." The replay ended, but before the studio could settle back into discussion, Celine's eyes flicked to the console, her voice rising with a spark of surprise. "Wait, hold on. Professor, we're getting a feed update." Another participant is closing in on Michael. The camera shifted, the misty terrain dissolving into a wider view. Two figures appeared on separate ridgelines, their paths converging through the fog. The assistant producer's voice echoed in their ears. Confirmed, Michael Norman and Brian. Darius straightened in his seat, a grin spreading across his face. Brian. The same Brian who eliminated his opponent right at the start. Celine nodded, her lips curving faintly. Yes. Both of them struck down their opponents in the opening minutes. Almost at the same time. The studio atmosphere sharpened instantly, the tension palpable. It looks like fate is nudging them together, Darius murmured. Professor Valen's expression stayed calm, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of intrigue as he leaned forward. Interesting. Very interesting. The two earliest eliminators. Crossing paths so soon. The live feed zoomed closer, showing Michael moving with his steady, deliberate stride. Across the mist, Brian's figure emerged, a sword in hand, his steps confident, eyes sharp as though he already sensed another predator. The scene carried an uncanny symmetry. Celine's tone carried a tremor of excitement. This looks like a rival's encounter. Darius chuckled. Professor. What happens here? Michael is a freeman. Brian is a hunted. But Michael's designation only allows him to eliminate hunters, not the hunted. What if he strikes Brian down? Darius's grin faltered as the question hung in the air. And, on the other hand, what if Brian, as a hunted, eliminates Michael? The uncertainty rippled across the broadcast. Professor Valen adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. It could mean anything. Disqualification. Instant elimination. In any case, we'll know soon, right? Brian's jaw clenched as he trudged through the fog, the sword tight in his grip. He cursed under his breath. Hunted, huh? What rotten luck. Of all the roles the system could have given him, it had thrown him the one that painted a target on his back. Every minute his map flared, golden lines streaking across the mist, marking his hunters. He was forced to move. But Brian wasn't weak. Far from it. His lips curled in a thin smirk, though his eyes stayed sharp. If it had been anyone else, maybe he'd be worried. But he had confidence in his strength. He remembered the choice the system had pressed on him at awakening. Two classes shimmered before him. Fire Mage, the decision had been cruel, forcing him to abandon one path forever. In the end, Brian had chosen the Knight. The sword gave him better security. However, just because he had chosen Knight didn't mean he had forgotten fire. Brian's boots ground against stone as he slowed, his senses flaring. Someone was close. The fog shifted, revealing a figure descending from the cliffs opposite him. A tall youth, spear in hand, calm stride carrying him forward like he owned the ground beneath his feet. Michael Norman. Michael's steps slowed as the mist peeled back, revealing a lone figure across the jagged ridge. His fingers tightened instinctively around the spear. Recognition hit instantly. At the same time, Brian's pace faltered, his eyes narrowing as he too recognized the figure emerging from the gray. Michael Norman. For a breath, neither moved. Michael's chest rose with a controlled inhale, his gaze locking with Brian's through the shifting fog. What are the odds? Brian's lips pressed thin, irritation flickering beneath his confidence. Michael's steps slowed as the mist peeled back, revealing a lone figure across the jagged ridge. Recognition hit instantly. He didn't know him personally, had never exchanged more than a passing word in the academy, but he knew of him. Everyone did. Brian wasn't just another student. Even before his awakening, he'd already earned the title of a formal knight. That alone had made him a prodigy. Then he awakened, and got 2 classes. If Michael knew it wasn't actually 2 but 3, he would have been speechless. But there was no way for him to know unless Brian told him himself. Using detect on Brian would only reveal the class he received on Awakening Day and its level, not the hidden accomplishments that granted him the others afterward. And in this virtual space, there wasn't even a way to use the actual detect skill. Seeing Brian, Michael's brows furrowed. Had it been any other Awakener, he would have attacked without hesitation. But this wasn't just anyone. This was Brian. Even if they had never been close privately, they had once been classmates. That faint tether of familiarity made Michael hesitate. In the end, he chose to turn away. Of course, if the system had designated Brian as his hunted or hunter, Michael wouldn't have even blinked before striking him down. What past relationship with a classmate? Can it be eaten? No. But where Michael let that thought soften his hand, Brian did not. Outwardly, Brian carried himself like a humble man. But beneath that veneer ran the truth. He was proud. He was a proud and arrogant individual. Proud of his bloodline, his background, his talent. Even before his awakening, he had advanced as an official mage and knight. After awakening, he had 3 classes. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was 3 awakeners in one body. There weren't many people Brian respected after that day. Why should he? He had what most dreamed of. Dual-class talent at worst. Triple-class reality at best. To him, others were tools. Even Mira. Though she started to become something more to him. Her talent was what initially attracted him. One that made her explosive creations double in destructive force. In her, he saw not just potential, but something desirable. Something worth claiming. But all she ever spoke of was him. Michael this. Michael that. Brian's jaw tightened as a sour taste filled his mouth. Was he so special? Was a necromancer so praiseworthy? Yes, it was a rare class. Yes, it was powerful. But who was he compared to Brian? He was nothing but a boy hiding behind undead puppets, wasn't he? Yet Myra's eyes always seemed to follow that name. Always glowing when the subject turned to Michael Norman. Even after he changed cities for her, it was still the same thing. Michael this. Michael that. The worst thing was that Michael didn't even seem to value anything with her. Now here he was, standing across the fog, a spear in hand, calm stride carrying him forward like the world bent beneath his feet. Brian's eyes narrowed. Seeing Michael did not make him happy. It ignited something darker. Michael turned away, ready to vanish back into the mist. That was when the air behind him split with a sharp hiss. A spear of fire, searing and bright, ripped through the fog toward him. Michael twisted instinctively, ghost wind steps carrying him aside as the spear exploded against stone, shattering it into molten fragments. His eyes widened, but the relief was short-lived. A second spear of fire came. Then a third. Then a fourth. Then a fifth. One after another, streaks of crimson heat pierced the fog like relentless hunters, tearing into the terrain with explosive force. Michael's body blurred, weaving and twisting as each projectile missed him by inches, the heat licking against his skin, the shockwaves rattling his bones. His jaw clenched. It wasn't the quantity alone that shook him, it was the way they had been cast. Smooth, seamless, one after another, without even a hint of a magic circle drawn. Michael's mind raced. What kind of system skill is this? No, it didn't feel like one. Not exactly. This rhythm wasn't the same mechanical chain of a purchased system skill. It was polished. Michael's lips pressed in as he ducked another blast, the rock wall beside him glowing molten red. Could it be? Brian's figure stood through the mist, sword in one hand, but his other arm still outstretched, heat rippling at his fingertips. His expression was calm, eyes sharp, as though the barrage hadn't cost him even an ounce of effort. Michael's heart thumped with something between frustration and disbelief. He already knew these spells. Mastered them. To the point he no longer even needs to draw circles. The thought chilled him more than the fire spears ever could. Michael bit down hard, his steps darting, his body twisting as more fire streaked toward him. For the first time since the trial began, Michael felt himself pressed back, forced into helpless evasion. Michael twisted as another fire spear screamed past, close enough to burn a line across his cheek. His breath hissed out between clenched teeth. "Hey! Why are you attacking me?" Michael's voice cut across the battlefield, ragged with disbelief. The only answer he got was another spear of flame. Brian stood through the haze, silent, sword gleaming faintly at his side while his other hand traced no circles, no seals, only the air itself seemed to bend at his will. Each movement was smooth, precise, the fire responding like an obedient beast. Another spear roared out, exploding where Michael had been a heartbeat earlier. Damn it! Michael cursed under his breath, ghost wind steps dragging his body like a phantom just beyond the explosions. The ground was breaking apart beneath him, the fog glowing orange with each detonation. Why is he so powerful in spellcasting? Michael remembered Brian had awakened as a fire mage. On top of that, he had a second class. But still, he was a new awakener, just like Michael. The sheer refinement in his spell use was staggering. Michael had skills at advanced mastery, too. He knew what that meant. He could call them forth with a thought. This didn't mean magic circles were still needed. Without circles, the spell may be only 70 Fantram effective. Michael's mind scrambled for an explanation. 3 months since awakening. If this was the only skill he focused on nonstop, maybe it's possible. Possible, but still insane. Then the air rippled. Without warning, a fireball bloomed in Brian's hand. No circle. No delay. Just heat, raw and blazing, compressed into his palm before hurling forward. Michael's blood ran cold. That's not just fire spear. He barely managed to twist aside as the fireball slammed into the cliff wall, detonating in a wave of force that knocked him stumbling. Michael's eyes widened. The thought crashed through him like thunder. 2 skills. At advanced mastery. Both without circles. The fire spears lit the fog on screen like streaking comets. Every impact seemed to rock the feed with a thunderous crack. The studio audience erupted. Darius let out a low whistle. Coolest thing I've seen all day. Guy's like a walking cannon. Celine pressed her lips thin. But why is he attacking Michael? After all, at the current stage they don't have any relation. The doubt lingered in the studio, but the firestorm on screen didn't leave much room for answers. Places across Dawnstate were alive with voices. Families who'd been leaning forward since Michael's 3-on-1 now had their jaws slack. Some were shouting for him to fight back, others just couldn't believe what they were seeing. In Bright Academy, some girls huddled together, eyes wide at the massive screen playing the feed. "Lily. Isn't that your cousin?" one of them whispered. Lily nodded faintly, her hands gripping the edge of the table so tightly her knuckles were white. She didn't even realize she was holding her breath. Her friends exchanged glances, nervousness creeping into their features. "I mean, he's doing amazing, right? He beat 3 hunters before like it was nothing. But this Brian guy." The other friend bit her lip as another fireball exploded across the mist. "He looks unreal." Lily's heart hammered. She didn't even blink as Michael blurred through another explosion, the shock waves shaking the ground around him. Back in Aunt Mia's restaurant, a frown painted her face as she wondered why this familiar-looking boy seemed adamant on eliminating her boy. Was it because of a competition? Michael ducked another spear. His teeth clenched. Why? Why is he attacking me? At first, he decided to fine. If Brian wanted to strike, then he'd do him the favor of paying it back. But the truth became painfully obvious after only a few exchanges. Every step forward, another wall of fire pushed him back. Every attempt to draw a circle was interrupted by a flash of heat too fast, too precise. Brian wasn't just casting, he was controlling the field, bending it so Michael had no room to breathe. Damn it! Michael cursed under his breath, his body flickering just out of reach of another explosion. He's not even moving from that spot. Brian stood rooted in place, as if the battlefield itself belonged to him. His sword hung idle, but his free hand never stopped weaving fire into existence. Spears, orbs, and streaking trails of crimson burned through the fog, hemming Michael in from every angle. Michael tried again, fingers cutting into the air, mana stirring for a spell, only for a fireball to scream past. He's preventing me from casting, Michael realized grimly. His knuckles tightened around the spear shaft. He was being suppressed. Completely. Another blast rocked the cliff edge, forcing Michael to leap back or risk being swallowed whole. The realization clawed at him, sour and sharp. In this place, I can't beat him. His gaze flicked once to Brian's calm, proud expression through the haze. The fire mage didn't even bother to chase him. He just stood there, cutting him off like a wall of flame incarnate. Michael's chest rose and fell hard. Then, with one last glare, he pivoted sharply and bolted into the mist. His figure flickered, vanishing into the fog, ghost wind steps carrying him away from the suffocating firestorm. He hated it. Running. But here in this crippled space, with half his true power sealed, there was nothing else he could do. Tomorrow. In the land of origin. Celine nearly stood up in her chair as the camera followed Michael's retreat. He's running. He actually chose to disengage. Darius leaned back, still grinning despite the shock in his voice. Can you blame him? Look at that inferno. Even I'd turn tail. The studio audience buzzed, half in awe of Brian's dominance, half in disbelief that Michael, the boy who had just crushed 3 hunters, was forced back so soon. At Bright Academy, Lily's friends shifted uncomfortably as Michael's figure disappeared into the mist on the big screen. He's retreating, one of them whispered, voice tense. The other shook her head quickly. He's smart. Look at that guy, he's like a monster. Anyone would have done the same. Lily's hands trembled against the edge of the table, her eyes locked on the screen. A cousin she had always quietly admired, being forced to run. She bit her lip hard, swallowing down the knot in her throat. Michael's steps pounded against the stone as he slipped further into the fog, ghost wind steps pulling him like a wraith between shadows. But the bitter taste of retreat burned his tongue. Then it came. The sound ripped through the mist behind him, sharp and violent. Then another, closer. The ground beneath his boots trembled faintly with the shock wave. Michael froze mid-step. His head turned, eyes narrowing back toward the direction he had fled. Brian. The firestorm wasn't chasing him anymore. Instead, bursts of heat and light flickered far off through the fog, staining the gray with angry orange. Michael's eyes narrowed at the distant bursts of orange and gold cutting through the mist. Just thinking of him made Michael's jaw tighten. Getting attacked for no reason by someone he knew was already infuriating enough. But what made it worse was the ridiculous strength Brian had displayed. If Michael hadn't known his own true strength, this humiliation alone might have been enough to shatter someone else. He hated to admit it, but Brian's display of power gnawed at him. For a newly awakened, it bordered on monstrous. With that level of power, skills alone couldn't account for it. Brian's class level had to be higher than most at their stage. Michael himself was an anomaly too, but his circumstances were unique, shaped by conditions that couldn't be replicated. So beyond the sharp edge of hate, there was something else simmering inside him, curiosity. If Michael had known Brian was only lashing out to feed his own pride, desperate to feel strong by forcing Michael into retreat, the knowledge would have only deepened his anger. "Annoying bastard," Michael muttered, his breath white in the mist. The explosions in the distance flared brighter, echoing louder through the fog. Michael hesitated only a breath longer. Then he pushed forward again, ghost wind steps pulling him back toward the heat of the fight. The fog split wider as he approached, the outlines of several figures dancing in the glow of fire. A quick glance revealed 7. All of them converging on one point, their movements sharp and hungry. Michael slowed, his eyes flicking over the scene, and immediately pieced it together. One could say this challenge was a battle of roles. Roles. The system had divided the participants into roles for this trial. Hunters, hunted, and freemen. Hunters hunted the hunted. The hunted tried to survive, scrambling not to be caught. Freemen, people like him, had their own path, hunting the hunter to gain boosts before the cycle reset. 7 against 1 could only mean one thing. They were hunters. And the one desperately holding them back with firestorms, straining to keep them at a distance, was Brian. Michael's eyes narrowed. His own map had been blank, giving him nothing to track with. But seeing the hunters press Brian in such numbers made him suspect something. Maybe the hunters and hunted had some way to locate each other directly, unlike the freemen. That would explain how they found him so quickly. The 7 weren't weak. Not exactly. Individually, each one would have been nothing in front of Brian's power. But together they closed in like wolves, blades flashing and spells bursting in tandem. And still, Brian raged against them. His mastery over fire wasn't just a show, he was actually holding his ground, even as he staggered back under the press of blades and spells. Michael's brow furrowed as he steadied his enemy. Brian wasn't letting any of them get near. His fire pushed outward, keeping every attacker at bay. That was telling. Michael's lips pressed into a thin line. So, that's it. The one thing Brian couldn't afford was close combat. If he had a weakness in this space, it was probably his physical stats based on his actions. Michael stayed crouched in the mist, watching as the fire mage threw another storm of heat to scatter the hunters. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. The fact that Brian was still standing was proof of his strength. Even crippled in this virtual space, the boy was monstrous. Whether every other dual-class awakener was like this was uncertain. Brian's firestorm tapered for the briefest moment as Michael vanished into the mist. His eyes narrowed, a sharp exhale leaving his lips. So he ran. A flicker of satisfaction stirred in his chest, but in the very next moment, the ground shuddered, and figures broke through the haze. 7 of them. Brian's gaze sharpened immediately, but his mind was even sharper. Looking at their timing alone, he knew they hadn't just arrived. They had probably been waiting and watching. Waiting for him to burn himself out against Michael. Clever bastards, he muttered under his breath, flames curling faintly around his palm. 7 against 1. If it had been just one hunter, he wouldn't have flinched. 2. Annoying, but manageable. But 7 in this crippled space. That was another matter entirely. His teeth clenched as he lashed out, a sweeping arc of fire pushing the closest blade wielder back. His lips pulled into a thin grimace. Exactly like Michael had suspected, his edge here wasn't raw stats. It was skill, refinement, control, mastery. His points were sunk into agility and intelligence, his power built around speed and spellcraft. And it worked. A sliver of regret cut through him. He never should have wasted his time with Michael. That little duel had drained his attention and time. Now, surrounded, he realized just how stupid it had been. If he got eliminated here, by a pack of nobodies, after pushing Michael back, the shame would be unbearable. But worse than shame. His father's face flickered across his mind. The man had only recently begun to look at him with pride. Only after his awakening had the faint warmth of being treated like a true relative finally touched him. If Brian failed now, if he got cast aside because he was too reckless. His flames burned hotter, teeth grinding together. Michael crouched low in the fog, his spear angled across his knees as his gaze swept over the clash ahead. The air burned with heat, shadows of flame licking across the mist. His fingers flexed against his weapon as a growing temptation whispered to him. If he eliminated all 7 hunters here, he'd gain 7 more attribute points across all his stats and his chances in this space would soar. But it was risky. Too risky. So Michael curbed the urge. There was still time. No need to rush. For now, he would wait. The battle between the 8 would reveal the right solution. Whether he'd advance or retreat depended on the situation. Brian's flames roared outward, forcing the first knight to skid back with his shield glowing red from the heat. But the others pressed in immediately. In this group there were 5 physical fighters and 2 mages. 2 knights, one wielded a spear and the other used a sword. 2 archers. 1 martial artist with dual blades. 2 mages. 1 wind mage and 1 earth mage. It was not a bad matchup. An arrow streaked from the mist. Brian twisted aside, his sword flashing up in one smooth motion. Sparks hissed as steel deflected wood and iron, the shaft breaking in half against his blade. He hardly had time to breathe before another arrow came whistling in, followed by a third. Brian's sword blurred, cutting the missiles aside even as he spread fire underfoot to keep the spear wielder at bay. The martial artist rushed in next, twin blades glinting. Brian's sword snapped forward with a sharp clang, catching one dagger on the flat before a gout of flame burst from his free hand, forcing the fighter to retreat with singed sleeves. The second knight charged, heavy sword raised high. Brian stepped sideways, agile as a cat, his blade turning the strike just enough for the weight to crash harmlessly into the ground. His heel snapped up, boot slamming into the knight's chest to send him staggering back, only for the earth beneath Brian's feet to tremble. Stone surged upward, jagged spikes ripping toward his ankles. The earth mage. Brian hissed through his teeth, fire erupting beneath him in a violent burst that launched him backward, boots skidding across stone. But the retreat carried him right into a spray of shimmering droplets. The water mage's spell hissed through the air like rain, clinging to his flames and dulling their bite. Che! Brian spat, thrusting his palm forward. Heat blazed from his fingertips, evaporating the water in a flash of steam. But in that moment, the archers loosed again, 2 arrows in sync. Brian raised his sword, steel ringing as he barely deflected one, twisting his body as the other scraped against his shoulder. Damn pests! Flames curled tighter around him, fierce enough that even the martial artist flinched back. But Brian's mind was sharp, calculating even through the chaos. The 5 physical fighters weren't coordinated, their timing a mess, their rhythm sloppy. One pressed in, the others lagged, their formation constantly broke. Yet their sheer numbers and the covering fire from the 2 mages forced him into a frantic rhythm. Every second was spent parrying, dodging, or burning through another wave. Brian's sword moved in perfect harmony with his fire, sometimes deflecting steel, other times carving through arrows, always just enough to survive the press. But the truth was written in the tension of his jaw. They were dragging him down. Brian's flames roared, his sword a blur of silver as it cut through arrows, sparks scattering in the haze. The martial artist darted in again, twin blades flashing. Brian twisted, his blade catching one, fire exploding from his palm to drive the fighter back. He barely turned in time to parry the knight's spear thrust, the impact ringing sharp through his wrist. Arrows hissed from the side, he slashed 2 down, the third clipping across his arm. Pain burned, but his counterstrike was faster. His free hand flared, a fire spear erupting and skewering the careless archer through the chest. Hunter eliminated, +1 attribute to all stats. The press eased slightly. Brian's breath came harder, but his grin cut sharp in the mist. 1 down. A scream split the battlefield as the Earth Mage toppled, a jagged spear of bone jetting from his chest. His body dissolved into golden light before it even hit the ground. Brian's eyes widened, head snapping back. Behind the hunters, a shadow stepped free of the fog, spear dripping with ghostly pale energy. For a moment, Brian thought he was hallucinating. Of all things, this fool had come back. A harsh laugh built in his chest even as he pivoted, fire bursting outward to force back the surviving hunters. So stupid. But useful. With the mages gone, the pack's edge dulled. Their arrows still bit, their blades still pressed, but without elemental cover they staggered. Brian's sword cut cleaner, his fire burned hotter. One by one, the hunters fell, dissolved into fragments of light until only 2 figures remained in the glowing mist. Brian and Michael. Brian straightened, chest rising and falling. This virtual space had a way to even replicate weakness. His blade dipped, but fire still curled hot around Brian's hand. Across from him, Michael stood calm, spear in hand, his eyes as sharp as blades themselves. A scoff escaped Brian, followed by a low chuckle. You really are a fool. Coming back here, thinking you'll take advantage of me now that I'm tired. Don't think I don't know your plan. His grin widened, savage. Don't think I'll go down that easy. He thrust out a hand, mana surging, a fireball blooming bright and hot. The flames exploded forward, only for his senses to scream. What? Michael was gone. His attack detonated against empty fog. Brian's head snapped up, instincts blazing alarms through his chest. For some reason, his opponent wasn't where he had been, he was above. Through the haze, Michael's form dropped like a spear of shadow, cloak whipping, spear poised to strike. Teleportation. Brian's heart hammered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Michael's grip on the spear tightened, his eyes fixed on Brian through the haze. His chest rose slowly, steady and calm, but inside, his thoughts burned. This will be the first time I try it in real combat. A skill he had unlocked long ago, but never risked in a real fight, and here, against Brian. There was no better chance to test it. Michael exhaled. His body blurred faintly, the edges of his frame warping as though mist itself was sliding off him. Then, he vanished. Phase shift, Michael's grip on the spear tightened. Phase shift. It was not a skill he had purchased from the system. Not one that came naturally with his class. It was an ability that became his because of wisdom, the mutated owl he had tamed. A creature with infinite potential if properly nurtured. Phase shift wasn't exactly teleportation on how Michael saw it. It was more like forcing one's body to step into a thin fold between space and reappear elsewhere. Anywhere he could perceive, even without his own eyes, he could shift to. But with its short range, it looked closer to a blink skill, if such a thing existed. Still, in the right hands, even that blink was deadly. The value was unquestionable. But so was the cost. Even with his original, enhanced body, phase shift always taxed him heavily. It consumed vast mana and chewed at his physique. Now, here, in this virtual space where he was no stronger than any other awakener, the price was even worse. The moment he activated it, he felt it. His body weakened, a tremor crawling into his limbs. His mana dropped like a stone, more than half drained in a single use. But it was worth it. Because in the same breath, Brian's fireball detonated against nothing. The flames lit the fog in a violent bloom, but Michael was already gone. He appeared above, descending like a shadow spear out of the mist. His eyes were cold. Brian's alarm screamed. His head snapped up, eyes widening. Teleportation. Impossible. But the disbelief froze in his throat as Michael's bone spear, gleaming pale in the firelight, tore through his chest. Brian's eyes went wide as the bone spear drove through his chest, but before he could even react, his entire body began to break apart. Tiny motes of crimson light scattered into the air, dissolving him piece by piece until nothing lingered. Penalty applied, -3 to all stats. Michael froze. He was a hunted. The suspicion he had buried earlier was now confirmed. In this trial, hunters hunted the hunted. The hunted struggled to survive. And freemen like him could interfere, gaining power by slaying hunters. But killing a hunted came with punishment. The system itself had branded his act. With the 4 he had killed just now, plus the 3 from before and his very first target, Michael had eliminated a total of 8 hunters. That should have been 8 full points across all his attributes. But killing Brian had stripped it all down to 5. A sharp decline. One that made his jaw tighten with irritation. Yet, beneath that irritation, another feeling stirred. Satisfaction. Michael blinked at the thought, almost startled by it. Was he really that petty? To feel good about dragging Brian down with him? He shook his head faintly. No. It wasn't pettiness. A good soul like his wouldn't sink to such pettiness just because of some harassment. Right. Michael let out a slow breath, lowering his spear. His gaze swept over the battlefield. The eliminated participants had left behind their belongings. Michael crouched, fingers brushing through the loot. All he cared about were the potions. 5 mana potions. 3 health potions. 2 stamina potions. He tucked them quickly into his belt, but not before uncorking 1 stamina potion and downing it in a swift gulp. Then he tipped back 2 mana potions. His mana surged back, not to full, but to a comfortable level, enough that he could fight again if needed. Michael exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders as the warmth of recovery spread through his body. But Michael's irritation still lingered. Losing 3 points from Brian's death left a sour taste on his tongue. Yet, in that sourness, something clicked. This trial wasn't just random chaos. There was order. Hunters. Hunted. Freemen. And as long as he remained a freeman, he was essentially another kind of hunter. Only his prey wasn't the hunted, it was the hunters themselves. The hunted were bait, scattered through the mist to lure out the predators. And his role, if he wanted to maximize strength, was to let those baits draw the wolves in. Then cull the wolves. Michael's brow furrowed. That was the key. If he wanted to grow stronger in this space, he needed to indirectly protect the hunted. Not because he cared about them, but because they drew out the real targets. His spear's tip scraped lightly against the ground as he turned the thought over. How much time had passed? At least 25 minutes since the trial began. But how much longer before the system shifted the roles again? Before he stopped being a freeman and became something else? The thought had barely sharpened when the answer came. A cold ripple slid down his spine as the interface shimmered in his vision. Role switch, Freeman Hunter, first, his map flared open in his vision. 11 dots pulsed into view, 10 gold, 1 red. A timer appeared just beneath them, glowing with 30 minutes. Then another panel followed. Every 2 minutes the hunted's location is revealed for 10 seconds. Successful elimination grants +10 to all stats. Failed elimination incurs -20 to all stats and a small chance of immediate elimination. Michael had a frown on his face as the message faded. With the role switch, he finally understood what it meant to be a hunter. For one, the map wasn't blank anymore. For two, hunters could indeed track each other. His gaze flicked across the glowing markers. He memorized the red, the hunted, before the 10-second window vanished, then shot forward in a blur, ghost wind steps propelling him through the mist. From the distance of the map's overlay, he could see the structure of the trial more clearly now. 30 minutes for each roll. For the hunted, survival was the goal. For the hunters, elimination was the only path. And for him now, it was to eliminate before the timer bled out. The only issue now was that his current location seems a bit far from his target. In places across Dawn State, voices rose with excitement. "Brian is incredible," one viewer cheered, slamming a hand on the table. "Michael's good, yes, but come on, you saw that firestorm." Others weren't so convinced. "He ran, yes. But that takes skill too." Anyone else would have been vaporized by Brian. Back in the broadcast feed, the fog shook with new movement. 7 figures surged out of the mist, surrounding Brian. Gasps rippled through the audience. "Ambush!" Celine exclaimed. Her eyes widened, hands flying to her headset. 7 hunters at once. The cameras zoomed, catching Brian's flames bursting outward as arrows streaked and blades clashed against him. Darius whistled low, grinning. The chat overlay on the broadcast exploded, half cheering for Brian to crush them, half betting he'd fall under the weight of numbers. The commentators didn't waste time once Brian was shown fending off 7 attackers at once. Celine leaned forward, voice carrying both awe and tension. "Look at that, 7 against 1, and he's still standing. That kind of resilience. You have to wonder. Maybe Brian's actually the stronger one here." Darius chuckled, spinning his pen between his fingers. "Stronger. Hold on now. Don't forget what Michael did earlier, 3 hunters dropped in seconds. Seconds. He didn't even break a sweat." Celine pressed her lips together, unwilling to back down. "Fair, but look at the difference in pressure. That speaks to a different kind of strength." Across Dawn State, the audience who watched the program like it was a sport erupted into arguments of their own. "Brian's a monster. 7 at once. Michael couldn't handle that kind of press. Did you miss it? Michael didn't need to handle 7. He eliminated 3 faster than anyone blinked. If that's true, why did he retreat when Brian pressured him? Strongest wouldn't need to run. You're missing the matchup. Fire counters everything Michael tried. It's like comparing elements. Fire burns wood, sure, but that doesn't make wood weak. It's just a bad clash." The debate spiraled online too, the chat flooding with tags, #Team Brian versus #Team Michael. The studio fell silent when a bone spear erupted from the mist, skewering one of the hunters. Celine's eyes widened. "That's Michael." Darius barked a laugh. The kid came back. He actually came back. The bone spear erupting from the mist had the commentators jolting upright. Celine's hand flew to her mouth. "That's Michael. Did he actually come back for revenge?" Darius shook his head, half laughing, half shocked. "Revenge? I don't think so. Look closely, he's striking the hunters who were targeting Brian." The professor leaned in with a calm frown. "Interesting. If Michael was truly after Brian alone, he could have struck earlier. It seems less like vengeance. And more like strategy." Across Dawn State, chatter spiked. "Wait, is he saving Brian? That makes no sense. Brian attacked him earlier." No, look, he's targeting Brian's attackers, not Brian himself. Maybe Michael just wants the hunter's points. So, he's protecting Brian by accident. Or is it on purpose?" The camera zoomed back, showing the battlefield clearing of all but 2 figures, Michael and Brian. Celine let out a small gasp. If Michael's real target was Brian, then he's missed his chance. He should have struck when Brian was exhausted from 7-on-1. Darius leaned back, smirking. "Yeah, looks like the kid wasted his edge." Now it's just the two of them again, and Brian isn't going to fall that easily. The professor adjusted his glasses. Or perhaps. His words trailed off, eyes narrowing at the unfolding scene. And then it happened. Brian hurled a fireball, and Michael vanished. Gasps tore across the studio as the feed revealed him reappearing above, descending like a phantom with his spear poised to strike. The audience roared in disbelief. He teleported. No way. How the hell did he do that? Even Celine's voice cracked with disbelief. The commentators, the studio, and the millions of viewers across Dawn State fell into stunned silence, watching the spear drive clean through Brian's chest. Back in the virtual space, Michael, completely unaware of the uproar he had just caused outside, moved like a shadow through the mist. His spear was steady in his grip, his breathing controlled. His mind was set on only one thing, reaching the red that had flared earlier on his map. A cascade of panels shimmered into his vision, halting him mid-step. Target eliminated, +10 to all stats, roll suspended, Hunter, temporary switch, Freeman. Michael blinked, his brow furrowing. The red he had been rushing toward vanished from the map, the overlay shifting back to the blank grid of a Freeman. His pace slowed as the realization sank in. So that's what happens, he murmured. Fulfilling your role's task meant you were removed from it, reset into neutrality until the next switch. Hunters who succeeded in eliminating their hunted didn't remain hunters indefinitely. Once the job was complete, the role was recycled. The panels faded, but the effect lingered in Michael's body. Strength, agility, vitality, every fiber of him felt tuned higher. +10 to all stats, the system's prompt replayed in his mind, and despite himself, Michael allowed a small grin. That one completion was the same as hunting 10 separate hunters. A jackpot. Feels good. His spear twirled once in his hand, light and responsive, before he anchored it again at his side. 10 hunters' worth of strength. From a single elimination. The thought sent a thrill down his spine. Yet the thrill quickly hardened into focus. Because if one hunted like Brian could exist, others might too. Michael exhaled slowly, mist curling from his lips. No. Waiting won't cut it. If he was unlucky and the next switch placed him as the hunted, there would be nowhere to cry about wasted chances. Which meant the best way forward now was simple, stack strength before the cycle reset again. Hunters were still out there, preying on red dots. And while the hunted acted as bait, those very hunters were Michael's stepping stones. He tapped his map interface again. It was blank now, but that didn't mean he was blind. The battlefield echoed faintly in the distance with roars of combat, flashes of skill, and the crack of steel. All he needed to do was trace the chaos. Michael's body blurred into motion, ghost wind steps whispering against the stone floor of the trial ground. Time in the trial space flowed quickly. In the span of 3 hours, Michael cycled through all 3 roles: hunter, hunted, freeman. When he was a hunter, he made sure his target never slipped away. He stalked the red, with relentless precision, cutting through participants with ruthless efficiency. When he became the hunted, however, he didn't even consider fighting. Instead, he ran. For 30 minutes, his only goal was survival. And when the timer finally dissolved into light and the system rewarded him, +20 to all stats, twice since he was unlucky to have become a hunted twice in a row, Michael realized just how absurd the payoff for surviving his prey was. Twice the bonus of a hunter. By the end of the second cycle, his body thrummed with power. His stats were already high compared to most participants thanks to his level advantage, and it only grew as the moments passed. It was then Michael decided there would be no more passive running. From this point on, no matter which role the system assigned him, hunter, hunted, or freeman, he would hunt. As hunter, he'd complete his task. As freeman, he'd cull the predators. And as hunted, if pressed, he would strike back. Still, he wasn't arrogant. The memory of Brian being dragged under by sheer numbers was fresh. It was a lesson carved into his mind. The fog curled around Michael like a living shroud as he stepped into the clearing. Ahead, 5 figures fanned out with deliberate purpose, 3 knights and 2 archers. It was a direct clash. The knights moved first. Their boots pounded the stone, shields raised high, weapons braced for impact. At the same instant, the archers loosed. Twin arrows hissed through the haze, cutting the air in sharp arcs. Michael's spear flicked once. The first arrow shattered mid-flight. His body twisted into a blur as ghost wind steps carried him forward. He met the first knight head-on. Steel slammed against bone. The knight's shield caught his thrust, but Michael's strength was nothing like it had been hours ago. The force of the blow rattled the knight's stance, boots grinding against the floor. Michael pressed, spear vibrating as he pushed past the guard, only to have the second knight's sword sweep in from the side. Michael jerked his spear free and dropped low. The blade hissed above his head, sparks trailing where it clashed with his weapon's haft. He kicked out sharply, his boot cracking against the knight's shin and forcing him to stagger back. Michael burst forward. The third knight intercepted, spear braced like a wall. Michael's eyes narrowed. He shifted ghost wind steps once more, vanishing to the left in a blur, reappearing at the knight's flank. His bone spear thrust, catching the edge of the shield, only for the archer's arrow to whistle past his ear, forcing him to twist offline. The 2 archers weren't missing a beat. Every time he pressed, they shifted positions, firing in a staggered rhythm to cover their knights. Michael felt the pressure closing in. The first knight's sword hammered against his spear, the impact vibrating through his arms. He slid backward a step, sparks skittering underfoot, then pivoted sharply as another arrow cut toward his chest. He spun his spear mid-swing, crack, snapping the arrow in 2, preventing it from piercing deeper. Their coordination wasn't perfect, but the knights knew how to stall. Michael frowned. He needed to break their rhythm. He feinted toward the spear-wielding knight, drawing his shield up high, then abruptly shifted low. Ghost wind steps whispered under his feet, accelerating him past the shield wall in a blur. His spear lunged, not at the knight, but straight at one of the archers behind them. The archer's eyes widened, too late. The bone spear drove clean through his chest. The youth's scream was swallowed by the system's cold light as his body disintegrated into golden motes, leaving only his bow clattering to the ground. Hunter eliminated, +1 to all stats. Michael ripped his spear free, the glow of the fallen archer fading at his feet. His eyes flicked to the remaining 4. Michael's eyes swept across the 4 left standing. 3 knights still holding formation, spear, sword, and shield, and the lone archer who had already adjusted, string taut and arrow gleaming with mana. Their faces were grim. The archer loosed instantly, the arrow a streak of silver through the fog. Michael's ghost wind steps flared. His body blurred, his afterimage left behind as the arrow passed clean through it. He reappeared to the side, spear lashing out in the same motion. The knight with the spear braced, shield snapping up. The impact cracked through the clearing like a thunderclap. Sparks flew where bone met iron. Michael twisted, sliding his spear upward, deflecting the knight's weapon just enough to slip past the guard. His boot slammed into the knight's chest, hurling him back 2 steps. "Don't falter," one of the others barked, charging. The sword knight struck next, blade swinging in a wide arc meant to force Michael back. Instead of retreating, Michael stepped inside. His spear shaft rotated, catching the blade mid-swing. He shoved it upward, leaving the knight's chest exposed. The tip of Michael's bone spear darted forward like a striking snake. The third knight, shield raised, barely intercepted, the impact sending a shudder through his arm. Michael's knee snapped upward, driving into the shield knight's gut. Air whooshed out in a choked gasp as the knight staggered back, leaving the sword-bearer vulnerable again. Michael twisted, spear spinning in a tight arc that clipped across the man's helmet. Metal groaned as he stumbled, his stance broken. The archer tried to capitalize. Another arrow hissed through the mist, its tip flaring red. Michael didn't even look. His spear blurred sideways. Crack. The arrow shattered into fragments that scattered harmlessly. Michael's eyes remained on the staggering swordsman. He surged forward, ghost wind steps carrying him into striking range before the knight could recover. His spear thrust like lightning. The bone blade pierced through the knight's chestplate with brutal precision. The man's eyes widened, a muffled cry escaping before his body disintegrated into golden motes. Hunter eliminated, +1 to all stats. Michael ripped the weapon free, spinning it into guard as the remaining two knights roared in unison. They charged together, shield and spear leading the way. Michael welcomed it. His spear blurred, deflecting the thrust of the spear knight even as the shield crashed toward his ribs. He twisted with the blow, letting it slide off, then slammed his own shoulder forward. The impact rattled both of them, and in that split second of imbalance, Michael stepped through the gap. The spear in his hands shifted into a reverse grip. He stabbed backward, under his arm, catching the shield knight just beneath the ribs before his form unraveled into light. Hunter eliminated, +1 to all stats. The last knight faltered. Michael pivoted, his spear sweeping in a wide, brutal arc. The blow caught the knight's weapon hand, disarming him with a crack of splintered knuckles. Before the youth could even cry out, Michael thrust upward. The spear punched through his throat, silencing him in a shimmer of gold. Hunter eliminated, +1 to all stats. Only the archer remained. He stood frozen now. His bowstring trembled, arrow half-drawn. The longer one lasted, the stronger they became, but who was this monster? Michael didn't rush him. The archer panicked. He fired, 3 arrows loosed in frantic succession. Michael's body moved like flowing mist. The first arrow was swatted aside, the second deflected with a turn of his spear, the third avoided with a single sidestep. Then ghost wind steps flared. Michael's body blurred, vanishing from the archer's sight. The youth spun wildly, desperate to find him. Michael reappeared at his back, the bone spear already thrusting. The blade punched through the archer's spine, emerging from his chest. His bow fell from limp fingers as his body dissolved into golden light. Hunter eliminated, +1 to all stats. Just like the first challenge, the trial didn't drag on endlessly. This time, it was when the number of participants dropped to a certain number. The moment only 50 participants remained, the entire fog-drenched battlefield froze and every survivor was yanked upward in a pull of white brilliance. Back in the real world, every broadcast had long since cut away from the examination feed. No channel was still streaming the trial. They were only permitted an hour, sometimes an hour and a few minutes at most. There was no way they could dedicate hours of live airtime to a single, sealed exam event. Still, the buzz hadn't died down. Clips of Brian's brilliance, of Michael's shocking teleportation, and other spectacular moments from other participants, each replay spread like wildfire across feeds and discussion forums. Back in the white space, Michael knew none of this. The world of mist collapsed, and once again, he was standing in that endless, sterile white void. His spear and other items were gone. A panel shimmered open before him. Congratulations. You have passed the second round of the college entrance examination. Tomorrow's event will be detailed by your examination officers at your assigned center. Michael let out a slow breath. He didn't take the first congratulatory panel seriously. To him, this entire second half of the second round had been nothing but a mess, a forced charity run disguised as an exam. The kind of challenge that felt more like the organizers needed warm bodies for entertainment value rather than a true measure of skill. The second panel, though, sparked a flicker of curiosity. That one he would think about later, once he was back outside. With nothing more to do in the sterile white void, Michael let the light take him. His presence in the virtual space unraveled, and soon his original body lying in the pod stirred. His eyelids lifted. The harsh blue glow of the pod lights met him as he slowly sat up, joints stiff from the hours of stillness. Blinking, he realized immediately how empty the room was. Rows of pods stretched out in silence, their lids shut tight, most already vacated. Only 2 remained occupied. His own, and one other. By the exit door stood a staff member in a neat blue jacket, arms folded, eyes half bored but attentive. As for the other figure, Michael's gaze lingered, and recognition came slowly. It was a somewhat familiar figure, but not a stranger either. It was one of the boys who had approached him before the round started. Both of them had stood out as high-level awakeners even among their peers. And now, it seemed this one, the slightly stronger of the pair in terms of levels, had made it to the very end of the second round alongside Michael. That in itself was no small feat out of thousands of awakeners sitting for the supernatural college exams in Aurora. Only 50 had survived the culling. This should have carried more weight, but Michael knew the truth. The virtual space had crippled a lot of participants. Many had been eliminated because of the strict limitations of the trial, which meant there might very well be awakeners who were far stronger than some of the last 50 survivors, but who had fallen early for reasons known to them. Michael's eyes flicked toward the other youth, who shifted as if he meant to approach. Their gazes met for the briefest moment. But before the boy could move, the staff member by the exit straightened and stepped forward. "Congratulations to the both of you. You've successfully completed the second round of the examination." He offered a nod before continuing, "Please follow me. The others are already gathered." Michael rose without a word, the stiffness of his limbs rolling off with each step. The other youth fell in behind him, silent, and together the 3 of them walked through the quiet corridor until they emerged into a familiar chamber, the waiting room where they had stayed before entering the virtual space. The atmosphere inside was heavier now. Dozens of chairs lined the space, and in them sat their fellow awakeners. Michael's eyes swept the room quickly. He spotted faces he recognized almost immediately, the other boy from that initial pair, now seated and straight-backed, his eyes flickering with relief when he saw his friend return. Further off, the trio from Bright Academy were gathered together, but something else caught Michael's attention. The high-level martial artist among them, the arrogant one who had looked down on everyone before the trial began, was avoiding his gaze. The boy's chin was dipped, his eyes skittering anywhere but toward Michael as though the briefest glance might ignite confrontation. Michael's lips twitched in faint amusement. For a second, he held the boy's gaze when it flickered up, but when the other quickly looked away, Michael dismissed him entirely. Silently, he chose a seat for himself off to the side. Now, there was nothing left but to wait. The room hushed as another staff member entered, and every candidate present knew that the next words spoken would decide what tomorrow would bring. The last day of the college exams. The staff in the blue jacket cleared his throat once everyone was settled. His voice wasn't booming, but it carried easily across the room, filling the silence. "First, congratulations to all of you for reaching this stage." His eyes swept the room, resting briefly on Michael before moving across the rest of the awakeners. The staff continued. "Regardless of what happens tomorrow, you can be assured of this much: every one of you will gain guaranteed entry into at least a cultivation academy." That announcement drew a mix of expressions. "However," the staff said, his tone firm, "if your goal is an Awakeners Academy, then I suggest you do your best tomorrow. Only those who achieve rank 2 qualify. This much I believe you guys are already aware of." The weight of his words pressed across the room. Rank 2 wasn't something casually achieved. Only those who awakened a year or 2 ago looked calm while helplessness plastered the face of the awakeners who awakened 3 months ago. Michael sat quietly, his gaze resting on the staff but his mind ticking elsewhere. Guaranteed entry into a cultivation academy. That was nice, but meaningless to him. Settling for the minimum was never in his plans. Awakeners Academy, that was where he figured the true opportunities lay. The staff let the silence stretch for a moment before he spoke again. As you should already know, since it was announced within the virtual space, tomorrow's round will mirror today's trial. However, it will not be in a simulated space. It will take place directly within the land of origin. A few brows furrowed across the room. Among awakeners, the name carried weight. The staff lifted a hand. Do not misunderstand. While the realm itself is immense and it will be impossible for any of you to deliberately group up or gather at a single location, there is no need to be concerned. He went on. Based on the information we've received from the Council, each of you will be issued a key for entry. This key will be delivered to your registered email tonight. Without it, you will not be able to enter tomorrow's space. His words sharpened the attention of everyone present. Even Michael tilted his head slightly. Alongside the key, the staff added, you will also receive a list of the academies open for your applications. This is not limited to awakeners. Even those of you who will instead be entering cultivation academies, like some of you who aren't at rank 2, will see the options available for you. Of course, the man said with a faint smile, a few of you may already have received private offers, but you'll need to wait till tonight to know. This is how the process has been conducted for years, though I've been told the method may be changed from next year onward. For you, however, nothing changes. Be ready. Prepare yourselves. Tonight you'll receive your key and your list. Tomorrow, we'll decide the rest. Michael sat quietly through it all, his face calm, but his mind alert. Aside from the news relating to the land of origin, he already knew a bit of the others. The staff spoke a little longer, covering small details. Nothing too elaborate. Finally, he straightened his jacket and gave a slight nod. That's all for now. Get some rest. Tonight you'll receive your key and the academy list. Tomorrow will determine the path you walk for years to come. Dismissed. Chairs scraped quietly as the gathered youths began to rise. Some left in groups, muttering to each other with nervous excitement. Others slipped away in silence. Michael stretched once. Without another glance at the bright academy trio, or the arrogant martial artist who still refused to meet his eyes, he made his way outside. The sky above Aurora was painted in hues of fading orange, the sun dipping low as the evening breeze cooled the streets. The gates of Bright Academy loomed tall behind him as he stepped out. Michael dug into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and powered it on. He had switched it off before the trial, not wanting distractions. Now, as the screen lit, he thumbed through the ride-hailing app with half a mind to call a car. The weather was nice, but he was too lazy to walk home. It wasn't fatigue, his body was perfectly fine. He just didn't feel like moving more than he needed to. But the moment his phone reconnected to the network, it practically vibrated itself out of his hand. Ping. 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 Notification after notification flooded the screen in a relentless stream. His brows furrowed. Michael blinked, stunned, as the alert counter climbed past dozens, then hundreds. What the hell? Curiosity prickled at him, and without thinking, his thumb tapped one of the icons. His social media app opened, only to show an absurdly high notification count of new followers. Hundreds at a time or thousands. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. For the first time since stepping out of the trial, Michael's calm cracked into something else, shock laced with wariness. What happened? He muttered under his breath. The notification counter didn't slow. If anything, it kept climbing at a dizzying pace, the pings layering over each other until the phone almost felt hot in his palm. Michael's frown deepened. He swiped quickly to his profile. Followers, 3, for him his breath caught. For a second, his grip almost slipped. He blinked again, half convinced he was seeing things. 3.4 million. Michael just stared at the number, the glow of the screen reflecting in his eyes. It was absurd. beyond absurd. Previously, his account was practically a ghost town, followed only by classmates, a handful of acquaintances, and maybe a couple of randoms who liked a post or two. But this was something else. For the first time in a very long while, something outside the supernatural world managed to completely throw him off balance. His thoughts scattered. His usually steady composure cracked, leaving him blankly staring at a number that didn't make sense. Michael swallowed, his thumb hovering uncertainly over the screen. His first instinct wasn't the exam broadcast. Instead, a brief, irrational worry wormed its way into him. Did I get hacked? The vibration didn't stop. Michael almost pocketed the phone again when another ping cut through, different from the rest. A message. He glanced down. The sender's name made his brows rise. His cousin. The message was short, just one line, "Great one, unfollow everyone but me." Michael blinked. He exhaled slowly, his thumb hesitating before tapping out a reply. "Do you know what's happening to my account?" The reply came almost instantly, as if Lily had been waiting for his question. "Because you're famous, duh." Michael's brows pinched together. His fingers tapped quickly. Famous. Why? The typing dots appeared, vanished, then returned before her answer popped up. "You were on the broadcast today. The public one. Everyone saw you." Michael froze, his thumb hovering above the screen. His mind flickered back to the exam hall, to the Federation's earlier announcement that they'd be expanding public awareness. Now, half-realization struck. A sharp thread of confusion still wove into his chest. He knew the Federation had been trying to involve the public more in supernatural affairs, but what did he have to do with that? Michael leaned against the academy gate, phone still vibrating faintly in his grip as the notifications rolled on. His reflection shimmered in the glassy screen, face calm, but eyes betraying the storm underneath. What he didn't know was how far the Federation had gone this time, nor how spectacular he had been in the eyes of millions. For the first time in their life, they got introduced to part of a deep section of the supernatural world, with him being one of the brightest nodes. Now, his name was everywhere. Michael still didn't know the full picture of what was happening, but fragments of ideas clicked into place. But he didn't want to think about it now. His body wasn't tired, but his mind felt heavy. For now, the only thing he wanted was to get home. He pushed off the academy gate, thumb moving across his phone to the ride-hailing app. The familiar icon opened, and a car was assigned in seconds. The screen pulsed with neat blue lettering. AI driver, arrival in 2 minutes. Michael slid his phone back into his pocket, still feeling the faint vibration of incoming notifications like a heartbeat against his thigh. He ignored it this time. He had already realized why it felt like more eyes than usual were lingering on him when he stepped out of the academy gates. It wasn't paranoia. The sudden fame explained it. The car arrived almost noiselessly. Michael ducked in, settling into the seat. The interior was cool and clean, the faint hum of the engine barely noticeable as the car pulled away from the curb. Outside, Aurora's evening lights shimmered to life. Towers glowed with holographic signs, drones zipped across the skyline, and traffic pulsed in clean, automated lines. Michael leaned his head back against the seat, eyes half closed. He didn't bother checking his phone again. The car glided through the city on silent wheels, carrying him away from Bright Academy. Michael arrived home not long after, the AI-driven cab pulling smoothly into the quiet residential block. He let himself in, slipped off his shoes, and collapsed onto the sofa in his sitting room. Lily was already there, perched on the arm of the sofa like she owned the place, her legs swinging with barely contained energy. The glow of her own phone lit her face, and her eyes shone with the kind of excitement. Look, this one's going viral fast," she said, shoving her phone at him before he could even lean back properly. On the screen, a video clip played. It was him, Michael, in the second trial. His second fight, the one where he faced off against 3 others. The clip wasn't raw feed. It had been cut, polished, overlaid with music that swelled dramatically right as his spear clashed against the shield. Slow-motion effects emphasized the moments where his movements blurred like mist, and where his spear tore through the chest of his opponent. Michael stared at it in silence. He couldn't deny it. It looked good. Better than he remembered it feeling, even. The camera angles, the replay loops, the cinematic filters, it was like something out of a drama rather than an exam. The clip ended with a freeze frame of him standing tall, mist curling around his frame. Lily practically bounced beside him. "Do you see this? You look like a total badass. Everyone's eating it up. You're trending across half the feeds in Dawn State." Michael tried to keep his expression neutral, but a small twitch pulled at the corner of his mouth. Inside, though, his thoughts were racing. Aurora might have been different from Earth in so many ways, the monsters, the Awakeners, the Federation, but the Internet. The Internet worked exactly the same. Clips, edits, hype, and virality. It all spread like wildfire. Michael leaned back into the sofa, arms crossing slowly as he watched Lily flick to another clip. His name, his face, his fights, they were everywhere. It wasn't only him, though. He saw a lot related to Brian too, which almost ruined his mood. Lily didn't stop. She flicked to another clip, this time of Michael's clash with Brian. The editors online had gone wild with it. "Look at this." Lily burst out laughing. "They've already started calling you the Phantom Spear." "And Brian," she giggled, "Brian's the Crimson Tempest." "Oh, so edgy." Michael groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Lily." She leaned closer, grin wide. "Come on, Phantom Spear. Don't pretend you don't like it." That was the last straw. Michael stood up slowly, his expression calm but his eyes dangerous. Lily's grin faltered. "Wait. Brother." Michael cracked his knuckles. "You've got too much free time, Lily." Her squeal rang through the apartment as she bolted for the hallway. Michael gave chase, deliberately stomping louder than necessary as if announcing doom itself. Lily's laughter echoed back, bright and teasing. "You'll never catch me, Phantom Spear." Michael smirked despite himself, lunging just as she reached her bedroom door. Lily slipped inside at the last second, slamming it shut with a triumphant click of the lock. The apartment eventually quieted. Lily had locked herself in her room, still laughing on the other side of the door, and Michael returned to his. He had contemplated showing her why he was called Phantom but gave up the thought later with a smile. Moments later, he was sprawled on his bed, phone balanced loosely in his hand. Michael finally opened the app again. Followers, 3. 8M. Michael exhaled slowly. It was still insane, but compared to earlier, it was slow. A 400,000 increase from his last check, but the rate had obviously slowed. Oddly enough, that made him feel relieved. He set the phone down on his chest, staring at the ceiling. In the end, this frenzy would pass. Once people realized there was no reason to keep following him, they'd lose interest. At least that was what Michael thought. He had no idea just how much Aurora was about to change. Michael reached for his mail app next. His inbox was flooded with the usual, but there was nothing from the Education Council yet. Too early, I guess. Michael shut the phone, set it aside. With that thought anchoring him, Michael drifted into rest. Back in the land of origin. After finishing the last set of papers for the day, documents he had stubbornly refused to carry over after the morning delay had pushed his schedule back, Michael finally exhaled in relief. At least now, with his ability to operate in 2 bodies, the burden wasn't as suffocating as it once was. Office work was torture. No, any kind of work was torture. But official duties belonged in their own special grade of misery. Fortunately, it wasn't his full attention being consumed. One body functioned more like a soulless automaton, grinding through the workload, while his true focus rested elsewhere. That made the endless bureaucracy somewhat bearable. His thoughts drifted back to the cause of that morning's delay. With a subtle breath, Michael reached into the depths of his soul and drew something forth. It was a palm-sized coffin. The damaged coffin of the Forgotten. His only epic-grade item at the moment. And not just any epic-grade item, an extremely high one, standing at the very peak of its tier. With just one more evolution, it would step into an entirely new grade altogether. As for how many evolution points that would require, Michael didn't even dare imagine. Evolving a 3-star extraordinary rank item into a 1-star epic grade had already demanded roughly 3,200 evolution points. The cost beyond that was unfathomable. Still, for now, it was enough. Just like with his Venomfang spear, Michael had also refined this 3-star epic grade item. At basic mastery, the object refinement art allowed only 2 refinements. He had chosen to use them on his spear and his coffin. The spear, because it could become useful to him again. The coffin, because, among all the items in his possession, none could compare to this 3-star epic grade treasure. Yet, it was only after refining the spear that he realized how shallow his control over the coffin had truly been. The object refinement art was clearly not meant solely for evolving items, it was also about mastery, about control. The difference was obvious with the spear when he refined it. With the coffin, before refinement however, control had been far less clear. Only now, with true control in his hands, did Michael grasp just how miraculous an epic-grade item could be, and how simple his earlier thoughts on its value had been. Damaged Coffin of the Forgotten, 3-star epic-grade item, Effect 1, Eternal Call, upgraded summon an undead from the Netherworld. The summoned creature's rank may equal the user's highest contracted undead. The summon remains for 24 hours or until destroyed. Requires massive energy consumption proportional to the summoned creature's level. Effect 2, Gate of Death, laying within the coffin allows the user to transfer their consciousness into the Netherworld. Effect 3, Gravekeeper's Claim, passive if the user is killed, the coffin anchors their soul, allowing resurrection after 10 years in a random location in the Netherworld. Usable once every 100 years. After the third resurrection, the item will be destroyed. Effect 4, Sepulchre Dominion, the coffin exerts dominance over undead in its vicinity. All undead within a 500-meter radius receive a temporary increase in power, plus 20 fan tram stats, plus 1 ability tier, while hostile undead suffer suppression, minus 20 fan tram stats, weakened skills. Effect 5, Soul Interment, the coffin can store the souls of defeated enemies. Up to 7 souls may be bound at once. Bound souls can be offered to strengthen existing undead, refined into energy to empower one summoned undead temporarily. Effect 6, Warden of the Forgotten, passive the coffin resists all attempts to erase, sever, or control the user's undead contracts. In addition, once per month, the coffin can nullify any soul or mental-based attack or possession directed at the user. Compared to the item's previous state, the difference between then and now was heaven and earth. Take the first effect, for example. On the surface, it seemed almost unchanged. Yet in truth, it had evolved beyond recognition. No longer limited to summoning creatures one rank below his strongest, the coffin could now bring forth an undead on the same rank. That single change meant everything. If Michael could shoulder the crushing energy cost, he could potentially use the coffin to call forth the temporary rank 3 undead. And that was only the beginning. Putting aside effect 2 that remained the same, the third effect, Gravekeeper's Claim, had also gotten an upgrade. Where before it promised only 2 resurrections, now it granted 3 chances across centuries. 3 was nothing short of terrifying. Then came the new revelations, the coffin didn't even have until refining it. 3 new effects making the damaged coffin of the Forgotten now have 6 effects. The fourth effect, Sepulchre Dominion, allowed him to exert a field of control around his undead. Allies grew stronger, enemies weaker, all within the coffin's shadow. With his already strong undead, with the coffin they only became even stronger. The fourth effect also turned him into a nemesis to his own class. The fifth, Soul Interment, was perhaps the most sinister. The coffin could bind the souls of the fallen, keeping them like fuel. 7 slots, each one a potential weapon, a resource to refine, or a brutal offering to empower one of his summons in battle. The implications were staggering. And finally, the sixth effect, Warden of the Forgotten, a shield. Far more effective than the earrings he had on. It would protect his contracts, his bindings, even his very soul from interference. Mental threats meant little now. Once per month, the coffin itself would defy any such attempt that his means couldn't handle. Michael's fingers lingered on the coffin's edge, his eyes narrowing slightly. Before refinement, he had underestimated it, thinking of it as just another powerful tool. Now, with real control flowing through him, he understood. The damaged coffin of the Forgotten was no mere item. The good news didn't stop there. Beyond the listed effects, there were subtler applications, abilities that hadn't even been recorded in the coffin's panel. Michael suspected this was because they were not direct effects but rather extensions of control he'd only unlocked through refinement. For example, he could now change the size of the coffin freely. From palm-sized, like the miniature resting in his hand at this very moment, to something far larger, the upper limit still unknown. It made the item far more convenient to carry, though in practice, it wasn't of much use since he could store it in his soul space anyway. Another revelation was even more staggering. The coffin now possessed its own storage space. An inner world the size of an acre, far larger than the storage space his mark provided him. As for whether it could hold anything aside from non-living things which Michael was particularly interested in, it was unknown. Michael exhaled slowly, the corners of his mouth tugging in something between wonder and grim satisfaction. Compared to its previous state, the difference was heaven and earth. The item had gone from useful to incredibly useful. Michael turned the palm-sized coffin over once, intent on teasing out anything else it might be hiding, when the tug of attention from his other body snapped taut. A new email had just landed. He blinked, split his focus, and let his awareness slide into his original body. The phone vibrated once more and lit the room with a cool glow. From Education Council, Examinations Directorate Subject, Academy Application. Michael sat up, thumb already swiping it open. The email opened with ceremonial politeness. Dear Candidate Michael, congratulations on advancing to the final stage of the examination. We wish you success in tomorrow's last round. Important, due to the nature of the final round, your participation now proceeds through an academy-based format. This means individual academies will administer your last examination module and scoring. To be seated for the round, you must first apply to at least one academy track. Michael's eyes slid down the page. How to apply, read carefully. 1. Log into your exam portal. A new tab labeled Academy Intake has appeared. 2. Paste the corresponding link, below, into the available space inside the Academy Intake tab, Cultivation Academies, portal / apply / cultivation Awakeners Academies, portal / apply / Awakeners 3. Complete the application. You may submit to both tracks if eligible. 4. You will receive application decisions within a few hours. Michael let the screen's glow dim slightly as he absorbed the information. This was the final, academy-based round. 2 paths, cultivation or awakeners, each with its own exam, its own metrics. Michael narrowed his eyes as he stared at the email again. He had been expecting 2 emails, one for the academy applications, and another that would deliver the access key for the land of origin, just like the staff member had mentioned before they left Bright Academy. But there was only this one. Michael scrolled back to the top. To be seated for the round, you must first apply to at least one academy track. Then it clicked. The key hadn't come yet. Because it couldn't. Not until he applied. Michael let out a quiet, dry laugh and muttered, "Of course." The staff had never explicitly said there would be two separate emails. Michael had just assumed they'd arrive independently. It seemed you applied first. Then, if you were accepted, you were issued your key. That explained why the application email had arrived first and not the access credential. As for the application method itself, Michael already knew a bit, thanks to the Federation's chokehold on supernatural information, even on the Supers forums. People who wanted to enter a supernatural academy only learned more during the college exam window, like now. The Federation's control was total. He couldn't deny its efficiency, the way they had managed to keep Aurora looking normal. Too normal. People went to school, worked jobs, complained about bills, streamed their shows, and argued over politics, while just beyond the curtains existed monsters, awakeners, and entire zones steeped in supernatural threat. But the more he thought about it, the more it grated on him. Maybe it was because he came from another world, one where the idea of hiding the truth at this scale would have sounded insane. Here, it was simply how things were done. Yet to him, it felt less like governance and more like management, like the Federation was rearing domestic animals in a cage called Aurora, clipping their vision so they wouldn't realize how large their world truly was. It wasn't that Michael disagreed with all of it. He wasn't naive. He understood why the Federation kept certain things under wraps. History itself had proven what happened when the supernatural was too involved in the lives of ordinary people. Those were lessons hard learned. But to the extent that even the names of schools were hidden. That wasn't protection. The fact that aspiring students, future cultivators, awakeners, guardians of humanity, couldn't even know where they might study until a government-issued email arrived during the exams. It was a level of control that bordered on absurd. To be honest, Michael also felt the Federation needed to change. But what could someone as insignificant as him do? He was just trying to get to school and know more about the world he found himself in. Michael's thumb hovered over the open portal button. He logged in and focused on two tabs on his dashboard, Academy Intake and Offers. He clicked Academy Intake first. 3 options appeared: Apply to Cultivation Academy, Apply to Awakeners Academy. It wasn't difficult to understand what each meant. If he chose the first, he'd step onto the cultivation path. Cultivation academies also accepted Awakeners. If he had failed to reach rank 2, this option and Offers would have likely been the only options available to him. Even though he was also at rank 2, it didn't stop him from choosing to attend a cultivation academy if he wanted to. Of course, Michael would not do this. He was suspicious of the potential advantages that could be available if he chose this path, but that didn't mean it was necessarily good. The second option was the natural choice for someone like him, an Awakener. And the third. That was for invitations. The kind the staff member at Bright Academy had hinted at earlier. Michael hesitated only a moment before tapping Offers. A new window slid open, and the screen immediately filled with Academy crests. Michael saw a total number. He was shocked as he hadn't expected this many, but when he went to check the list, he noticed a large part of it belonged to cultivation academies. Michael scrolled down the Offers board, his brow tightening. 42 crests. More than half of them belonged to cultivation academies. But every single one of them only carried 2 buttons beneath the emblem: Accept, Decline, no blurbs. No descriptions. No information at all. Michael exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting down. Among the 42, only 8 were Awakeners Academies. That number, though small, was enough to settle something in his chest. As long as one of them fit him, it was direct entry. But the relief didn't erase the frustration. Just like the cultivation academies, these offers also gave nothing away. accept or decline. That was it. If he wanted more information, he wouldn't find it here. Michael wasn't the type to gamble blindly. His thumb slid back, exiting the offers board. The list of options returned, stark and simple. Apply to Cultivation Academy. Apply to Awakeners Academy this time. He tapped the second. A new window slid open. The layout was similar, but immediately, Michael noticed the difference. Unlike the offers page, each academy here carried detailed descriptions, histories, specialties, and so on. Michael leaned forward slightly, eyes sharpening. Michael skimmed through the lists for a while, eyes narrowing as he began to notice a pattern. There were far more academies than he had expected, 30 in total, and they weren't simply scattered or equal. They were ranked into 3 stages. First rank academies. Second rank academies. Third rank academies. Michael didn't know the exact criteria that went into these rankings, but his instincts told him it wasn't arbitrary. Power. Resources. Techniques. Connections. Possibly all of those things. Michael leaned closer to his screen as he read through the little blurbs of history and description provided for each. Still, Michael wasn't here to drown in details. He focused on what mattered, the offers. Of the 8 Awakener academies that had extended invitations to him, only one bore the crest of a first-rank academy. The rest were split, 3 second rank and 4 third rank. Michael's lips pressed into a line. He wasn't stupid. If he could skip the last round of exams entirely and walk into a sure admission, he would. But now that he knew about this ranking system, there was no question about it. He wanted only the best. His thumb hovered over the glowing crest of the first rank academy, eyes sharpening as he pulled up its details. Academy name, Verant's Edge. Michael's eyes locked onto the name. Verant's Edge. Something about the crest, an obsidian spear bisecting a silver sun, caught his attention. Maybe it was the spear. He tapped it. The page loaded. Verant's Edge established, 130 years ago, rank, first tier location, secure zone, Haven Ridge Nexus, Eastern Aurora. Verant's Edge stands as one of Aurora's oldest and most respected Awakener academies. For over a century, it has produced some of the most powerful Awakeners in history, many of whom still occupy key leadership roles in the Federation. Michael raised a brow. This school seemed to have quite the heritage. Dimensional crack access, 4 times rank 4 dimensional cracks, 2 times rank 5 dimensional cracks with stable control and protective regulation around these rifts. Students at Verant's Edge receive real combat training and steady growth. That alone was a huge deal. The brief history of the school didn't catch his attention much. What really hooked him were the dimensional cracks. This was the first time Michael found out that entities other than the Federation could control them. That fact alone made him pause. Dimensional cracks were resource troves, even lower-ranked ones. For any academy to claim ownership over cracks, much less high-ranked ones, meant they had the power to enforce dominance, secure the area, and regulate it without collapse. Michael's eyes lingered on the description, 4 times rank 4 dimensional cracks, 2 times rank 5 dimensional cracks. He felt a cold thrill. Rank 4 cracks corresponded directly to the 4th stage in the cultivation power system, the master rank. That meant they were infested with rank 2 monsters. But the rank 5 cracks, those were worse. They corresponded to rank 3 monsters, and the gap between rank 2 and rank 3 was nothing short of a chasm. And this academy had 2. Michael's lips tightened. It was one thing to claim controlled rank 4s, but rank 5 cracks. It meant that somewhere within Verant's Edge, there were Awakeners, teachers, or perhaps even the academy itself, powerful enough to enforce order in places the Federation itself often struggled to contain. The thought gave him pause. He'd seen a lot in the land of origin already, and he had his Undead Legion as proof of how far he'd come. But the sheer fact that an institution dared tame not 1 but 2 rank 5 cracks painted a clear picture. Verant's Edge wasn't just strong. It was monstrous. Michael leaned back slightly, his thumb hovering over the glowing crest. For the first time since logging in, his heart gave a faint, anticipatory thrum. He continued. Specialization, none. However, due to the presence of the Academy's supreme treasure, the elemental atrium core, a student deemed exceptionally promising may be granted the chance to form a symbolic pact with an elemental spirit. Michael's eyes sharpened further. He didn't know what this meant, but it sounded precious. Michael thought hard. Verant's Edge looked like one of the strongest academies in all of Aurora. On paper, he was the one who should be wondering if he met their bar, not the other way around. Maybe it was the broadcast. In any case, good news was good news. Without hesitating further, Michael hit accept. A confirmation pane slid up, cool and clinical. Confirm acceptance, Verant's Edge. He tapped confirm. The crest pulsed once, obsidian spear through silver sun, then the page updated. Status, accepted next. Await Academy email. He backed out to the dashboard and noticed a small line he'd ignored before. Applications to academies require selecting a minimum of 4 academies. So that was the catch. If you didn't have offers, or didn't like your offers, you had to shotgun at least 4 choices. But with a first-rank acceptance already locked, none of that applied to him. The 4-pick headache evaporated. Michael exhaled. He returned to the offers tab out of habit. The Verant crest was now grayed with a tiny lock icon. Several other Awakener crests dimmed. He then closed the portal. Now there was only one thing to wait for next, a response from the Academy. Hopefully, it would go well. Just as Michael was about to relax, back in the land of origin, a knock came from the other side of his door. Michael's brows furrowed. At this hour. He sat still for a heartbeat, his senses stretching outward like a ripple across water. His perception swept through and pressed against the aura on the other side of his door. When it registered, he blinked. It was her. The dark elf assassin. After so many days, she was now back. Michael had ordered her to check on the other lords under his command, and it had been days since then. To some extent, he was even almost about to forget her. If it wasn't for the contract they shared, he would have thought she had died or ran away. However, the latter was also impossible as long as the contract between them existed. Michael leaned back slightly, one brow rising as the door eased open. Lyra stepped in, her dark robes whispering against the floor, the same flowing garb she always wore. Michael tilted his head. "Do you not have mercy on your master? To visit me so late instead of letting me have peace." The corner of Lyra's lip twitched upward. She scoffed softly, though her voice was level when she replied. "Do you despise my presence so much?" Of course not," Michael said after a pause. "But night is for resting. I'd love to keep it that way." Lyra's eyes glimmered faintly in the dark as she countered without missing a beat. "You weren't resting. Not even close. That's why I came when I sensed your presence still awake. Also, it's not that late. The day is still quite bright outside." Michael pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling through it. "Just because I wasn't resting doesn't mean I wanted to do anything else." Lyra's lashes lowered, just enough to hide the quick, treacherous roll of her eyes, before she schooled her face back into that marble-like calm. She knew better than to let it show. The man in front of her held her life on the thinnest of threads, and though he seemed in a mood light enough to tease, she didn't mistake that for familiarity. Her tone turned solemn. "I have completed the assignment you gave me." Michael's gaze sharpened. "Were you detected?" Michael stared at her. Lyra stepped closer, the hem of her robe whispering over stone. "Per your order, I checked on the other lords. There were 8 noble houses in Thornvale, 1 viscount, 2 landed knights, and 5 barons. The viscount's territory was the seat Michael occupied now, nominally ruling the whole of Thornvale, on the surface, that is. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Before Michael's arrival, the domain was rotten through and through, and the silence from the 7 other houses for days made their stance plain. They did not take their new lord seriously. Lyra began with the knights. 2 landed knights hold hereditary grants by deed, she said. In nobility, knights can be considered part of the upper class through significant deeds. Of course, money can also buy such titles at times. They are nobles, technically, but at the very bottom of the noble ladder. Lyra lifted a gloved hand, counting first. The young one, Sir Kylin, has just inherited his territory a year ago. He's relatively clean. Then a second finger. The old one, Sir Halvern, is corrupt. Michael's eyes thinned. On paper, Blackmere is self-sufficient with farming, yet his ledgers show coins flowing like a river. His personal guard wears etched steel. Strength and riches do not align with his land. Michael cursed inwardly. Another parasite. Move on to the barons. Compared to the knights, the barons were bigger fishes. Lyra's mouth flattened. All 5 barons are corrupt, she said. Michael drummed a finger on the desk. No exceptions. 2 are noteworthy, she allowed. Not for virtue. For strength. His gaze lifted. Why? Personal cultivation, Lyra said. Both sit at the advanced stage of the knight's path. That is far beyond what you normally find in barons. Baron Alric of Greyfield. Baron Maddox of Redridge. Michael didn't say anything and just nodded. Good work, Michael said at last. Go and rest for now. Lyra inclined her head. Yes, my lord. Find Liao or Ace. Tell them I said to give you a room in the manor. I'll call you later for a fuller debrief. Understood. Lyra stepped back. Dismissed. Lyra melted into the corridors dim like a shadow remembering where it belonged. The door clicked shut. Silence returned. Michael rubbed at his temple. Thornvale was rotten to the core. No use trying to fix everything at once. Do what you can do. Step by step. Michael's attention drifted back to the epic-grade item weighing on his soul. He reached in and called it forth. The palm-sized coffin settled into his hand. At a thought, his awareness slipped through the seam like mist. The inside bloomed in his mind's eye, a low, windless expanse under a ceiling of gray, sullen cloud. Dark soil, fine as ash, heavier than loam, stretched about 2 kilometers in every direction, marked here and there by pale, half-buried sigils like old gravestones worn flat. No horizon. No sun. Just a steady, even gloom. This was the storage space within the epic-grade item, the damaged coffin of the forgotten. Michael flicked a finger and pulled a potion from his own storage. With a mental nudge, he placed it not in his palm but in the coffin's field. The bottle winked out of his hand and, in the inner landscape, simply appeared. It dropped the last half-inch and kissed the soil with a soft tap, settling upright. Michael's eyes narrowed. He reached out and picked the potion bottle back up from the coffin's inner world, and when it reappeared in his real-world palm, his brows lifted slightly. There was a faint dusting of black soil on the bottom of the bottle. The texture was the same as what he'd seen in the coffin's space. Michael's lips pressed into a line. His gaze flicked toward the item in his hand as he wondered if the space in the coffin was like a mini-world. Did it have air, though? Michael exhaled, his mind drifting deeper into the bond he shared with it. Michael knew he could go inside if he wanted. The knowledge wasn't taught, it was simply there, as if the coffin itself had whispered it into his soul when he refined it. Michael hesitated. A spatial world. That I can enter. He stood from his chair, placed the coffin on the desk, and glanced once at the door. Silence. His breath steadied. Then he willed it. In an instant, his figure vanished, like smoke folding into smoke. The palm-sized coffin slipped from the air and landed softly on the wooden floor of the study with a muffled thunk. Then Michael willed it. In an instant, his figure vanished, like smoke folding into smoke. The palm-sized coffin slipped from the air and landed softly on the wooden floor of the study with a muffled thunk. Michael opened his eyes to an entirely different world. He was standing in the coffin's realm. Just as before, the sky above him was layered in unmoving gray clouds. There was no sun, yet everything was bathed in a cold, even light, like the memory of dawn without the warmth. The air was still, thick, and silent. Michael inhaled. It was real. It smelled faintly of ash, with the barest tinge of ozone. He looked around. An acre of cracked, dark soil spread out in all directions. A coffin. That was also a world. Truly worthy of an epic-grade item. Michael crouched and brushed his fingers over the soil. It crumbled like packed ash but felt cold and dense. There was no wind. No distant horizon. The edge of the space faded into gloom, and even as he extended his senses, he couldn't touch a boundary. Then he turned slowly in place, absorbing everything. This wasn't just a storage item. This was a domain. And for now, it was his alone. Michael inspected himself and subconsciously thought that since he was unaffected, his undead would be too. Then he paused as an idea came to him. Without hesitation, Michael spread out his arms and 5 huge magic circles appeared on the ground. A significant amount of mana was consumed, and from the circles came 5 huge creatures: Lucky, Prince, Gale, Beginning, and Lily. For the first time since their evolution, Michael summoned his 5 rank 3 undead. The moment they appeared, Michael felt the air shift. The sheer presence of his 5 creatures warped the space around them. They were massive. Not just tall, but wide, dense, and powerful in a way that made the surrounding soil tremble slightly beneath their weight. Lucky was the first he noticed. The wolf now stood like a living nightmare, 9 meters tall and covered in sleek black fur with jagged gray stripes running down his sides. His frame had thickened, his bones elongated, and his back now supported leathery, dragon-like wings folded neatly. But what caught Michael's attention most wasn't the body, it was the eyes. Green pupils. Sharp, intelligent, and filled with a primal will. Not the dull gray of undeath. It wasn't just Lucky. Prince, his loyal second, had transformed into a majestic creature. 7 meters tall, with deep green and gray fur layered like scaled armor. The thick mane that crowned his head shimmered faintly with mana, and like Lucky, his once lifeless eyes now held green pupils that gleamed faintly in the coffin world's light. Michael turned. The griffin. A fusion of eagle and lion, Gale towered lower than the others at 5 meters in height. His feathers were obsidian edged with silver, and his lion half radiated tension like coiled muscle. Green eyes met Michael's for a moment, and the creature bowed slightly. Michael's lips twitched. Then came the Goliaths, Beginning and Lily. They were not monsters in the traditional sense. They looked human. But only in shape. 8 meters tall, male and female, bare-chested, with skin like polished stone and glowing veins of faint green energy running across their bodies like living tattoos. They radiated presence. Not just mass, but dominance. Their eyes too were alive. Michael took a step back, slowly absorbing the sight. All 5 creatures stared down at him. None of them moved without his permission. Even with that much power, they still waited for his word. They were still his. Michael's heart beat faster in excitement. A slow grin stretched across his face. "Good," he said softly. "You've all grown beautifully." Prince lowered his head slightly. Lucky's tail flicked once, stirring dust. Michael stepped closer, weaving between them like a general among commanders. Michael's gaze lingered on the Goliaths, beginning and Lily. Even standing still, their very presence radiated oppressive strength. Each stood at a towering 8 meters tall, yet this was just their default. Michael's curiosity grew. "Let's start slow," Michael muttered. He turned toward beginning. The male Goliath stood tall, arms folded across a chest like a fortress wall. Michael lifted a hand. "Beginning. Grow for me." There was no verbal response. But beginning heard. The ground beneath beginning's feet cracked slightly as his form surged upward. Slowly, but steadily, he rose. 8 meters. 9. 10. 11. The change wasn't grotesque or exaggerated. His proportions remained the same, arms still symmetrical, chest still broad, spine still straight, but his size was increasing without effort. His skin even seemed to harden with every passing moment, taking on a faint shimmer like tempered steel. Michael's eyes stayed locked on beginning as the towering figure continued to rise. 12 meters. Then 13. The dense, black soil beneath his feet gave a quiet crack, barely audible, but Michael heard it all the same. Beginning's body swelled with smooth inevitability. 14. 15. 16. 17. The soil around beginning's massive feet fractured further, subtle spiderwebs of cracks splintering outward. 18 meters. Each additional meter now came slower than the last. Michael's lips twitched. And then it stopped. The Goliath stood tall. Monolithic. Michael took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "You can stop there." Beginning knelt on one knee, a motion that shook the earth slightly, and dropped his height by half in an instant, but even kneeling, he was bigger than any other creature. Michael approached. He stared up, craning his neck, and marveled at the scale. Even in a world where monsters could consume buildings and awakeners leveled battlefields, this was something else. "You were named Beginning," he said quietly, "but you might be the end of many." A faint grin touched his lips. He turned slightly toward Lily, who watched in silence from the side, her glowing eyes steady. Michael stood before Beginning's massive kneeling form and let the silence stretch a little longer. Then he lifted his hand once more. "Reduced to my size," he said simply. He expected the change, at least from Beginning. But what happened next made him still. All 5 creatures began to shrink. Not just Beginning. Not just Lily. Lucky's towering, draconic wolf frame compressed inward, his dense, muscled form lightening as his massive limbs folded and narrowed, bones shifting without sound. Gale's massive wings folded tighter, his leonine haunches shrinking smoothly beneath his feathered bulk. Prince's armored fur lost none of its sheen, but diminished in scale. Within seconds, the towering monsters became more manageable. Michael's brows lifted. He wasn't shocked that Beginning and Lily could do it. They'd demonstrated size manipulation before, but the others. Then realization hit him. His eyes flicked toward the panel in his mind, the interface that governed their awakened abilities. There it was. A skill shared by all 5. Skill, transformation allows the user to assume an alternate form. Michael's gaze remained fixed on the 5 figures now standing at human scale, but his mind wasn't settled. The skill description, allows the user to assume an alternate form, didn't seem to have anything to do with size manipulation. And yet, all 5 of them had responded to his command to reduce in size. Even the 3, Lucky, Prince, and Gale, who had never shown size manipulation ability before. Michael slowly crossed his arms, suspicion forming like mist behind his eyes. Could it be something else? Michael narrowed his gaze. He remembered how all Rank 2 Awakeners gained flight as a passive threshold. And now, watching his undead shrink in unison, the thought formed clearly. What if rank 3 monsters could inherently manipulate their size? Maybe not endlessly. Maybe not beyond their maximum. But beneath it. Yes. That seemed likely. The transformation skills sounded like something else. Michael turned his gaze toward Prince. The powerful wolf now stood poised at 7 feet tall. Michael raised a hand, voice steady. "Prince," he said, "return to your previous size." There was no delay. The earth beneath Prince's paws shifted. And then he grew. Fur rippled. Bones expanded with fluid power. Mana surged like a storm through the creature. In seconds, Prince was once more the hulking beast that had bowed before him just moments earlier, massive, armored in scale-like fur, standing nearly 7 meters tall. Michael's lips curved faintly as he steadied Prince. Then he gave another firm command, bigger. Grow more. Prince's pupils glimmered with green light before he slowly shook his massive head. Michael said nothing. Instead, he turned toward the others, Lucky and Gale. Increase. The two did just as instructed. But when it came time for them to increase past their original size, they couldn't. That limitation gave Michael pause. It still didn't prove that the ability wasn't tied to the transformation skill. The lack of upward scaling could simply be a feature of the skill. Maybe he had been overthinking it. After all, both Beginning and Lily had their traits by nature. Perhaps their ability to manipulate their size had clouded his judgment. Still, there was a way to confirm the truth. A direct method. Thanks to the system interface, any skill, whether learned or granted, could be used instinctively once it was recorded in one's panel. Which meant there was no need to experiment with guesses. Just use the skill. That would answer everything. Michael's eyes narrowed. "Use transformation," he ordered. His voice rang out clearly, laced with authority. The change was instant. All 5 undead responded at once, and the sight was something else. It wasn't just size. This wasn't merely compression or expansion. Lucky, Prince, and Gale began to shimmer. Their hulking beastly forms lost mass in waves, reshaping as if chiseled by invisible hands. Within seconds, their new forms stabilized. Lucky now stood as a tall young man with long black hair cascading down his back, streaked with hints of gray that resembled the fur he once bore. His eyes remained the same, green pupils. Faint ridges ran along his back, barely visible where wings used to sprout. Prince looked like a young man in his early 20s too. His silver-gray mane had become shoulder-length hair and faint fawn-like protrusions curled from beneath his lips. Gale, the griffin, had taken on the form of a tall dark man with dark hair and dark wings at his back. His eyes still mirrored a hawk's. A noble presence radiated from him. They looked human, but not quite. And then, the Goliaths. Beginning and Lily now looked human. Michael stared hard in surprise, his eyes and mouth wide open. They didn't even feel like undead. Only someone extremely sensitive to life energy would notice the difference in his undead. But unless you were trained to see it, they were indistinguishable from real humans. Michael blinked. What sort of monsters have I created? A second later, another realization arrived. These 5 were naked. Even transformed, the skill didn't conjure clothing. And while Lucky, Prince, and Gale bore more monstrous dignity in their partial animal forms, the Goliaths, appearing entirely human, stood bare in front of him without a shred of modesty. Michael clicked his tongue sharply and turned away. "Enough," he muttered, rifling through his storage space. "This is awkward." He pulled out 5 neatly folded sets of clothes, spares he had prepared for Spartan and the humanoid undead he raised. Without needing words, the undead stepped forward and dressed themselves methodically. None of them appeared ashamed. They didn't seem capable of embarrassment, at least not yet. But the moment they clothed themselves, something did shift. They looked more complete. Michael crossed his arms and observed them silently. Their transformation in rank 3 had taken things to another level. Not just physically, but mentally. Even now, standing in humanoid form, he could feel their intelligence more clearly than ever. But he wondered, now that they looked human like Spartan, could they speak like him? Michael stared at them one by one, then spoke aloud, slowly. "Can any of you talk?" A long pause followed. "Yes." The voice came from Lucky. Raspy and low. The others followed soon after. "Can speak," Gale said next, his voice smoother. Prince took a moment, then grunted. "Hard. But yes." Beginning and Lily looked at him for a moment. When Lily finally spoke, it was almost flawless. Her voice was soft and elegant. Beginning followed, his deeper tone like rolling earth. Was it because these two spent more time with people, or more specifically, his family, that they were like this? Michael's brows rose again. These 5 had changed indeed. Whether it was the transformation, skill, or just another aspect of their rank 3 evolution, he wasn't sure yet. Still, their words weren't fluent. They could speak. But through their connection, he could tell they still preferred their mental link. Michael was satisfied with his class item. For all the chaos that had unfolded from the evolution of these 5, he had expected that the chance to steady their changes would take a while. But now, here in the independent dimension of the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, he was met with a pleasant surprise. The coffin had also given him more than just a space. Through the deep connection he shared with the artifact, Michael could feel the truth. If he willed it, he could subdue any of these 5. And if that was the case, then this pocket realm was sturdy enough to endure the destructive force of a rank 3 creature. That realization made him realize he could finally test their newfound strength. Michael's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, excitement and calculation blending into one. First, the basics. Physical power. Michael wanted to know exactly how terrifying a rank 3 monster could be. But beyond that, he sought for confirmation. Confirmation that his own growth, his own strength, had reached a level where he could stand toe-to-toe with monsters of this tier. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Master Necromancer. Level, 40. Strength, 487, 75. Agility, 527, 71. Constitution, 535, 92. Intelligence, 650, 92. Attribute points, 150. Michael's gaze lifted toward the 5 towering figures before him. Their bodies radiated oppressive power even in stillness, enough to make the very atmosphere inside the coffin's dimension feel heavier. A faint smile touched his lips. "The first thing we'll test," he murmured, voice low but clear, "is your strength. Defend yourself if you're chosen." The 5 undead shifted subtly at his words, their expressions unreadable but their bodies taut with readiness. Michael let it stretch. 5 seconds. Then he moved. His body blurred into motion. The griffin-turned man barely reacted in time. His hawk-like eyes flared with sharp light as his body twisted, arms coming up instinctively. Even so, Michael's strike passed through his guard with frightening ease, forcing Gale back 8 steps, the impact resounding like a hammer strike against steel. Gale's heels dug trenches into the coffin's floor as he slid back. His arms trembled against the impact. Michael didn't press further. He simply stood there, relaxed, his right arm lowering at ease, as though the blow hadn't even drawn effort. His breathing remained calm, steady, his expression almost casual. Michael tilted his head slightly, his lips curving faintly. On paper, his stats might not have been able to match a rank 3 creature, but as a high human, this changed everything. The strike just now confirmed it. Gale steadied himself, wings twitching faintly against his back as though they longed to flare open. His golden eyes narrowed with sharp predatory focus. Then, With a sudden screech that reverberated through the coffin's dimension, he lunged. Michael saw it coming the moment Gale's muscles tensed. His perception cut through the movement, predicting every twitch, every shift. To Gale's credit, the strike was vicious. But Michael moved faster. His arm snapped up. Gale pressed down, his grip like a vice. Michael felt the force, the raw density of a rank 3 creature. Any lesser awakened would have folded beneath it. Yet he stood calmly, legs rooted, the impact rolling through his frame like it was nothing. Then, with a twist of his wrist, Michael broke the grip and countered. His palm slammed into Gale's chest. The griffin staggered backward, his legs gouging lines in the ground as he fought for balance. Michael didn't stop. He advanced. Gale barely raised his guard before Michael was upon him again. A flurry of strikes followed. Gale blocked most, yet even with his fast reflexes, he was losing ground. For every strike he parried, 2 more slipped past. Michael's movements weren't wild or wasteful. They were efficient. Controlled. The difference between instinct-driven combat and the discipline of a man who had clawed his way through countless battles. Finally, Gale spread his wings wide, a burst of mana flaring outward like a gale of wind. The shockwave forced Michael to halt. Gale launched himself upward, wings beating hard. In a blink, he was airborne, descending with his hands outstretched. Michael didn't dodge. He braced, muscles coiling, mana flooding into his limbs. When Gale crashed down, Michael's arms shot up and caught them. The collision thundered through the dimension, ground fracturing beneath their feet. Michael twisted, heaved, and with startling ease flung the griffin sideways. Gale's body smashed against the ground, skidding across the cracked surface before tumbling to a halt. Silence followed. Michael exhaled once, rolling his shoulders as though he had only been warming up. His eyes narrowed, gaze fixed on the griffin slowly rising to his feet again. Michael rolled his shoulders once more, his lips curving faintly. Again, he said, voice calm but laced with challenge. This time, no restraints. Go all out. The command was clear. He wasn't testing Gale's defense anymore, he was demanding to see the true might of a rank 3. Confidence burned in his chest. He had just manhandled Gale with ease, after all. Gale's eyes flared like molten gold. The air around him shifted, sharp currents whispering against the walls of the coffin's dimension. Then, with a piercing screech, he obeyed. The winds exploded. Michael's expression barely had time to harden before the first blast slammed into him. A hurricane-force gale tore through the space, hurling Michael backward as though his weight meant nothing. His feet left the ground, ribs vibrating from the impact, the air itself biting into his flesh like blades. Michael twisted mid-flight, bracing, but another gust followed immediately, sharper, faster. Invisible blades raked across his body. Pain flared hot as thin red lines appeared on his arms, shoulders, and chest. Michael's back struck the ground with bone-shaking force, skidding him across fractured stone. Air tore free from his lungs in a ragged gasp, blood flecking his lips. Michael's eyes widened. What the hell? He pushed himself to his knees, blood already trickling down his forearm. His constitution absorbed the damage, knitting flesh even as fresh cuts opened beneath the relentless storm. Gale hovered above, wings spread wide, eyes blazing like a sovereign predator. The mana pouring from him filled the dimension with suffocating pressure, every beat of his wings birthing another scything gust. It looked like he was truly going full force, but... Michael gritted his teeth, chest heaving, his body screaming in protest under the invisible assault. His earlier confidence flickered, tempered by the harsh truth of experience. The next gust hit, slamming him sideways, skin splitting along his ribs. Blood spattered the ground in crimson arcs. Okay, stop. Michael's voice cracked through the storm like a whip. Not everyone enjoyed being tossed around like a rag doll, after all. Gale halted midair instantly, wings folding tight as he descended. He landed lightly, then dropped into a bow, his voice low and strained. "Sorry, Master." Michael let out a bitter smile, wiping the blood from his lip with the back of his hand. "It's fine," he said, then narrowed his eyes. "Tell me, did you use your law just now?" Michael recognized this as the greatest shift that came with advancement to rank 3. From his earlier exchange, he had confirmed that rank 3 creatures were physically superior, but raw strength was merely a side effect. The true difference, the true leap, was the awakening of a law. That was where their real power lay. The fact that he hadn't been able to do a thing against Gale's sudden ferocity confirmed it. But what Michael didn't expect was the look of confusion that flickered across Gale's face. "No," the griffin said. Michael froze. His eyes narrowed, shock plain on his features. "No. What do you mean, no?" Gale's expression tightened, brow furrowing as though he was forcing words into a shape that didn't quite fit. Through their bond, Michael could feel the difficulty. The undead wanted to explain, but the concept slipped through him like water through open fingers. Michael's heart gave a hard thump. With hesitation, his voice low, he pressed, "Can you use your law?" A pause stretched, heavy. Then Gale's golden eyes sharpened, and certainty settled in his tone. Michael inhaled once, steadying himself. "Then use it." The words had barely left his mouth before his instincts screamed. A chilling prickle swept down his spine, every hair on his body rising. All around him, transparent waves, like ripples across an unseen pond, spread outward from Gale, silent, almost invisible. At first, they did nothing. The ground didn't crack. The air didn't howl. But Michael's body reacted. Thin, searing lines appeared across his arms, his shoulders, his chest. Fresh wounds opening as though carved by blades he couldn't see. Blood welled and slid down his skin in crimson streaks. His breath caught. His heart hammered once. "Stop!" Michael barked, his voice sharper, harsher this time. Instantly, the ripples vanished. The world stilled. Gale lowered his head, the aura dimming as quickly as it had come. Michael stood frozen for a moment, blood dripping from his fingertips, his body trembling from realization. So this is law. Michael hurriedly pulled up Gale's law description. A translucent panel flickered into view before his eyes. Law of severing wind, seed, wind sharp enough to carve through space itself. This law generates cutting force that ignores physical boundaries and defenses. Connected to the law of destruction. Michael's gaze lingered on the words. The corner of his lip twitched. Severing wind, he muttered under his breath. No wonder. Michael seemed to grasp something about laws, but its true nature remained distant, like a star behind clouds. One thing's for sure. Laws are powerful, Michael muttered. What I don't know is if all laws are equal. Or if some are inherently stronger than others. And if they are ranked, then where does Gale's law fall? Regardless, it was definitely strong. At this point, Michael could confidently say that in terms of raw physical strength, he could probably match early-stage rank 3 creatures. But when it came to laws, rank 3s held the clear advantage. Especially now, facing Gale, who had just revealed his law, it was obvious. Michael hadn't gone all out yet. He hadn't used any skills or tapped deeply into his mana reserves. But even so, he couldn't ignore the disparity in presence. He wasn't strong enough to overlook all rank 3 creatures. Not yet. But when it came to rank 2, Michael's confidence remained unshaken. Curious about the nature of laws, he turned his gaze to the 4 undead floating in the air. It was only now he realized that at rank 3 monsters gained the natural ability to fly. Whether this made naturally flying monsters comparatively weaker, he didn't know. Michael's attention shifted back to beginning, and he gave a short mental command. Come down. The air rippled as the human-like undead descended. Beginning's form was muscular, chiseled like a statue of a war god. Michael didn't need the panel to remember Beginning's law. It was far too unique to forget. Law of brutal rebirth, seed, born from agony and forged in survival, this law transforms pain into power. Severe wounds trigger powerful regenerative bursts. The closer to death, the stronger the rebirth. Connected to the law of life. Law of life. This was what Beginning's law could be said to fall under. Gale's law was connected to the law of destruction, and though Michael still didn't understand the full nature of laws, from what he had seen, the connection seemed quite fitting. Calling Beginning over was due to the injuries he had on his body. With his mind on the topic of laws, Michael couldn't help but remember Beginning's own. Speaking of his injuries, they were already healing, showing the impressive physical recovery of high humans. Though, it seemed slower than it should have been, making Michael wonder if it had something to do with Gale's law. Michael stood still for a moment, blood still crusted along his jawline, his gaze lingering on Beginning's form as his injuries slowly faded. A small, lopsided smile crept across his face. Rank 3 really was a dividing line. Everything about it seemed wrapped in mystery. Even the system panel itself had changed. Michael turned inward, pulling up the panels for his 5 undead. It didn't take long to notice the most obvious difference. Where once it had shown level, EXP, 23,102 fan 37,000, it now looked like level, 1 fan tram, a level on one side, and a percentage bar on the other. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't something that worried him. He'd already confirmed that killing enemies still allowed them to level up. That much remained. But still, the change weighed a bit on him. He had browsed the forums back in Aurora after the mess with the 5's evolution. He had stumbled upon a few fragmented answers. The idea he gathered was that killing alone wasn't the only path forward again. There were other ways. But none of those methods were clearly listed. And honestly, Michael hadn't paid them much attention. He'd been too busy then. As long as his creatures could still level up through combat, that was all that mattered to him. However, that was a thought for another time. Michael remained focused on understanding what his undead were capable of. Although the space within the coffin seemed capable of withstanding tremendous force, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks, not when he still lacked a full grasp of their current abilities. As a result, he kept his testing moderate for now. Michael, now fully healed, took a few steps back and gave a simple command. Gale. Attack him. Gale's eyes flicked toward Beginning without hesitation. The griffin flapped his wings once, sharp currents forming at their edge. It wasn't cruelty that prompted this order. Beginning's law was, the more wounds he had, the stronger he became. In theory, that meant a near-death Beginning was exponentially stronger than a healthy one. But theory meant nothing without testing. As for injuring Beginning, Michael didn't plan to go too far, just enough to avoid reaching the point where Beginning's energy wouldn't be able to heal him. Michael narrowed his eyes as Gale moved. Gale moved like a blur. The air folded inward around his wings as his body vanished and reappeared above Beginning. But Beginning didn't budge. Michael's pupils contracted. That wind. He remembered the pain that tore through him just moments ago. It was the exact same intensity, one that had bloodied his skin. Beginning remained standing. The burst of air exploded against his body, but not a single wound appeared. No blood, no torn flesh. His thick muscles absorbed it like a mountain meeting the breeze. His clothes did vanish though. Michael's brows drew together. Is his defense just that high? He murmured. Was it something else? Could it be immunity? A wild thought flickered across his mind. At rank 3, were creatures immune to the laws of their peers? No. Maybe a certain level of resistance since they themselves held laws. And wait, Michael muttered aloud. That wasn't a real law attack, was it? He glanced at Gale, who remained in midair. Gale had merely infused his wind with the signature of his law. He was not wielding it. That explained the result. Even though the winds were devastating to Michael, they left beginning untouched, save for the shredded clothes now falling in slow tatters to the ground. Again, he said. Use it properly this time. Just keep it contained. Gale responded with a slow nod. His wings stretched fully, and the air shifted, sharpening, coiling, vibrating with unseen tension. This was the real thing. The wind lashed out like 1,000 invisible blades. This time, beginning staggered. Fine lines appeared across his torso and shoulders, dozens of them. Black blood welled up, bubbling from the cuts like oil. Michael's eyes flicked. But beginning just stood still and silent. The wounds continued to accumulate. Gale didn't hold back much. Strike after strike, wave after wave of wind laced with his law tore across beginning's form. Black blood poured freely now, slick, dark, and thick like ink. It pooled at his feet, forming a spreading ring beneath him. Still. Beginning didn't move. Michael's eyes narrowed. Nothing. Still. But then, it changed. Like a dam cracking under pressure, the shift began deep within beginning's body. Something erupted. A massive pulse of energy exploded outward. The aura that poured from beginning came with a presence so dense it pressed into the dimension like the fist of a god. Michael's body stiffened. His eyes twitched. Mouth parted slightly. This aura. It was stronger. Stronger than Lucky's. Lucky, until now, had always carried the most dominant presence of the five. His aura was wild and primal, a fusion of apex predator and draconic ferocity. But beginning. Michael's breath came shallow. Then, almost instinctively, a thought flashed through his mind. Check his panel. With a flicker of will, he opened beginning's status window. Beginning's level after evolving and advancing to rank 3 was level 55. It was the same as Lucky's, but now it was different. A 5-level increase. That was beginning's current level. What the? Law of brutal rebirth, seed, born from agony and forged in survival, this law transforms pain into power. Severe wounds trigger powerful regenerative bursts, the closer to death, the stronger the rebirth. Connected to the law of life. Was this what the law did? For some reason, Michael felt this still wasn't beginning's limit. With heightened focus, he had Gale increased the intensity of his attacks and kept his gaze locked on beginning's condition. Gale obeyed. Another gust, denser, sharper, sliced through the air, directed entirely at beginning's still form. Each wave of severing wind carried more intent. Black blood splattered again. Dozens more wounds opened up. Some shallow. Some deeper. And all of them bled. Michael watched with sharp eyes. If the earlier surge had earned beginning 5 levels, what would pushing it further do? Michael gritted his teeth. More, he said. Gale surged again, his wings sweeping wide as another blast followed, this time accompanied by a faint howl of pressure cracking space itself. Beginning finally moved. His legs bent. Knees slightly buckled. For the first time since the start of the barrage, he reacted. A shockwave burst from beginning's body like a living explosion. Michael braced instinctively. The entire pocket space shivered. Beginning slowly stood straight again, his posture now absolute. And then came the aura. A second surge. It didn't match the first in violence but in depth. Like a blade that had been tempered after the initial forging. Michael's lips parted slightly. Again. He opened the panel. Undead name, Beginning, level, 60-65 5 more levels. A slow breath escaped him. 10 levels. Just from enduring. He stared, silent, as Beginning's wounds began to seal. Michael wasn't sure if it was healing or transformation. Maybe both. However, like before, Michael couldn't help but wonder if this was Beginning's limit. Not in a hurry to give Gale another order, he checked on Beginning himself. A second later, a strange expression showed on Michael's face. "Gale," Michael called out. "More. Go all out." Gale didn't hesitate. The griffin's wings snapped outward with an audible crack, and the air around him twisted, compressed, then detonated forward in a violent cyclone of razored wind. This time, Gale was going all out. The dimensional pocket screamed. Michael flinched as even from a distance, his skin prickled and flared with phantom pain. The pressure of it alone was nauseating. Beginning took it all. Wave after wave of tearing wind carved across his figure. His flesh split. Muscles twitched, tore, and healed again. 10 minutes passed. Still nothing changed. Michael's brow furrowed. He watched carefully, the tension in his body building. Could it be? Was this truly the edge? The limit of how much the law of brutal rebirth could handle? Gale kept going. If anything, he intensified. Each pulse of wind now sang with higher frequency. Then, finally, the shift returned. It was slow this time. No dramatic burst. No deafening explosion. Just a slow bleed of power that filled the coffin realm like creeping mist. Michael narrowed his eyes. The aura surrounding Beginning began to deepen, less like a spike, and more like an ocean growing vaster by the second. Michael instinctively pulled up the panel again. Undead name, Beginning, level, 65-70. Beginning remained standing, but this time something was different. Michael's eyes narrowed as he noticed thin lines crawling across Beginning's body, not just from Gale's attacks, but from beneath his skin. Black, sludgy, and sluggish, began to leak not from cuts, but from his eyes, ears, and even the corners of his mouth. What the hell? Michael muttered, unease creeping into his voice. This wasn't like before. A backlash. The law of brutal rebirth had always pushed against death. But now, it seemed to be pushing too far. Beginning seemed to be bleeding from the inside. Michael's heart skipped. "No, this is it," he whispered. "This is the limit." He didn't hesitate. "Gale, stop," he ordered, voice sharp as steel. Gale halted in an instant, wings folding inward as his presence collapsed into stillness. The wind died. Silence fell. The aftermath was immediate. Beginning's body finally slumped a fraction, his knees dipping slightly. Michael didn't wait. "Beginning," he said mentally, "stop using your law. Shut it off." There was a pause. Then the pulse of life-bending energy vanished like a snapped cord. Beginning's aura receded all at once. Michael exhaled slowly, his body loosening, his hands lowering from where they had clenched at his sides without realizing. He pulled up the panel. Undead name, Beginning. After Beginning stopped using his law, he returned to his original level. Michael stared silently at the numbers. 15 levels in total. Yet the last 5 had nearly broken him. So it really does have a ceiling, he muttered. A brutal law with brutal benefits, and equally brutal consequences when pushed too far. Michael shook his head, glancing at Beginning, who now stood bloodied but stable. His injuries also healing rather rapidly. Michael couldn't help but suspect it had something to do with Beginning's law of life. "That's all for now," Michael said quietly. Then he turned away, gaze distant. He had learned a lot today. But although he wanted to learn more, it seemed the undead within the coffin could only handle so much. Michael could only glance at the law description of his other undead and make speculations. Law of venomous flame, seed, a hybrid law forged from toxin and fire. Its flames do not just burn flesh, they ignite soul and mana alike, persisting beyond all natural extinguishing. Connected to the law of corruption. Lucky's law. Lily's law came next. Law of devouring bloom, seed, all beauty conceals hunger. This law allows the host to absorb essence from what it consumes, turning it into healing, strength, or even temporary traits. Connected to the law of consumption. He moved to Prince. Law of spectral command, seed, the dead do not rest, they serve. This law enhances mastery over the incorporeal, empowering spirits and undead bound to the user's will. Connected to the law of death. Just as Michael was thinking of what to do next, something stirred in the depths of his awareness. A thread pulled taut. His connection to his real body tugged sharply. Michael's eyes narrowed. What now? His consciousness split smoothly, syncing with his physical self. And at once, he understood the reason. New mail received. He reached over to check what it was, and it was actually related to his choice when he chose his academy. So I still have to take part in the last round of the college exams. Michael had initially assumed that receiving a direct entry offer meant he could skip the third round entirely. But it seemed he was mistaken. Direct entry didn't exempt him from the final round, it only guaranteed that even if he failed to meet the standard cutoff, the academy would still accept him. In other words, he wouldn't be rejected outright. Still, Michael had managed to pick up a few new details along the way. Unlike him, who had already received a direct offer, most applicants had to select up to 4 academies. If their first choice rejected them, their scores would automatically be sent to their second, third, and fourth choices, depending on how each academy graded applicants. And if an Awakener candidate was unlucky and got rejected by all 4 Awakener academies, they'd have no choice but to apply to a Cultivation Academy, where entry was far more lenient and almost guaranteed. So in hindsight, Michael's decision to accept the offer of the top-ranked Awakener Academy hadn't been such a bad one after all. He didn't believe he'd performed that poorly, especially now that he could use his true strength, but a smart decision was still a smart decision. That said, one thing still puzzled him. Why had a first-rank Awakener Academy selected him for direct entry? He didn't think his performance in the virtual trials was all that spectacular. But maybe it was. Maybe being in the top 50 out of thousands of candidates from Aurora was more impressive than he gave himself credit for. Michael rubbed his chin. Now that I think about it, that's quite impressive. Michael's eyes skimmed over the rest of the email. The final round of the Unified College examination will take place within the Academy-allocated territory in the Land of Origin. Access will be granted via the key at the end of this mail. His brows furrowed. That word made Michael pause. He already had a territory in the Land of Origin, but this was different. This wasn't his territory. This was an Academy territory. A territory for Awakeners. It didn't sound like much at first glance, but the implications were massive. Michael leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping against the armrest. The Land of Origin was vast, absurdly so. In his 3 months there, he hadn't encountered a single other Awakener. He'd long suspected that most Awakeners were either scattered far from his location or deliberately hiding their identities to avoid attracting attention. This made it hard to have encounters with one another. An Academy territory meant a centralized place where Awakeners could gather freely. This was an incredible revelation, and Michael couldn't help but wonder how it had been achieved. With a touch of impatience, he scrolled to the bottom of the email. But what he saw there made him pause. This is the key. He had always wondered what this so-called key actually was, especially why it was tied to an email. Until now, he had assumed it would be some sort of physical item he'd have to collect. But the key wasn't a thing. It was a phrase. A strange set of words. Before the strange set of words, there was a note attached. It stated that the words must be spoken within the land of origin, and that, to avoid delays, the user should do so shortly after receiving the email. Michael still found it strange. A key that wasn't a physical object, but a sentence. Even so, he memorized the words carefully. Then, without hesitation, he shifted most of his focus back to his body in the land of origin. Back in the space within the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, Michael watched as the epic grade item slowly healed itself from the harm caused by his and his undead's actions. With a new purpose in mind, Michael no longer wished to linger in the coffin's void. This time, however, he chose not to summon Lucky and the other four back to the Netherworld, allowing them to remain within the space instead. Staying in the Netherworld had always seemed to stunt their growing intelligence, and Michael had a quiet sense that the five themselves would not wish to remain there. And now, there was no need. With his epic-grade item space, Michael could carry them with him wherever he went. Before leaving, he considered whether he should release more of his undead. The coffin's inner world stretched nearly 2 kilometers, which he figured was enough to accommodate them. With a thought, Michael released all his undead. As for what they'd do without supervision, Michael assumed they would remain still and perhaps just stare at the void in silence. Back in his study, Michael picked the coffin from the floor and placed it carefully into his soul space. He did not sit down immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and recalled the words he had memorized. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke aloud in a voice that echoed with ceremony. Divine Lady Geiji, Emperor of the Still Waters. This humble one petitions entry into your noble domain. Michael's vision shifted at once. The familiar walls of his study dissolved, replaced by a strange and boundless scene. Beneath his feet stretched an endless sea of black water, its surface unnervingly still, as if time itself refused to ripple across it. Above him hung enormous spheres of darkness, suspended in the sky like titanic black suns. His breath hitched. Then, from behind him, a voice echoed, calm, cold, and absolute. Approved. Michael's body stiffened, and he spun around sharply. There, standing as though she had always been present, was a woman. For reasons he could not explain, her name surfaced instantly in his mind. The very same name he had just invoked. Michael opened his mouth, words forming on his lips, but before he could speak, the vision fractured like glass. The black waters, the colossal orbs, the woman herself, all vanished. When his vision returned, Michael found himself standing in the middle of a wide, gleaming plaza. The ground beneath his feet was made of pale stone that stretched outward in every direction, etched with faint glowing patterns that pulsed like veins of light. A night sky loomed overhead. In the distance, perhaps 30 or 40 paces away, stood a man who looked to be in his late 20s. His features were sharp but not unkind, and when his eyes met Michael's, the stranger gave him a faint smile and a nod. Still reeling from the sudden shift, Michael blinked and nodded back almost absent-mindedly. Then he froze. Out of the corner of his vision, another figure appeared beside him in a ripple of distortion. The newcomer's expression was one of raw confusion, mirroring the same dazed look Michael imagined was written across his own face moments earlier. Michael's eyes narrowed, his body tensing as he looked around more carefully this time. Across the wide plaza, he saw them, dozens of other figures scattered about, some standing alone in bewilderment, others in small groups, their voices hushed and uncertain. Most of them wore the same look of disorientation. And in that instant, Michael understood. This was exactly how he himself must have entered. Michael kept quiet. Everyone else seemed to be doing the same, staring, listening, waiting. The plaza itself hummed faintly, and every few breaths the air rippled, admitting another person in a brief distortion of light. Numbers kept swelling. After a while, the cadence of arrivals slowed. 1. 2. Then nothing. A few long heartbeats passed. No new ripples. The man in his late 20s, the one who had nodded at Michael first, finally took a step forward. His voice carried cleanly across the plaza without shouting. Good. That should be the last of our cohort. Eyes turned to him. No one spoke. You were brought here by the key, the man continued, calm and measured. Which means two things. First, your application was received and recognized. Second, you've consented to entry into Academy territory. My name is Arlen. An assistant teacher and a level 47 archer. I'm not your examiner. He made a small slicing gesture. I'm just your initial. Don't confuse the two. Arlen let the silence settle, then inclined his head slightly. First of all, welcome to Verant's Edge, First Rank Awakener Academy. His tone was even, but the words rolled across the plaza with weight. In roughly half a day, the final round of the Unified College examination will begin. If you pass, this will be your place of study for the next few years. Now, the next step, Arlen said. Listen once. I won't repeat. He lifted a hand. Step 1, I'll lead you to a temporary dormitory. You have two choices from there. Option A is to rest and wait for the exam to start. Option B is to return the way you came, prepare in your own space, and re-enter through the same key route. If you choose to leave, you must return no later than an hour before your exam start, which is 11 hours from now. Okay, follow me now to your temporary residence. The gathered candidates, still mostly silent, began moving after Arlen, their footsteps echoing softly against the glowing tiles of the plaza. Michael fell into step somewhere in the middle of the group, eyes scanning everything with quiet focus. Floating crystals hovered at regular intervals, glowing gently like lanterns suspended midair. Arlen didn't say a word during the walk. Eventually, they reached a large black structure with no visible doors, until the moment Arlen raised his hand. A section of the wall shimmered, then dissolved like mist, revealing a cool-lit interior with wide halls, marble floors, and beds arranged in rows like minimalist capsules. This is your temporary dorm, Arlen said, voice calm. You'll be assigned individual rooms upon enrollment. For now, this is enough. Then, without any ceremony, Arlen turned to face the group again. Before I leave you for now, there's one more thing I should explain. About her. The atmosphere shifted. Michael didn't need to ask who her meant. The moment Arlen raised his hand and the image of the woman Michael had seen before, shaped from mana, the same one who had appeared when he invoked the key, the one who had simply said approved, appeared. A wave of murmurs rolled through the gathered candidates. Arlen nodded slightly. As some of you may know, this is Vice Principal Gagey. He paused for effect. She is a rank 5 awakener. The moment those words dropped, a ripple of disbelief shot through the room. Wait, rank 5. Above level 100. Isn't that like a demigod? Michael remained silent, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Arlen let the small commotion run its course for a few seconds before lifting a hand. Yes. Rank 5 means she has passed level 100. The room fell into a thick hush. In cultivator terms, Arlen added, tone dry. A rank 5 awakener is equivalent to a demigod realm cultivator. And this, he tapped the panel, is just the vice principal. Someone gulped audibly. Michael tilted his head slightly. If the vice principal was rank 5, then what rank was the principal? He didn't speak the thought aloud, but it echoed in his mind like a quiet bell. Arlen turned to leave. Rest. Prepare. I'll be back in 10 hours. Don't be late. The wall shimmered again, and he disappeared through it, leaving behind a group of wide-eyed, unsettled, and suddenly very aware candidates. This time the door didn't disappear. Michael sat down on the edge of the nearest cot. He couldn't help the smile that tugged at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Rank 3 spanned from level 51 to 75. Rank 4 extended from level 76 to 100, while Rank 5 began above level 100. To Michael, only matters concerning Rank 3 and beyond were worth his attention. Though the power did not come directly from him, which was partly wrong since Undead were technically part of a necromancer's ability, his 5 Rank 3 Undead gave him the confidence to disregard most other Rank 2 opponents. Even setting his Undead aside, his personal strength was far from weak. It might be too much to claim he was invincible at Rank 2, but it wasn't far off. There weren't many who could match him at that level. Even the assistant teacher who had just attended to them, despite being a level 47 awakener, did not stir the slightest sense of threat in Michael. Still, knowing the world was vast and filled with countless unique individuals, he never allowed himself to believe he was the only extraordinary Rank 2. Yet, no matter how unique he was, Michael was nothing but dust before a Rank 5 awakener. In truth, even a seasoned Rank 3 creature could still pose a serious challenge to him in his current state. This goes to show how powerful the powers above him were. And what startled Michael most was that the vice principal was a Rank 5. That raised another question. How strong was the principal? Could they be Rank 6? Did such a rank even exist? And if it did, just how powerful would one be at that level? Of course, it wasn't guaranteed that the principal had to surpass the vice principal. They might also be Rank 5. Still, the thought alone was enough to ignite Michael's curiosity. A Rank 5 awakener was far beyond his current reach, but the knowledge that one stood within the academy only deepened his excitement for the place. If there was more than one Rank 5, then surely the academy housed a significant number of Rank 4 and Rank 3 awakeners as well. Even someone as formidable as the assistant teacher, who at level 47 would be considered impressive elsewhere, could only hold the position of assistant here. That fact alone spoke volumes about the sheer strength and foundation of this academy. Michael whispered under his breath, "I'm not sure how strong the other 9 first-rank awakener academies are. But it's hard to imagine them being much stronger than this. That would be insane." His heart still raced with excitement, but he forced himself to calm down. He leaned back on the cot, letting the buzz settle. Dwelling on it too long would do him no good. After a moment, his eyes began to wander around the temporary dorm. Some of the candidates around him were still shaken from the announcement, most keeping to themselves. Some sat stiffly on the edge of their beds. Others whispered in tight clusters, their voices low and tense. No one spoke too loudly. Michael didn't bother trying to join any of them. He wasn't here to make friends, at least not yet. Observation was enough. The important things would reveal themselves in time. He exhaled softly and closed his eyes, letting his thoughts drift. Michael raised his left hand. There, etched into the skin, was a black tattoo. A sun rimmed with delicate snowflakes. It hadn't been there before. The mark had appeared the very moment he was transported to this place. Michael narrowed his eyes. The design reminded him of his Mark of Origin tattoo, the one that branded his status as an awakener and served as the key to enter the land of origin. Only, this one functioned differently. If the Mark of Origin was his universal passport, this mark seemed to be a localized variation, one that granted passage to another location within the land of origin itself. To think an academy had the power to create such a link. That was impressive enough on its own. Michael flexed his fingers slowly. "Is this," he murmured under his breath, "the means of a being comparable to a demigod?" The thought sent a faint chill through him. He remembered the mysterious realm of black waters and suspended suns, and most of all, the woman who had appeared there. Gage. The vice principal. A Rank 5 awakener. Michael let out a quiet breath, suppressing a wry smile. Whatever lay ahead in this academy, it was already clear, this place was built on powers so high above his current reach they might as well be looking down from the heavens. At the very least, even if this so-called academy didn't function like a traditional school, which he strongly suspected, attaching himself to such a powerful group could only be to his benefit. A thoughtful look appeared on Michael's face. The exam was important, but so was his territory. Vanishing without explanation for half a day could raise unnecessary questions, and Michael wasn't about to let suspicion grow among those under him. At the very least, he had to show his face before slipping away again. With this in mind, he drew in a steady breath, then closed his eyes and focused on the new mark. The strange sun and snowflake pattern pulsed once, as if answering his intent. A beat later, when Michael opened his eyes, he was standing once more in his study room. The air was still, the familiar scent of parchment and ink grounding him instantly. Michael exhaled slowly. He turned to look at his left hand and saw the mark was still there. This meant he could return, except unlike how he returned, this time he needed to go through that ritual again. Michael let his gaze linger on the black tattoo for a moment longer before lowering his hand. He moved toward the chair by his desk and sat down, the wood creaking softly under his weight. Outside the tall windows, the night had already claimed Thornvale. Yet, judging from the faint glow of lanterns dotting the manor grounds, it was still early. His people would not have retired for the night just yet. With a flick of his wrist, Michael reached for the small bronze bell on his desk and gave it a sharp ring. The clear chime echoed through the quiet room. He didn't have to wait long. Barely a few seconds later, the door creaked open and soft footsteps entered. Michael looked up. Surprisingly, it was the same maid who had once tried her luck with him, clumsy in her attempt to show her new lord the wonders of a woman's body, and failing rather pitifully at it. Her face flushed slightly the moment their eyes met, though she did her best to hide it with a practiced bow. "Lord Mike," she said softly, her voice steady despite the faint tension in her shoulders. "You rang." The maid kept her head bowed, but her thoughts wandered. Night made men careless, she had heard, and young lords most of all. Perhaps, if she moved closer. If she spoke softly. Perhaps this time, Michael's expression didn't shift. "Inform the household," he said, voice even. "No one is to disturb me until I call. No one enters the study before then. If anything urgent arises, leave a note with the steward." The hope in her chest deflated at once. She masked it with a deeper bow. "As you command, my lord." She backed away with quiet steps, closed the door, and hurried down the corridor to relay the order. Silence returned. Michael leaned back in his chair, eyes on the window's glass. Lantern lights swayed faintly across the lawn. He glanced at the sun and snowflake mark on his hand. It pulsed once. "At least a day's event," he murmured. "Plenty of time." A soft thud on the window frame broke the quiet. Michael turned as an owl slipped through the gap in the casement and landed on the edge of his desk. Its eyes, silver with a darker ring, regarded him with a familiar, unblinking patience. "Wisdom," Michael said. The mutated owl clicked its beak once in greeting. Since arriving in Thornvale, Wisdom had grown restless. With Michael limiting outside activity, the bird had taken to flights within the boundary of Michael's and Jester's sensing range. That had been the compromise. But now, where Michael's physical body would be absent, he didn't feel safe leaving this treasured bird alone. Michael studied the owl for a heartbeat, then closed his eyes and weighed the options. Leaving Wisdom here unsupervised was a risk he didn't need. Decision made, Michael brought out his epic-grade item. Damaged coffin of the forgotten. Inside, Michael told Wisdom, his voice low. "Don't worry, you'll be out soon." The coffin space had air, so it should be able to contain life, and truly, among the still undead, Wisdom moved around as usual. Michael exhaled. One less thread to worry about. He rolled his shoulders, settling the last of his thoughts. He stood, turned toward the center of the room, and the mark on his hand warmed. Divine Lady Geiji, Emperor of the Still Waters. This humble one petitions entry into your noble domain. Light thinned. The steady receded. And Michael moved to step between worlds once more. When sight returned, Michael found himself in his previous spot back at the dorm, much to his disappointment. He wanted to inspect that special space again where the vice principal was, but that seemed to have been a special occasion. Michael let his eyelids drift shut, posture slack like he wanted to take a nap. Inside, his focus slid downward into the small, cool weight tucked in his inner pocket. A ripple answered him, wry and silken, more texture than voice. Present, master. Yes, Jester was with him. That fact alone told Michael some things. The vice principal's power had brushed over him directly when he invoked the key. There was no chance she had missed Jester's presence. A rank 5 awakener, the kind of existence comparable to a demigod, would have sensed even the faintest foreign entity clinging to his body. And yet, Jester remained. That could only mean one thing. Permission. Jester was permitted to be with him. Though as an unconventional undead, Jester was indeed a valuable one. Except it was still unknown if he would be able to do anything in the last round of college exams. Back in Aurora, while Michael lay in the dorm with his eyes shut, the world outside the academy stirred with noise. The Federation sent out the unreleased video clips of the second round of the examinations, the ones the public hadn't been able to see before. The Federation's purpose was clear: awareness. They wanted to show the public that the supernatural wasn't some distant, mysterious force hidden behind closed doors. It was a path the younger generation could aspire toward. Yet, as effective as the reveal was, it was still only a spark. Sparks faded. They needed a fire. That fire came in the form of the Federation's next announcement. The news broke across every channel: a new sporting program was about to begin. The Federation was calling it the Supernatural Exhibition League, a structured competition that would highlight power in a way the public could consume, debate, and worship like any modern sport. To start, celebrities with minor but noticeable supernatural power had been chosen. Musicians, actors, and influencers, people whose faces already drew attention. According to the reports, they would undergo training for the next month before debuting in a series of regulated matches. But the most explosive part of the reveal wasn't the concept, it was the money. Networks were bidding absurd amounts for exclusive broadcasting rights. Sponsorships flooded in from corporations eager to plaster their brands beside supernatural combat. Analysts on the news shows claimed that the league, if successful, could rival even the most profitable sports on the planet within a year. Numbers tossed around ranged in the billions. The idea was indeed a novel one. Commentators across Aurora wasted no time dissecting it, calling it the Federation's attempt to bridge the gap between everyday society and the supernatural. It was said the league would exist in two forms. The first was the virtual circuit, a carefully regulated battlefield where the majority of the matches would take place. A virtual reality field just like how the second round of the college exams was conducted. This would allow combatants to push their abilities to their limits in environments generated to mimic real danger, without the same risks that came with unrestrained supernatural clashes. The second was the reality circuit. This would be the stage for the finals. Here, the spectacle would be raw and unfiltered, with contenders facing off in specially fortified arenas designed to withstand the devastation their powers could unleash. Here, anyone who could afford the tickets could watch it live. A sport that could be consumed as both game and reality, offering safety and scale in the virtual circuit while preserving the awe and spectacle of true combat in the finals. But for all the excitement, much was still being kept under wraps. How the players would earn from the league was one of the biggest unanswered questions. Rumors swirled that the income would eclipse even the highest-paying sports in the world, football, racing, and so on, but for now, nothing concrete had been revealed. More details would come, but only when those involved were ready to announce them. Until then, the public had to be content with anticipation. Lily sat cross-legged on her bed, the pale glow of her phone projection painting her face in shades of blue. The image hovered above the screen, a translucent panel showing the chatter of her school group. Lines of text flickered in rapid bursts as her classmates debated furiously. Most of the boys were already obsessed with the Supernatural Exhibition League, their excitement spilling into half-baked predictions and jokes. "Did you guys read the fine print?" one message read. "This whole thing isn't really for awakeners, it's tailored to cultivators." Dozens of notifications stacked on top of each other, each a variation of the same point. The league, at least for now, was being presented as a cultivator's sport. Awakeners. Left uncertain. Some speculated that another version might be created in the future, one that gave awakeners their own stage. Lily stared at the scrolling conversation, her lips pressing into a thin line. She wasn't really concerned with whether it was a cultivator's sport or an awakener's sport. What caught her attention was something else entirely. Another announcement the Federation had released stirred the group into an even louder frenzy. "It's a new game," one of the boys typed, his words flashing bright against the projection. "They said it'll be a dual type. Anyone in Aurora can play it. Even ordinary people." That one line had the chat exploding. "It's not just for fun either," another added. "The whole system's designed for cultivators." "But they said anyone can enter." A third voice chimed in, "There'll be a leaderboard. Top players will get noticed. If someone with the right connection sees your name, you could be picked to join the league." The effect was instant. The boys in her group were already comparing it to childhood dreams of becoming football stars. The money. The fame. The possibility of being plucked from obscurity into the spotlight. For cultivators, it was the perfect bait. For everyone else, it was the first step into believing they could become more. It was the same fantasy nearly every boy had once had, imagining himself on the pitch, the crowd chanting his name, his life transformed by talent and recognition. Except now, the fantasy wasn't limited to a ball on grass. This was grander. This was supernatural. And Lily. Lily happened to be one of those swept up in the tide. Her cousin had always forced her to cultivate. At first, she complied because it was easier than arguing, and because she too wanted strength, though her desire never burned as fiercely as his expectations. Thanks to Michael's support, she never lacked resources. But cultivation was a slow road, and even with every advantage, she knew it would take her at least half a year to reach the threshold of becoming an official cultivator. Until now, that had always seemed distant, something she could take at her own pace. But this changed things. For the first time, Lily felt a hunger gnawing at her insides. The kind of hunger Michael would have been glad to see far earlier. The image of herself standing in an arena, her name climbing the leaderboard, her face broadcasted across the continent, millions watching, millions cheering, burned bright in her mind. Would she one day step into the league? Would she be worshipped like her cousin was? It was only a thought. But it was an exciting one. The messages kept piling in, a blur of speculation and bravado. Lily read them all in silence until the words began to blur together. Her fingers tightened around the edge of her phone. With a quiet exhale, she let the projection fade and set the device aside. It slipped from her palm and dropped onto the bedspread with a dull thud. Her eyes wandered across the room. They stopped on the object leaning against the far wall, a simple wooden sword. For a long moment, she just stared at it. Then, without another thought, Lily rose from the bed and crossed the room. Her hand wrapped around the worn hilt, the familiar weight settling into her grip. She stepped out into the backyard, the night air cool against her skin. The grass was damp beneath her feet, the silence broken only by the distant chirping of crickets. Lily raised the sword. The first swing wasn't perfect, her form stiff from lack of practice. But she didn't stop. She swung again. And again. The rhythm came slowly, her body loosening as repetition took hold. The blade cut through the air with quiet whooshes, her breath falling into cadence with the motion. Sweat beaded on her brow, but she ignored it. For the first time, cultivation wasn't just a duty pressed on her by family or her cousin. It was hers. Her lips curved into the faintest smile as she tightened her grip and swung harder. Lily's rhythm faltered. Out of the corner of her eye, something tall and still stood by the garden hedge, an armored figure washed in moonlight, visor turned her way. It was one of Michael's undead. Her cousin had left several undead to watch over the house with two simple orders: protect family, heed their commands. Time among people had sanded their edges a little. They moved less like puppets now, responded to tone as well as words, and could hold brief, clipped conversations. Not human, but not mindless either. Lily lowered her sword and lifted a hand, beckoning. You. Come here. The knight obeyed, metal sabotants whispering across stone. Up close, his armor was clean but scuffed, the kind of wear that spoke of duty rather than show. A longsword rode his hip, sheathed. Let's practice, Lily said, tapping the wooden blade against her shoulder. From within the helmet came a voice, flat, but not hostile. For safety, I will require a wooden sword as well. Right. Wait here. She jogged to the storage shed, pawed through a barrel, and returned with a second practice blade. As she handed it over, she couldn't help a small, private smile. She'd done something Michael rarely bothered with. She'd given most of the manor undead names. Names made them easier to speak to, and easier to like. Garnet, she said, decision made. That's yours. The visor dipped a fraction. Acknowledged. They took their marks on the lawn, 5 paces apart, blades raised. Lily exhaled, settled her stance, and stepped in first. Wood clacked against wood. Garnet absorbed the blow with a neat parry, no wasted motion. Lily circled, tried a feint, then a low cut. He shifted, meeting her strike with the same measured calm. There was no malice in him, only precision. Don't just block, she said between breaths. Press me. Garnet obeyed at once. His next touch wasn't a tap, it was a test of balance. Lily slid back, adjusted her guard, and felt something switch on inside her, a quiet, bright thread of focus. The repetition that had bored her minutes ago sharpened into a game of choices, angle, timing, footwork. She grinned despite herself. They moved through exchanges, highline parry, riposte, inside bind, disengage, cut, a brief clinch of crossed-wood before both stepped away. Garnet's strikes were clean and contained, never reckless, but he adapted, edging closer to Lily's speed as the bout went on. Better, she puffed, flicking sweat from her lashes. Again. They went again. Minutes stretched. Crickets sang. Somewhere, a neighbor's dog barked and went quiet. Lily's shoulders burned, her calves hummed. One last exchange, Lily slipped inside Garnet's guard and tapped the breastplate over his heart. Point, she said, breathing hard. Garnet lowered his sword. Point acknowledged. Lily laughed, short and pleased, and stepped back to reset. As she lifted her blade, 2 more figures, another knight and a lighter-framed guard materialized at the edge of the yard, drawn by the sound of practice. They stood at ease, helms tilted as if curious. You'll get names too, Lily called to them, chest rising and falling. After I beat Garnet again. Statistical likelihood of repeat outcome decreasing, Garnet intoned. We'll see, Lily said, and launched forward with a spark in her eyes. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Back in the land of origin, Michael, unaware of Lily's sudden fire, waited out the hours without fuss. He dozed with his eyes half closed, communed idly with Jester when the mood struck, and let the quiet of the temporary dorm settle into his bones. 11 hours crept by. The wall to the dorm rippled like oil and parted. Arlen stepped through exactly when he'd said he would, the same composed half-smile on his lips. Arlen swept his gaze once across the room. On your feet, Arlen said, tone even. A hush fell. Cot stilled. Michael rose with the others, eyes clear. Arlen spoke. I want to clarify some things for you guys. There are roughly 30 Awakener academies recognized by the Federation. They're grouped into 3 ranks, first rank at the top, then second, then third. This examination is academy-based in execution but unified in scope. That means all first-rank academies, ours included, run their finals concurrently. The same goes for second rank and for third. Different sites, same standards, same clock. Judging is performance-weighted. You do not need to survive to the end for consideration. If you burn bright, then the board sees it. Points measure much, but not all. So stop fixating on crawling across some imaginary finish line. His mouth ticked, almost a smile. Put on your best show, and make it honest. A few shoulders eased. Someone exhaled too loudly, caught themselves. Arlen continued, crisp as a metronome. In 1 hour I will return and escort you to the exam site. Between now and then, eat something light, stretch, center. Check your seals. If you intend to leave and re-enter via your key route, this is your last moment to do so. His gaze brushed past Michael, paused a beat, then moved on. One last thing, Arlen added, I'll be back in 60, he said. Don't be late. He then left. The wall sealed. 60 minutes passed like grains slipping through glass. When the wall rippled open again, Arlen stepped through. This time he wasn't empty-handed. Over one arm he carried a stack of folded garments, each marked with the Federation's crest. He handed the bundles out one by one, precise as a clerk counting coin. Change into them now, Arlen instructed. The robes identify you as candidates and ensure the adjudicators read your performance properly. Without them, you are invisible to the score matrix. Don't test it. Michael unfolded his robe. He slid into it without fuss, the cloth cool against his skin, settling like water poured from a steady jug. For a moment he felt the faintest pressure, as if the robe acknowledged him. When the last robe settled onto the last pair of shoulders, the room quieted. Arlen let the silence hold for a heartbeat before he spoke again. Good. All of you, listen. His gaze swept the rows of candidates. During your waiting year, more students were brought in. That's why our number has swelled. As of this moment, there are 200 of you. Arlen's tone didn't shift. Understand this clearly. This academy has no slots. Out of these 200 awakeners, 50 may enter, or none, or all. If 200 of you rise to the level demanded, 200 will pass. If only 10 of you prove worthy, then 10 will pass. If none. He let the sentence trail off, his eyes flat and steady. The whispering stilled. Every candidate understood. Arlen clasped his hands behind his back. Of course, if you can pass the exam objective, it's more or less a guaranteed entry, so don't focus too much on performance even if it's just as important. Arlen let that sink in, then pivoted sharply toward the wall. His palm pressed against the smooth surface, and it rippled outward like disturbed water. Follow me, he said simply. 200 pairs of feet shuffled into motion. Michael walked near the front. Everyone marched in silence. Soon, they reached their destination. Floating just beyond them were 10 portals. Arlen turned to face them. For the first time, his expression softened, if only slightly. I don't know what you'll face in there, he said. What I do know is every one of you will be tested. That's enough. The rest is up to you. A ripple of unease spread through the crowd, but Arlen's voice cut through it clean. Good luck. He stepped aside, arm sweeping toward the portals. The candidates didn't need more prompting. The air thickened with tension as groups began dividing themselves. 20 per portal, an unspoken agreement as people counted and adjusted, slipping into place. Michael's gaze lingered on the nearest portal. Then, as if on some silent cue, the first wave of students surged forward. Michael adjusted his sleeves, calm as ever. When his turn came, he stepped forward without hesitation, the blue light spilling across his features. And then he was gone. Darkness wrapped Michael like velvet, no floor, no sky, only a cool, depthless void. For a heartbeat, he thought the portal had failed. Then a familiar ripple stirred against his ribs. "Master," Jester murmured from the pocket he occupied. Relief burst Michael's spine, and Snap caught a breath later when a voice slid into his mind. "Candidates," a woman said. "In 1 minute, the unified examination for first-rank academies will begin." Michael's eyes narrowed. The timbre was unmistakable, the same pressure he'd felt in the Black Waters, the same austere poise. Did this voice belong to Vice Principal Gagey? "This round is called the Isle of 100 Keeps," the voice continued. "There are 2,000 of you, from first-rank academies across the Federation. The site is an island. Upon it stand 100 castles. Each castle hosts from 1 to 40 candidates. Your objective is simple: protect your keep and raise an enemy's. Enemy sharpened like a blade in the air. An enemy keep is any castle other than your own. Destroying one enemy keep is sufficient to pass your academy's admissions threshold. The examination ends when 50 castles remain standing." The voice faded, leaving only the hush of the void and Michael's own breathing. 2,000 candidates. 10 academies. If his academy fielded 200, odds were the others had matched the number. Michael counted in his head, 5, 6, 7, wondering how long a minute would be when darkness shattered like glass. Air roared past his ears. He was suddenly high above a vast island, clouds tearing around him. Below sprawled ridgelines and forest, and, scattered like chess pieces, stone keeps and crenellated walls. One keep in particular burned with a steady auric glow, a beacon even at this altitude. All around him, silhouettes tumbled out of the sky, candidates blinking into existence, hanging for a heartbeat like tossed coal before catching themselves. To the naked eye, they were like ants. However, as Rank 2 awakeners, every one of them could fly. Soon, many found their target and dashed towards them. Michael didn't hesitate. Mana surged through him and his weightlessness shifted into a razor-straight vector. The sky cracked with a dry boom as he cut a line toward the luminous keep. Candidates nearby flinched at the sound and the blur that made it, robes snapping in his wake as he blew past them, overtaking 3, then 5, then a whole knot of flyers who thought they were fast until just now. Gasps chased him, small and incredulous, already falling away behind the thunder of his acceleration. Stone rushed up to meet him, then steadied under his boots. Michael alighted atop the inner curtain of the glowing keep. The instant his soles touched stone, a translucent pain bloomed before his eyes. He stilled. For a heartbeat he wondered if the academies had found a way to splice into the Awakener system itself. The thought died as he read the header. His mouth twitched. Of all things, he hadn't expected this exam to trigger one of those rare prompts. The pain sharpened, lines of light etching into legible script. Quest, Keeper's Mandate Role, Protector Primary Objective, Prevent the Destruction of Castle 37. Pass Condition, Raise greater than or equal to 1 enemy castle. Roster, Protectors, Michael's brows lifted a fraction. What sort of bad luck is this? Michael frowned, the corner of his mouth tightening as he read the panel again. So it really was only him. Of course, he muttered under his breath. Even here, my bad luck follows. The tension knotted in his chest for a moment before he exhaled. He forced his frown to ease, his face returning to calm. Complaining was pointless. It is what it is. He closed the panel with a thought. Fortunately, Michael was no ordinary awakener. If there was one thing he didn't lack, it was numbers. His mind brushed the damaged coffin of the forgotten inside his soul space. With a thought, the artifact manifested before him. "Come," Michael whispered. The coffin lid groaned open, and shadows spilled out like smoke-given flesh. One after another, figures crawled free. 20 in total, each a rank 2 undead. They were not his prized companions like Lucky or Gale. These were the rank-and-file minions, faceless and unremarkable compared to his elites. But to anyone else, even one such creature was an opponent. Michael's expression didn't shift, though a flicker of grim amusement brushed his thoughts. He hadn't expected to show his hand so soon, but the examination had made its choice. Michael let his eyes linger on the undead arrayed around him. He folded his arms, weighing his options. Should he leave now? Go hunting for an enemy keep? His lips pressed into a thin line. Tempting as it was, rushing out blindly didn't seem wise now. There were 100 castles scattered across this island, and even with 2,000 participants, 50 had to fall before the trial ended. That wouldn't happen in minutes. This was surely going to take a while. Not worth burning energy early, he murmured, almost to himself. Michael steadied the horizon, watching for streaks of light that might betray incoming opponents, and in the meantime, let his thoughts drift. How vast was this place, really? The island stretched far beyond the visible line, forests and ridges sprawling like an entire territory unto itself. Was it a real place in the land of origin, hidden and repurposed for the exam? Or was it conjured from nothing, spun into being by powers high above him? Michael tilted his chin upward. Clouds drifted slow and heavy, their undersides lit faintly by the glow of the keeps scattered below. Everything felt real, the stone beneath his boots, the wind tugging at his robes, even the scent of damp sea salt in the air. Michael narrowed his eyes. Conjured or not, he said quietly, it doesn't matter. A castle's still a castle. And anyone who comes for mine. The 20 undead shifted again, scraping faintly as they tightened formation. We'll break against it. What Michael didn't know, though he suspected, was that the participants were being watched. However, it wasn't by the principals, whose attention was reserved for the very end, but by the teachers. Rank 3 at minimum. In a certain location, a man in deep navy robes leaned forward. His eyes, sharp as blades, tracked Michael's lone figure standing on the keep's battlements surrounded by undead. A soft exhale slipped past his lips. Unfortunate. He shook his head slowly. To be alone in this round wasn't just difficult, it was cruel. Most castles had groups to share the burden of defense. But Castle 37 had drawn only one name. One unlucky soul. That lad won't last long, the teacher muttered, though his gaze lingered longer than he intended. And fortunately he did, because the next sight made him raise his eyebrow. This particular teacher was not from just any academy. He was from the very first rank academy Michael had chosen to accept his offer from. In the Awakener academies, order mattered as much as power. The structure was strict, layered like the bones of a fortress, principal at the peak, then vice principals, followed by heads of departments, their deputies, then the teachers, the assistant teachers, and finally the students. But the weight of each position was never the same across academies. It scaled with rank. In a first-rank academy, the principal was always at least a rank 5 Awakener, sometimes more. The vice principal might stand at rank 5 as well, or at worst a strong rank 4. Heads of departments and their deputies were often rank 4 too, though the weakest among them would still be a solid rank 3. Teachers were rank 3 at minimum, their assistants no lower than a powerful rank 2, often rank 3 as well. But in the second or third rank academies, the difference was stark. There, a principal could be a rank 4, or even rank 3 if the foundation of the academy was thin. The gulf between ranks wasn't only about resources. Even cultivation academies did not escape this truth. Power was still the measure. As for this teacher, he was no exception. A level 63 awakener, he was one of the teachers assigned to monitor the applicants' performances in real time. His task was simple: watch, record, and make notes. And so his gaze lingered on Castle 37, where one boy stood alone. At first, his expression was pity. But then, as the teacher saw the coffin materialize, shadows spilling forth like smoke, his brow lifted ever so slightly. 1, 2, 5, 10. 20. Rank 2 Undead, arrayed in silence. The teacher's lips pressed into a thin line. Humph. Not ordinary after all. What had seemed like bad luck a moment ago now looked different. At first glance, the teacher could tell the boy's class revolved around the dead. As an old hand, 3 paths came to mind immediately: necromancer, death knight, and puppeteer. 1 rare, and 2 special. Puppeteer did exactly what the name implied: pull strings. Corpses could be used, yes, but seasoned puppeteers preferred materials that scaled, alloys, enchanted woods, stitched constructs that could be torn down and rebuilt stronger. Corpses hit ceilings. Good for shock value, poor for long-term growth unless backed by absurd craftsmanship. Death Knight was a marriage of Knight and the Necromancer class. A dual-like class. However, it leaned more Knight than Necro, but the blend produced monsters on the field when cultivated right. And then the Necromancer. Fighting a strong Necromancer was fighting a team. Still, even there, the ceiling was real. High-end Undead were hard to make, harder to keep, and hardest to upgrade. Resources, rituals, rights to gravelands, specific catalysts, there were only so many methods to go around a few Undead. The teacher watched the 20 rank 2s array themselves. He turned his gaze to the document in his hand, a dossier compiled in Aurora before the last round of exams. Nothing detailed, just the basics: name, level, class. His eyes tracked the lines until one matched the boy he was watching. Michael Norman. Level 40. The teacher's brow lifted. That's high. A king family heir. Or perhaps even an emperor line heir. Either way, that foundation is strong. He tapped the edge of the page, thoughtful. Strange though. I've never heard of a Norman family before. His eyes narrowed at the class designation. Necromancer. At level 40, 20 Undead should be far from his limit. But how many of them are truly powerful? The teacher leaned back slightly, expression unreadable. Still, he doesn't look troubled by being alone. Might even work in his favor. The teacher leaned forward in the void, eyes narrowing as he adjusted the recording glyph before him. He marked Castle 37 with a personal seal. He suddenly wanted to see just how far this unlucky candidate could go. The teacher let the document fold back into his sleeve with a flick of his wrist. His gaze lingered on the glowing projection of Castle 37 for another heartbeat before he exhaled. "All right," he murmured, voice low but steady. "It's time." From his storage space, he retrieved a small, palm-sized crystal plate etched with intricate sigils. Its surface shimmered faintly. With ease, he pressed his palm against it and infused a steady flow of mana. The plate flared to life, runes crawling across its surface like fireflies aligning into formation. Other supervisors from other academies did the same. Back in the examination space, every candidate's robe stirred. Michael's academy badge, stitched into the front of his robe, suddenly pulsed with light. A holographic panel bloomed in the air before him, crisp lines of text hovering just above eye level. The unified examination has officially begun. Beneath the announcement, more details scrolled into view. For every castle destroyed, plus 100 academy points awarded to surviving members of the victorious castle. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Academy points. The panel elaborated, academy points serve as merit within Federation academies. They may be exchanged for resources, rare opportunities, or specialized knowledge. Treat them as highly valuable currency. Michael's lips twitched faintly. If the participants weren't tempted to destroy more than one castle, now there was a lure. The panel shifted once more. Do not fear for your lives. This battlefield has been warded. Any participant whose injuries surpass a critical threshold will be forcibly teleported out. However, should you leave without destroying a single enemy castle, you will be disqualified and fail the examination. The words hung in the air like iron. Good luck. The light dimmed, and the panel dissolved into sparks that faded into the misty air. Michael blinked once, then let the faint smile fade from his lips. His gaze swept the horizon, where other castles stood. So, he muttered under his breath, it begins. However, Michael didn't make the first move. It wasn't time yet. There was no rush. A distance away from Castle 37 was another fortress. Unlike Michael's, this keep was lively. 15 candidates had gathered on its ramparts and courtyard. At first glance, the differences were obvious. Their robes bore crests of different academies. But this was not enough to stir conflict here. If it had been in the academies themselves, rivalries might have sparked instantly. But most of these candidates had only pledged themselves to an academy hours ago. There was no deep loyalty, no brotherhood of years to bind them or divide them. In their eyes, this trial was more like a grand online game, where foreign players became teammates for a round, before scattering once the match was over. For now, the 15 accepted the circumstance. They huddled near the central keep, voices overlapping in tense debate. We should stay put, one tall boy insisted, his arms crossed. Build defenses, wait for others to knock themselves out. Conserving energy is smarter. Wait, another scoffed, a slim girl with cropped hair and a smirk. This isn't a waiting game. You saw the panel. Academy points. 100 for each castle destroyed. If we don't move early, the strong ones will rack them up before we even breathe. A third voice cut in, calmer but firm. Both sides have merit. But before deciding, we need information. How big is this island? Where are the nearest keeps? Charging blind is suicide. The group split quickly into factions, those who wanted to turtle down and wait, those eager to raid, and those who preferred reconnaissance. The air grew tight as silence settled between them. At last, one boy with a sharp jawline and a spear strapped across his back raised his hand. His robe bore the black crescent crest, and his presence was calm, steadying. We compromise, he said. 3 groups. Scouts to map the nearest castles, fighters to prepare defenses here, and one strike team ready to move with others if an opportunity presents itself. That way, we don't waste time, and we don't get caught blind. The idea drew nods, even reluctant ones. The makeshift team began splitting roles. A few minutes later, the 15 reconverged in the courtyard, dust and salt wind clinging to cloaks. The scout band, 5 figures, landed first, boots thudding against stone. The defense crew came up from the inner ward. A wiry girl with a glass monocle snapped it into place as she spoke. 3 keeps within fast fly range, 1 more on the far ridge if you're willing to burn mana. She ticked them off on her fingers. First, east by southeast, 2 valleys over. Second, north, already trading blows with a neighbor. You can hear them if you listen. A distant, muffled boom seemed to underline her words. Third, west, on a coastal bluff, sparse movement. Maybe 5 or 6. Hard to tell if they're conserving or just thin. She hesitated, then added, fourth, due south, across the river fork. Abnormally quiet. Define quiet, the cropped-hair girl said. No patrol circuit. If there's a team, they're sitting dead still. Or it's a light garrison. Murmurs rippled. The defense lead, broad-shouldered, fingertips still smudged with chalk, gave his sides update. Perimeter is layered. 2 alarm webs on the outer walk. Then. We can hold against the first hit. The spear-bearer nodded. Good. Opinions. Hit the south keep, the cropped-hair girl said immediately. Bank the 100 points, fall back, play turtle. Or it's a honeypot, someone else countered. Empty ramparts just means the teeth are on the inside. A quiet boy with talon rings spoke up. We don't need to commit everyone. Probe. 2 teams, 1 to test, 1 to shadow. If it's light, we flood. If it bites, we cut away. The spear-bearer looked around, weighing the room. Even the reluctant were nodding now. All right, he decided. We keep 8 on defense. 7 moved to the river fork. The spear-bearer rolled his shoulders, settled his grip on the haft, and lifted a hand. Move. They rose in staggered bursts, skimming low over pine and stone, slipping into the grain of the island like shadows. Far to the south, a keep sat pale and still on its hill. Surprisingly, this keep the 7 were heading to was Michael's assigned castle. Back at Castle 37, Michael was sitting on a staircase when something touched the edge of his range. He stilled, eyes half-litting. His perception, stretched like a gossamer net across the island, caught 7 bright threads cutting through the low air. 10 kilometers was the outer rim of his senses, details fuzzed out there, but motion was motion. 7 figures. So soon, he murmured, more amused than bothered. He'd expected attention, just not this quickly. Around him, the battlements were empty by design. He dispersed his force the moment he arrived. Michael reached out with his telepathy, mind brushing the tethered minds like a hand against harp strings. He commanded the closest 10 of his undead to approach the 7. Then he waited. None of Michael's undead was below level 29. He wondered who, whether his 10 undead or these 7 fellow participants, would prevail. He had his confidence, though. There was no need to panic. They cut across the saddle in a neat V, then the monocled girl threw up a fist. All 7 bled speed at once, hovering just above the scrub. The spear-bearer slid a half-step forward, eyes on her. We'll soon have company. How many? She tilted her head, glass disc flashing. At least 7. Same number as us. Maybe a bit more, but not more than 10. The spear-bearer's grip tightened on his weapon. His thoughts flickered fast, calculating. He was level 32. The others trailing behind him were no weaklings either, most sat between 27 and 30. A balanced strike force. He weighed the risk. 10 opponents. No more than that. If it had been 15, he would have called a retreat. If 20, they'd already be running. But 10. 10 was still a number they could manage. His jaw firmed. As long as it's not more than 10, we engage, he said, voice steady, letting it cut through the tension. Michael's undead legion could be said to both lack and possess variety. From goblins came hobgoblins, then orcs, then goliaths, and finally titans. Of course, there were no goblins in Michael's legion. Then there were the forest wolves, which evolved from forest wolf to verdant wolf, to redthorn wolf, and eventually to venomthorn ravager. But like the goblins, no forest wolves remained. There were also the monsters Michael had obtained during the demonic supernatural incident in Woodstone City, the Black Griffin, now Gale, who should have had siblings, if not for Michael's infamous bad luck interfering with later undead summons, the Rock Scorpion, whose rare evolution form was the Rocksteel Scorpion, and the long-armed monkey with pink skin. Or the flame lions he acquired from the land of origin. There was quite a lot of variation, and yet, in truth, none at all. This was one of the reasons Michael was hesitant to raise more undead. On one hand, having more was an advantage. But at this stage, Michael did not want to expand his legion just for the sake of numbers. What he wanted were specialized undead, ones that could fly in the air, swim in the sea, teleport, defend, attack, heal, cover every role if possible. But that was easier said than done. Still, what he had now was more than enough to deal with the approaching group of 7. The 7 youths waited, tense, until 10 figures emerged from the distance. 3 were rank 2 rocksteel scorpions. 7 were goliaths, one of them a female water shaman. The 7 were shocked. But what truly froze their hearts was when they checked the levels of the undead. Not a single one was below level 30. Without even exchanging words, the 7 turned to flee. But by then, it was already too late. A mechanical voice rang out from everyone's badge. Detected to be engaged in battle. Flight ability surpassed significantly. Damn. A succession of curses rang out. It turned out the robes did more than record things and teleport them out of the examination field. Unfortunately, what was done was done. They could only continue. The class division among the 7 was quite balanced. True to their reputation as a common class, 2 of the 7 were knights. One of them was the spearbearer himself, his aura just a shade heavier than the others. The armor on his robe also looked expensive. Behind them, a slim figure carried a recurved bow etched with faint runes, an archer. Beside her stood a wiry young man with twin curved blades strapped to his thighs, his steps light, his gaze sharp, the hunter. The last 3 bore the robes of casters. One, an earth mage. Another, a fire mage. The last, a wind mage. It was a balanced party, frontline defenders, ranged offense, elemental support. Then the undead arrived. At Michael's will, 7 of them surged forward. 3 others broke formation wide, circling to the flanks like wolves on the hunt. The 7 candidates stiffened. There. Splitting us in, the monocled girl whispered, eyes darting between the circling shadows. The spearbearer's jaw clenched. Michael leaned back against the cold battlement of Castle 37, his gaze distant as he sifted through his tether. A faint smile tugged his lips. Rarely did he find proper competition. But now he had 7. Michael adjusted his telepathic threads, tightening the leash. 7 will move, he whispered into the void. 3 will close their escape. Let's see how you fare. The rocksteel scorpions hissed, tails scraping against the stone. The Goliaths beat their chests once, low rumbles echoing like war drums. The female Goliath at human size raising her staff, water swirling around her in ribbons. The 7 awakeners braced themselves. Steel sang as blades left their scabbards. Mana flared, firelight sparking, and wind currents coiling. Michael, calm in his keep, narrowed his eyes in interest. The clash erupted with a roar. The spear-bearing knight stepped forward first, his weapon leveled. Aura surged down the length of the shaft, hardening it like steel. He thrust in a clean line at the leading Goliath. The impact rang like a bell, but the undead hardly flinched. The creature's gray skin rippled, then its massive hand swept sideways. The knight was hurled back mid-air, and landed on his feet, coughing blood but not broken. Defense, he barked, and the second knight lunged in, shield raised high. Flames ignited behind them. The fire mage thrust both palms forward, 3 blazing spheres streaking toward a rocksteel scorpion. The blast struck true, detonating against the creature's armored carapace. Smoke burst outward, only to clear and reveal the scorpion unharmed, plates shimmering with a faint metallic sheen. Its stinger lashed with terrifying speed. The archer loosed an arrow at the joint where tail met body, the runes on her bow flashing. The arrow struck clean, then bounced off as though hitting a wall. The scorpion's claw snapped forward and clamped on her bow, yanking her violently from the sky. She screamed, mana bursting instinctively to free her weapon, but another undead had already intercepted her path. One of the other Goliaths barreled in, muscles corded like steel, an axe sweeping up in a brutal arc. The archer barely twisted aside, feeling the wind of the strike ruffle her hair. The hunter dove to cover her. Dual blades gleamed silver as he darted between the Goliath's legs, carving a cross-slash across its thigh. Black ichor sprayed, but the Goliath didn't falter. Its foot lifted and kicked with bone-breaking force, sending the hunter sprawling. His blade scraped sparks as he skidded against stone. Above, wind shrieked. The wind mage's eyes glowed pale blue as he drew streams of air around him, blades of compressed current slicing toward the scorpions. The attacks hit, forcing them back half a step, dust exploding beneath their bulk. The mage smirked. Too heavy, but they can still be pushed, the ground heaved. One of the Goliaths stomped, sending a shockwave tearing through the soil. The mage's spell scattered, his body tumbling midair. Before he could stabilize, a clawed hand closed over his shoulder. Another Goliath slammed him into the earth hard enough to crater the ground. The earth mage cried out and retaliated. Stone spikes erupted around the fallen wind mage, stabbing upward to force the Goliath back. For a moment it worked, until the rock-steel scorpion plowed through the spikes as though they were sand, tail stabbing toward the mage's chest. The knight leader intercepted, spear glowing as he diverted the strike. His arm quivered at the sheer weight behind it. "These aren't ordinary summons," he hissed, sweat pouring down his face. High above, the water shaman among the undead finally moved. She lifted her staff, and ribbons of liquid coalesced from thin air. A wave surged forward, engulfing the fire mage's flames and dousing them in a hiss of steam. His eyes widened. Elemental suppression. The archer, recovering her stance, shouted, "Focus on the caster." She fired 3 shots in rapid succession, arrows screaming toward the shaman. But one of the Goliaths stepped into the line of fire, chest puffed. The arrows embedded uselessly into its flesh. The hunter rejoined, blades flashing. He circled behind the scorpion, carving along its leg joints. Sparks flew, chitin cracking. A hiss of triumph escaped him, then the tail swept down. Too fast. He crossed his blades just in time, but the impact flung him into a tree trunk with a crunch. The wind mage staggered upright, blood dripping from his temple. "Retreat," he tried to shout. The circle had already closed. 3 undead, another Goliath and 2 Goliaths, moved like sentinels, hemming them in. No escape routes remained. "Damn it," the spear-bearer knight growled. He raised his spear high, aura burning brighter than before. "We break through." He charged. The second knight mirrored him, both crashing against the wall of undead with all their might. Shields slammed, blades thrust, mana exploded. The collision sent tremors rolling out. But the Goliaths were immovable, their bulk and unnatural strength like mountains. The Goliath shaman stepped forward again. With a flick of her wrist, the ribbons of water hardened into lances. They shot through the gaps of the melee, precise and merciless. The archer twisted to avoid one, but another clipped her arm, spinning her sideways. The fire mage, teeth clenched, burned everything he had. A column of fire roared upward, wrapping one of the scorpions. The flame seared black streaks across its armor, but it marched through, unimpressed. One claw closed around the mage's shoulder and hurled him aside like kindling. The earth mage threw up a wall of stone to cover him. But the second scorpion barreled through it instantly, the wall exploding into shards. The fight spiraled into chaos. Every strike the 7 landed drew ichor, yet the undead did not falter. Every time the awakeners gained ground, another claw, tail, or fist battered them back. From his distant vantage, Michael watched through the tether, his eyes cold but attentive. He wasn't aiming for slaughter, yet. This was assessment. Could his undead, acting under his light command, suppress a balanced team of living awakeners? The answer was obvious. The hunter's movements grew sluggish. The archer's quiver had only a handful of arrows left, each one less steady than the last. The wind mage's gusts were losing sharpness. The fire mage wheezed, his robe singed. The earth mage's defenses cracked faster than he could raise them. Even the two knights, the bulwark of the squad, staggered under each exchange. The undead pressed forward like a tide, unrelenting. The spear-bearer finally realized the truth. His eyes darted to the edges where the three undead blocked escape. His jaw tightened, despair flickering. "We can't." He didn't finish. One of the scorpions lunged, tail striking with blinding speed. The earth mage raised his arms in reflex, but too late. The stinger pierced his shoulder. His scream tore across the clearing. The system intervened instantly. His form flickered, then vanished in a pillar of light, teleported out before more severe injuries could claim him. The remaining 6 froze for half a heartbeat. That was all the undead needed. The Goliaths slammed forward, Goliaths crashing in behind them. The archer was disarmed, her bow splintered. The hunter was pinned by an axe through his crossed blades. The wind mage was drowned under a surge of conjured water. One by one, the candidates were battered into critical injury and forcibly removed, their bodies whisked out by the exam's safety measures. Minutes later, silence returned. Only Michael's undead remained, standing in a loose circle, their bodies slick with black ichor and dust but otherwise unscathed. Michael exhaled slowly. He leaned back against the cold stone and let his eyes drift shut for a heartbeat. A faint smile tugged at his mouth. "Damn, my talent is cool." He smoothed the grin away, refusing to get drunk on a small win, and shifted his focus. The 7 had come slicing in from a particular bearing. That line pointed somewhere, and likely to their home base. He hesitated only a moment before deciding. He should pay them a visit as well. Michael rose in one fluid motion. The next second, his form blurred and vanished. Behind him, only 5 undead remained to garrison the keep pillar, the lone signal to the island that Castle 37 still stood. A few minutes earlier, the teacher who had marked Castle 37 with his personal seal leaned forward in the void. His eyes narrowed when he saw movement flicker across the projection. People were approaching Michael's base. At first, he expected Michael to simply wait, perhaps tighten his defenses. But then something strange happened. Michael reacted before the figures were anywhere close to visible range on the scrying feed. The teacher's brows furrowed. "What's this?" The distance was easily 10 kilometers, maybe more. Yet Michael shifted, commanding his undead to intercept as though he already knew they were coming. That wasn't ordinary perception. That wasn't even ordinary for specialized sensory classes. No. This was abnormal. Too abnormal. The teacher's fingers tapped lightly against his armrest. Is it a special talent? Or the use of an item? The fact he could even command from that far is absurd to explain by normal means, the teacher considered. Even among first-rank academies, it was rare to see such extended perception at Michael's current level. The teacher's surprise deepened into something else. "They're fighting like mid-rank 2 monsters," he murmured, eyes narrowing. He'd graded thousands of skirmishes. Power revealed itself in little betrayals. These undead checked every box he used to measure a solid mid-30s awakener, level 35 to 40. For one unit, that was notable. 4-7 at once. "That's enough to walk sideways through this phase," he said under his breath. None of these undead looked weaker than the last, making the teacher recall Michael had revealed 20 when he'd first arrived. "Are they all at least 35? The idea landed like a stone. The teacher paused when the projection showed a lone figure slipping off Castle 37's wall and vanishing into the trees like a streak of dusk. "So, leaving your post," he murmured. "What are you up to now, level 40? His gaze flicked to the keep's pillar. 5 silhouettes held station there. The previous 10 were moving in a loose arrowhead well ahead of Michael. How are you talking to them so cleanly from that far? The teacher wondered. Even for a necromancer, command fidelity degraded with distance. The way those undead adjusted speed and spacing on microscopic cues suggested near real-time control. On the island, Michael bled speed near a weathered spur and settled. The teacher's lips parted as realization set in. Ah! It clicked. Michael hadn't abandoned his castle. He'd moved his center to a spot roughly 10 kilometers off his pillar, where his sense net still kissed Castle 37 behind him and stretched another 10 forward, with sight spilled to either flank. A cruciform of coverage. With himself as the hinge, he doubled his live awareness without forfeiting home field sight. Cautious, the teacher said, a hint of approval leaking through. Good. Michael turned his head slowly until his gaze fixed down the same bearing the 7 routed from. His posture shifted with satisfaction. The teacher didn't need a mind link to know what that meant. Target Castle was within the new net. There was no shouted order. The 10 undead on point simply accelerated, 3 rocksteel scorpions lowering their tails like lances, 7 goliaths hunkering into impact frames, with the water shaman drifting behind. Michael stayed behind and commanded his undead from afar. A few minutes earlier, 8 figures loitered on the ramparts and inner ward, split into uneasy knots of 2 and 3. Their voices were low, edged with the kind of bravado that grows in the absence of a real enemy. The 7 of them should be back soon, a shield-bearer muttered, rolling his shoulders. Bank 100 points and we turtle here till the end of this round. Easy. Unless they picked the wrong keep, an archer said. Quit it, snapped a robed boy chalking sigils along the stairwell. If you jinx us, he stopped. Across all 8 awakeners, quest panels flickered, then updated with a cold, unfeeling chime. Castle roster, 15-8, no one spoke for a heartbeat. The shield-bearer's face went tight. 7 out, just like that. Curses hissed through teeth. Panic prowled the wall. Lock it down, a black-robed boy said, already moving again. Double the alarm webs. If they come, we make them bleed from afar first. They all got busy. Chalk burned into stone. Spare javelins thumped into racks. The wind mage of the 8 climbed to the south turret. However, they had only just started moving when a short while later, their earliest alarms rang off. Already, the archer breathed. Positions, the shield-bearer barked, planting his boots at the top of the main ramp and setting his tower shield like a door. They had time to see the dust first, the crawling plume of it as 10 shapes came on without subtlety. Monsters, someone whispered. Not monsters. Not exactly. 3 rocksteel scorpions hammered the lane, tails lowered like rams. Behind and around them pounded 7 goliaths, gray-skinned colossi. The scorpions hit the outer tripline first. Runes flared, earth spikes spat up, then shattered under chitin and mass. Archers. Now, the shield-bearer roared. There were 2 archers among the 8. 2 bows thrummed. The first shaft struck a scorpion's eye ridge and skidded off in a spray of sparks. The second buried to the fletch in a Goliath's trapezius. He grunted, snapped the shaft with 2 fingers, and kept running. Layer 2, someone yelled, slapping a rune. A seam of slate flipped upright along the lane, a waist-high wall angling their approach. The left scorpion shouldered into it instead of climbing. Stone cracked along a fault line the defender hadn't seen. The center scorpion poured through the gap as it opened, tail leveled like a spear. Brace, the shield-bearer bellowed, meeting it at the broken seam. His tower shield caught the thrust with a teeth-on-tin squeal. The force slid him back a full meter, boots cutting twin trenches through dust and shattered slate. He shoved up and across, rolling the tail aside. The right scorpion vaulted the low wall, 8 legs drumming. It clipped an archer's perch with a claw, the parapet spat chips and threw her to one knee. She shot anyway. The arrow vanished into a joint, the scorpion twitched, then ripped the shaft free with a wet crack and kept coming. The right scorpion vaulted the low wall, 8 legs drumming. It clipped an archer's perch with a claw, the parapet spat chips and threw her to one knee. She shot anyway. The arrow vanished into a joint, the scorpion twitched, then ripped the shaft free with a wet crack and kept coming. Pin the tails, the shield-bearer barked, sliding to centerline. He slammed his tower's shield into the middle scorpion's barb and rode the shove, skidding backward until his heel caught a step. He pivoted off it and chopped a short sword across the tail's underside. Sparks jumped. The shield-bearer slammed his tower's shield into the middle scorpion's barb and rode the shove, skidding backward until his heel caught a step. He pivoted off it and chopped a short sword across the tail's underside. Sparks jumped. Wind howled. The turret mage slashed the air and dropped a hammer of pressure. It struck the left scorpion's carapace, flattening its front legs and grinding grit under its belly. The beast hissed and crapped sideways, tail lancing at the parapet. Stone geysered, the mage flung himself flat as the sting whipped past his ear and left a furrow through the mullions. Burn it, the bowwoman coughed, pressing 2 shafts to the string and loosing both. They flared mid-flight, catching the fire mage's blaze like a sail. The flaming arrows kissed the middle scorpion's eye ridge and gutted out, leaving only soot. A Goliath arrived. He didn't leap, he stepped up onto the shattered wall and down into the lane, each footfall a punctuation. 2 more shouldered through the breach behind him, broad shoulders scraping stone. The first carried no weapon. He didn't need one. He reached for the shield-bearer. The shield-bearer met him with a bellow and a driving bash that would have cracked ribs on anything living. The Goliath's chest took it like a dock takes a tide. He shoved back with one hand. The shield-bearer's boots lost purchase. He stumbled, caught himself on a pillar, and said again, jaw hard. The earth mage threw both hands forward. The lane bucked and rolled like the back of a waking beast, pitching the front line of Undead off rhythm. The center scorpion scrabbled for purchase, tail lashing blind. The knight with the spear took the opening and drove a thrust into the soft notch under a leg plate. Icor spattered his cheek, hot and oily. He grinned through it, then the scorpion's nearest claw cut across and sent him cartwheeling into a wall. The system caught him before the stone did. White light swallowed him with his grin still there, turned rueful. 6, the bowwoman shouted, counting living allies, not enemies. The second Goliath stormed the ramp with a roar. His charge didn't care for terrain or tactics, he simply arrived like a boulder. The wind mage barely avoided the swing. A follow-up gust deflected the worst of it, but the Goliath's fist still clipped his side and sent him flying from the turret, slamming him into the lower roof in a crunch of clay tiles. He didn't rise and soon vanished. The others watched in horror. 2 gone in under a minute. Pull back, the black-robed boy screamed, abandoning his chalk and bounding down the stairs. No. The shield-bearer shouted, spitting blood. We give them the gate and they'll climb to the core. We hold here. But even as he said it, the third scorpion completed its arc. Its tail whipped through a ward window and shattered the caster's sigil ring with a wet pop. The caster's mouth opened in a scream, but no sound came. He had disappeared into light too. 5, the archer croaked. The bowwoman beside her set her teeth and loosed another shaft, this one tipped with blue flame. It struck true, burying in the seam of a Goliath's elbow and exploding outward with enough force to stagger him sideways. The Goliath grunted, swatted the burning arm as if it were a fly, and continued forward. The shield-bearer didn't retreat and advanced. With a cry that scraped his lungs raw, he lunged, shield first, into the Goliath's chest again. This time he didn't try to shove, the impact was a decoy. As metal met flesh, his short sword came around low and stabbed into the Goliath's inner thigh. The blade sank half its length before a meaty hand caught his wrist. The Goliath's other hand smashed down. The blow would have crushed a lesser man. But the shield-bearer twisted at the last instant, rolling his shoulder into the impact. Instead of a shattered skull, the fist drove him to one knee, his gauntlet skidding sparks along the stone. Blood filled his mouth. He spit and roared back in the same breath, twisting the blade deeper into the Goliath's thigh. The undead colossus grunted. It lifted its other arm again to finish the job. Before the second blow landed, another Goliath stepped through the breach. This one was broader than the rest, its shoulders thick as vault doors and arms corded with unnatural tension. It didn't hesitate. As the shield-bearer struggled to rise beneath the first's looming hand, the second brought its heel down on his sword arm with a dull, final crack of bone yielding. The man screamed, then vanished in a flash of system light, recalled before the killing blow could follow. 4. The bowwoman yelled, chest heaving. The second Goliath turned its head slowly toward her voice. The arrow split the air with a crack, glowing with wind sigil guidance. It pierced the Goliath's cheek, and stopped there, quivering, buried no deeper than a knuckle. The undead blinked once. Then it advanced. She stepped back, then again, hitting the wall. "Keep firing," the archer shouted from the upper level. His voice cracked with panic. "Keep firing." "Do it yourself," she snapped, notching another arrow. But it was too late. 2 more Goliaths were inside. The third one swept through what remained of the outer ward. Debris flew like shrapnel. Another defender cried out as a chunk of masonry cracked into his temple. He was down. 3. The bowwoman hissed. Behind her, the stairwell collapsed. The black-robed boy had done it himself, triggering the failsafe ward to delay the inevitable breach to the upper level, where the core chamber pulsed like a heart. The last archer loosed a wild shot at one of the rock-steel scorpions circling the ruins of the inner lane. The arrow skipped off its armored carapace with a shrill ping. The creature didn't even slow. Its segmented tail reared, tip gleaming with venom sheen. The archer barely had time to curse before the tail thrust through the wall. 2. The bowwoman barked, eyes wild. With even fewer defenders than they'd started with, the opposing castle couldn't stop its destruction. When the pillar, the castle's lifeline, finally shattered, Michael's badge chimed. Plus 100 academy points credited. He didn't know how big that was yet or how important those points might prove to be, but he was pleased all the same. With the minimum to pass this round secured, and never truly worried about failing in the first place, Michael decided to head back to his own keep. He'd planned to spend the rest of the time taking it easy, letting the exam wind down while he lounged in safety. He was just about to move when a ripple brushed the far edge of his sense range. There was movement. It turned out to be the 2 neighboring castles to the one he'd just toppled. They were still fighting. The reason he hadn't noticed earlier was a brief period of peace between the 2 forces before they resumed from where they left off. Michael hesitated. Then a few seconds later, he pivoted toward the distant commotion. First, though, he sent a silent order to the 10 undead to return to Castle 37 and hold the line. He, by contrast, would go alone. Michael just wanted to see the situation with his distant neighbors and decide what to do from there. He would have taken his undead along, but doing so also meant losing sight of his own castle, a risk that could lead to some unexpected twist and possible disqualification. And while he had already secured enough to pass this round, a quiet pride within him demanded he hold that success to the very end. Michael crossed the forest in silence, his form blurring from tree to tree until the clash of steel and roars of magic grew sharper. He slowed at the crest of a ridge and peered down into the valley below. What he saw drew him up short. It wasn't the 4 figures locked in combat, scattered in pairs across the uneven ground, that held his attention. Not the flash of fire colliding with a wall of stone, nor the whistle of arrows splitting wind currents into jagged blades. No, what seized his focus was the castles. 2 keeps stood barely a few hundred meters apart, their pillars glowing faintly. They were practically neighbors, close enough that Michael suspected they had been the first to clash the moment the round began. Michael crouched lower, eyes narrowing. With all four locked in battle, none of them noticed another figure quietly observing from the shadows. Michael's eyes swept across the field. There were four combatants ahead of him, an earth mage and an archer on one side, facing off against a fire mage and a knight on the other. Among awakeners, mage classes were considered rare grade, but slightly uncommon compared to the many common classes. In contrast, knights, archers, and hunters were among the most widespread, the very definition of common grade. Their abundance was proof that they truly deserved the label of common. Ironically, some classes like the martial artists that were graded common too were encountered less often than mage classes. So the lineup before him didn't surprise Michael in the slightest. And as for how he could tell their classes without using detect, the way someone moved, the rhythm of their attacks and patterns often revealed their specialization just as clearly as any system panel. The four fought with everything they had. The knight's shield rang like a drum as he met the fire mage's roaring inferno head-on, his aura-coated steel bracing against the tide. Beside him, the archer moved with precision. The earth mage moved as well, arms sweeping wide as the ground rippled and surged under his control. Walls of stone burst up to block flame, jagged spikes lanced outward to cut off the knight's charges, and tremors shivered through the soil to break balance. Against them, the fire mage's fury was relentless, columns of searing heat burst from his magic circle, fireballs arced overhead and detonated like artillery, and the air warped with shimmering waves of heat. Every clash sent shockwaves rattling through the valley. This was how battles between supernaturals usually played out, messy, grinding, and uncertain. Victory was rarely decided in a single blow. Instead, it was chipped away, second by second, spell by spell, until one side broke. A fight like this could drag on for hours with no resolution. Only freaks like Michael could crush opponents above their level and end battles quickly. For the rest, it was a brutal contest of endurance, skill, and attrition. Michael watched from the ridge, calm and detached. His lips curled faintly. So much effort. For so little ground gained. Down below, the knight lunged forward, his spear thrusting like a comet. The earth mage timed it, raising a slab of stone that caught the weapon mid-thrust. Sparks flew. In the same breath, the archer loosed two arrows that streaked past the knight's shoulder, aimed straight at the fire mage. But the fire mage was no amateur. He spun, flames wreathing his arms, and slapped the projectiles aside in twin bursts of fire. The arrows disintegrated midair, ash fluttering to the ground. Watching the mage fight with their elements, even without having to use spells, though with weaker power, made Michael somewhat jealous. Push, the knight barked, muscles straining as his spear ground against a wall of stone. Cracks spread like lightning across its surface under the weight of his aura-hardened thrust. Beside him, the fire mage snarled, eyes bloodshot from the unrelenting clash. He didn't waste words, flames burst from his arms in a torrent, crashing against the earth mage's defenses. The wall groaned under the heat, its edges glowing red, and sweat poured down the earth mage's brow as he funneled more mana into reinforcing it. The earth mage struck back. He slammed both palms into the ground, and the battlefield shuddered. A fissure ripped open, dirt and rock geysering upward to swallow the fire mage whole. The mage leapt back at the last moment, aura flaring to harden his footing on the fractured earth. High above, the archer climbed to a jagged outcrop for a better angle. She drew, breath steady, and released. The arrow screamed through the air, wind currents spiraling around it. The fire mage twisted aside just in time, the shaft grazed his cheek before detonating into the dirt with a thunderclap of compressed mana. The knight seized the opening. He lunged, spear shattering through the weakened wall, stone exploding as he drove for the earth mage's chest. The mage staggered back, too slow to fully recover. The archer covered him. Another arrow flashed from her bow, streaking toward the fire mage's exposed side. With a snap of his wrist, flames whipped outward, incinerating the shaft midair. But the distraction was enough. The knight's spear carved across the earth mage's shoulder, leaving a bloody gash. Snarling, the earth mage dropped to one knee and slammed his hand down. The ground jolted violently, jagged ridges bursting upward. The knight's charge faltered as the terrain bucked beneath him, throwing off his balance. The archer didn't miss her cue. She pivoted higher on the ridge, drawing 3 arrows at once. With a sharp exhale, she loosed them in a deadly fan. 2 streaked toward the fire mage, while the third angled for the knight's exposed flank. The fire mage reacted instantly, flames erupting in a wall that incinerated the pair aimed at him. The knight twisted, deflecting the last with his shield, though the impact rattled his stance. The knight snarled and surged forward again. He rammed his shield into the earth mage's defenses like a battering ram, stone shattering under the blow. The mage staggered back, gritting his teeth as cracks spread through his barrier. The fire mage pressed the opening. A blazing sphere roared from his palms, smashing against the crumbling stone wall. The impact detonated with a fiery blast, forcing the earth mage back several steps. But the archer covered him, another arrow already drawn. She released, the shaft whistling through the smoke to force the fire mage to duck. The earth mage recovered just enough to slam his palm down again. Stone shackles clawed up from the ground, snapping at the knight's legs, trying to pin him in place. The fight only grew fiercer, each exchange carving the land deeper, burning the air hotter. Michael narrowed his eyes. He could see it clearly, their flaws, their strengths, the way fatigue crept into their limbs with every clash. None of them were weak. But to Michael, their struggle looked almost clumsy, predictable. Michael stayed crouched on the ridge. He watched the 4 clash. Then the air shimmered. A flicker of heat traced the ridge. Michael's instincts jolted a half-second before the fireball appeared in front of him. The orb shrieked toward him, detonating against the stone where he crouched. The blast tore a shallow crater, fire licking up the slope. In another location, Michael's eyes narrowed, a sharp gleam of surprise flickering there. So, they noticed. He hadn't expected it. Being sneaky was never his strength, but he hadn't thought they'd have enough presence of mind mid-fight to spot him. That meant at least one of them, the archer's eyes, maybe, or the fire mage's instincts, was sharper than he gave credit for. Michael brushed his sleeve, expression calm again. He made a mental note. Later, I'll check Fate's set of skills. Maybe I can copy something relating to concealment. Down below, the 4 fighters had shifted. The archer's gaze locked to the ridge, arrow already drawn. The fire mage's flames coiled tighter around his arms, smoke bleeding from his nostrils as he glared up. The earth mage barked something Michael didn't catch. The knight, to his credit, didn't even look away from his opponent, his focus rooted forward, shield high, as if trusting his allies to handle the distraction. Michael tilted his head, lips curving faintly. Interesting. Another arrow hissed through the air. Michael shifted sideways, letting it whistle past his cheek and vanish into the trees behind him. He didn't summon his undead. Against this group of awakeners. Michael refrained from making an arrogant comment. Michael turned his head fully toward them, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Before, he hadn't planned to interfere. Watching was enough. But now that he was out in the open, the temptation pressed at him. Not because he wanted to show off, but because opportunity was standing right in front of him. During the time he'd stalked this battlefield from the shadows, Michael had confirmed what his sense-net told him. Aside from these 4, the entire 10-kilometer radius was empty. It was just them. And that bred a thought. 2 castles destroyed meant another 200 academic points. On the other side, the archer and fire mage cast, detect, on Michael. Blue script shimmered in front of them. What they saw made their expressions twist. Class, Necromancer. Level, 40. For a heartbeat, their brows eased. Mages often stacked agility, after all, so his speed wasn't completely absurd. But the level. The level turned their confidence to ash. Quick! End him before he can summon, the archer shouted, panic cracking through her voice. Michael chuckled. The sound was low, unhurried, almost mocking. He muttered just loud enough for the two to hear. Against you. I don't even need them. Me alone is enough. The archer's grip on her bow trembled with fury. The fire mage's face went red. Rage poured from them both. But before they could retort, before they could even draw in a breath to curse him, their vision went dark. Light swallowed their bodies. They had been disqualified. Michael's arm lowered from a casual punch, the echo of impact still rattling through the valley floor. He exhaled softly, flexing his knuckles once, as though brushing off dust. The earth mage and knight froze as they looked at Michael's new position. Their duel shattered mid-swing as they processed what had just happened. Two combatants erased in the space of a heartbeat, without a spell. Just a single strike. Michael tilted his head, eyes cool. So, he said mildly, his voice carrying over the crackling embers of their battlefield, are you two going to make me work harder than that? The knight's jaw clenched. His shield came up, aura flaring brighter than before. The earth mage snarled. His earlier rage looked pale compared to the fury now boiling in his eyes. However, when the two saw Michael's level as well, the expression on their face twisted, but before they could react, darkness clouded their vision and light swallowed them. Once again, another set of punches had been thrown. In the span of a few seconds, Michael had eliminated a group of awakeners with just his fist. What Michael didn't know was that his actions were already being captured by several pairs of eyes in the void. Aside from the teacher from his chosen academy, most of the others didn't even realize he was a necromancer. They only saw a handsome, strong-looking youth and wondered where he came from and his class. Perhaps if Michael had known he was being watched so closely, he might have cared. But since he didn't, he couldn't be bothered at all. In truth, even if he had known, the most it would have done was make him a little more low-key. He already knew, even without evidence, that this exam was being supervised. After destroying the life pillars of the two castles, Michael wasted no time in hurrying back to his own keep. Finding everything intact upon his return, he allowed himself a quiet sigh of relief. With 300 academic points under his name, though he still wasn't sure whether that amount was considered significant, Michael decided he had already done enough. There was no reason to overexert himself. Closing his eyes, he leaned back to rest, content to let the exam round run its course to the end. Not too far from Michael's keep, but still well outside his current sense net, three figures cut through the forest. The one in front wore a red robe. The two behind him were both clad in blue. Their eyes, every so often, slid toward the red-robed youth with something close to awe. If Michael had been there, he would have recognized that face instantly. His former classmate strode with an expression that hovered between arrogance and indifference, his focus pinned to the invisible spread of his sensing range. Already, it had stretched nearly 5 kilometers outward, a staggering feat for a level 36 awakener. Even for a mage, whose senses often expanded faster than other classes, it was excessive. But Brian wasn't ordinary. Before his awakener ceremony, he had already secured 2 professional paths. When the awakening day came, when others thought he awakened only 2 classes, Brian had actually awakened 3. Fire Mage. Wind Mage. Knight. However, it was a secret Brian and his father guarded. To the supernatural world, dual-class awakeners were already monsters. They leveled slower, but the sheer advantage in versatility and attribute gains outweighed everything. Brian, however, had gone further. 3 classes meant 3 advancement quests. 3 times the stat growth. 3 times the foundation others could only dream of. Every level brought him 12 raw attribute points, 4 from fire, 4 from wind, 2 from night, and another 2 from being human. That was before factoring in the natural stat bonuses each class granted. By delaying certain advancements strategically, he could force explosive stat surges later. If he chose otherwise, he could still crush his peers at the early stages of rank 1. Just as Michael had been heavily crippled in the second round the previous day, he wasn't the only one. Brian was too. Soon, Brian and his 2 followers came across the ruins of not 1, but 2 destroyed castles. The ground still bore scars of heavy battle, scorched trenches, shattered stone walls. The once glowing life pillars stood cracked and lifeless. Brian slowed, his crimson robes brushing against charred bark as his eyes narrowed on the wreckage. 2, he muttered. His companions in blue exchanged wary looks. It looks fresh, one of them said softly, scanning the ground. Whoever did this might still be nearby. Brian's lips curled in intrigue. His gaze stretched outward, his 5-kilometer sensing range sweeping the trees of the forest. This makes no sense, the other companion said, shaking his head. 2 castles so close, both destroyed in succession. Even if they fought each other, one side should have survived. How did both collapse? Brian didn't comment. Like Michael before him, he thought the same thing. 2 castles this close together should have clashed fiercely, but for both to be erased almost at the same time was abnormal. Still, Brian didn't linger. He turned, the hem of his robe flicking ash from the ground. Let's move. Wasting time on someone else's actions won't earn us points. Brian's keep had been far from Michael's. Where Michael had started with just himself, Brian had been assigned to a castle defended by 20 awakeners, including himself. But Brian wasn't like most awakeners that would have been happy with the situation. The moment he entered, he didn't negotiate or wait for alliances to form. He acted. One by one, he broke them. Shields splintered, blades fell, and spells fizzled under the sheer brutality of his triple-class foundation. Within minutes, the keep belonged to him. Violent, decisive, and undeniable. In the end, he allowed 19 of the 20 to live. And out of those, he personally chose 2 of the strongest, one a spearman, the other a mage, to accompany him on his campaign. The rest, all 17, he left behind to guard the keep. They submitted, yes, but not without resentment. Watching Brian stride out with only 2 followers, many thought he was throwing himself toward inevitable disqualification. No one could dominate the battlefield alone, not in this round. But as they watched themselves accumulate 500 points from lying down, their complaints died on their tongues. The keep buzzed with shock as the number registered. 500. It was enough to silence even the most skeptical of them. They might have called Brian reckless, but none could deny the results. And unlike Michael, who even now didn't fully understand what points meant, Brian knew exactly how valuable they were. In the Academy's economy, money was an afterthought. A fortune worth $15 million in the real world could barely buy 5 points once converted through official channels. And worse, many things couldn't be purchased with cash at all. Techniques, restricted skills, these were locked behind the Academy's merit system. Points were everything. And Brian would not let them slip through his fingers. He knew the risks, of course. His arrogance could mark him as a target. But he also knew his own strength, and that was enough. You guys are weak and better off guarding this place and not dragging me down, he had told the 17 before leaving. By a twist of fate, and Brian's relentless beeline, 3 signatures slid into the far edge of Michael's sense net. Michael's eyes stayed closed, but his head tilted. 3 presences, moving fast, layered like a spearhead. Another pack of lucky candidates, he murmured. Fine. I'll do you a favor. A thought rippled down his senses. 5 undead peeled off Castle 37, 2 rocksteel scorpions and 3 goliaths, storming off a certain direction. Brian slowed as the forest ahead grew unnaturally quiet. Then the ground trembled. From the shadows between the trees, a hulking silhouette pushed through. A rock-steel scorpion undead appeared. Brian frowned. An undead. The scorpion shrieked and lunged, its stinger plunging down like a guillotine. The two followers tensed. "Hold," Brian said, his tone clipped, absolute. He stepped forward alone. The knight's aura rippled across his body, bracing his limbs like iron. The stinger slammed down with a crack that shook the trees, but Brian caught it one-handed, gauntlet bracer groaning under the weight. A heartbeat later, his other hand ignited. Fire spiraled tight, condensed and furious, coiling along his forearm until it glowed white-hot. With a twist, he drove the flame upward. The blast cut through the scorpion's head like paper, molten lines racing across its skull before the entire upper half erupted in shards and slag. The undead collapsed in a twitching heap, smoke trailing into the canopy. Brian shook the ash from his hand, gaze already sweeping deeper into the tree-ling. He didn't relax. Because even before the corpse hit the dirt, more shapes stirred. Branches snapped. Heavy footsteps rumbled closer. 3 towering goliaths crashed through. Behind them skittered another scorpion. Brian's companion stiffened, aura flaring. But Brian's eyes only narrowed, calm and sharp. Did someone send them? The flames along his arm reignited, brighter this time, while his aura rolled thicker across his frame. The 3 Goliaths bellowed, stone-crusted fists pounding their chests as they charged like living siege weapons. The second scorpion skittered around their flanks, tail raised high and twitching for the strike. Brian didn't move until the first Goliath was nearly on top of him. Then his heel slammed into the dirt, cracking the ground beneath him. His aura flared, surging up his limbs like molten steel. The Goliath swung a massive fist. Brian met it head-on, his own fist colliding with a thunderous crack. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. The shockwave blew leaves from the trees, and the undead staggered back, forearm caved in from the clash. Another came from the side, hammering down both fists. Brian twisted, shoulder-checking with the full weight of his night aura. Bones crunched, the giant reeled, bloodless spit flying from its mouth as its ribcage fractured inward. The third swung a tree-sized club it had wrenched from the ground. Brian ducked low, fire spiraling around his gauntlet, and unleashed an upward strike. The flaming arc sheared through the weapon and caved into the Goliath's chest, sending the creature flying back into a tree. The trunk snapped in half on impact, burying the undead under a shower of splinters. Too weak, Brian muttered coldly. The scorpion lunged in that instant, its stinger darting for his back. Without turning, Brian's fist shot out in a blazing arc. The fire-wreathed blow connected with its armored head, exploding it in a shower of molten shards. The corpse twitched, legs curling as it collapsed into stillness. What did it feel like to lose a piece of your own soul? Surprisingly, despite everything Michael had faced since his awakening, he had never truly known that sensation. Not until now, here, in the most unexpected place, did he experience it for the first time. The examination's protections extended only to the students themselves. Anything else, even their summons or contracted beasts, was left vulnerable. And the students, too, were often dragged to the brink before the system pulled them out. Even instant death wasn't uncommon. This was the supernatural world. Nothing was absolute. That was why the Academy's trials were held in the land of origin, a place where true death could be ignored. Of course, for what candidates lost, the Academy would try to compensate, if they passed. But anyone stepping into this path who still expected safety or fairness had only themselves to blame. The supernatural world was, at its core, cold. To contract an undead, a necromancer carved away a sliver of their own soul and merged it with the creature. Because it was only a fragment, not a true loss, there were rarely lasting side effects. In fact, there were benefits. Since their souls overlapped, necromancers often grew stronger through their minions. But it was this same bond that made losing one so dangerous. One would receive a backlash if it was to happen. At best, it could weaken them for moments. At worst, it could cripple them entirely. Much depended on the strength of the undead in question. The death of a frail servant barely caused a ripple. But the stronger the undead, the sharper the wound left behind. Losing too many, even weak ones, could grind a necromancer down piece by piece. The connection between a necromancer and their undead worked much like a rope. If the rope carried many light objects, in this case, weaker undead, the strain was minimal. They tugged faintly at the soul, but the pressure was negligible. But heavier objects, stronger undead, were different. The more weight they bore, the more the rope strained, frayed, and dug into itself to hold. The soul was no different. This was why necromancers were cautioned never to bind an undead 2 full ranks above their own level. Not only was such an opportunity rare to begin with, but even if it appeared, the risk was immense. The soul was the foundation of every supernatural being, and anything that endangered it was a danger to life itself. Even someone like Michael, whose soul was abnormally strong, wouldn't dare attempt to bind a rank 4 undead at his current stage. The stronger the undead compared to its master, the weaker the bond, and the harsher the sting when forcing obedience through it. The rope analogy applied perfectly. A rope carrying too much weight would either snap or twist tighter, biting into itself in a desperate attempt to keep holding on. That was what happened to necromancers who overreached. Some necromancers could only command a huge number of undead equal to their own rank. To bind something stronger, they often had to free up large portions of their contract space to bear the added burden. The reverse was also true. Some deliberately sacrificed quantity, focusing instead on fewer but stronger undead. This dynamic was also linked to the 3 broad archetypes of necromancers: the horde type, the commander type, and the specialist type. Commander necromancers focused on a smaller group of high-tier undead, valuing the strength and potential of each individual. For them, quality always outweighed quantity. As they advanced in rank, their legions grew stronger in a strict cycle of controlled progression. This type was meticulous about the rank and race of their undead, rarely straying from carefully chosen standards. Horde necromancers, by contrast, relied on sheer numbers, overwhelming their enemies like a tidal wave of corpses. They crammed their contract slots full at the earliest opportunity, their strategy built on endless swarms rather than elite fighters. The quality of their undead improved naturally as they rose in rank, but their true strength always lay in numbers. Finally, there were the specialist necromancers. These were focused not on rank or numbers, but on types. They chose particular categories of undead, beasts, assassins, mages, or others, and refined their mastery around those alone. In a sense, they could be seen as a looser variation of the commander type, but their requirements were far less rigid, allowing greater flexibility in how they developed their legions. Contract slots weren't a measure of how many undead one wanted to control, but rather the capacity of their soul, the upper limit of weight it could bear by contracting undead in the same rank and below. Even a rank 2 necromancer with 200 contract slots couldn't hope to manage 200 rank 3 undead. Only someone like Michael, thanks to his unique talent that allowed him to grow stronger as his undead evolved, could bend these rules. For him, the growth of his legion only reinforced the rope, rather than fraying it. Though the world resembled a game to awakeners, it was only an appearance. It was not truly a game. Game logic could not be applied to real life. In games, contract slots could ignore the level of the undead. Reality was far less forgiving. The backlash Michael received came like a hammer behind the eyes, a sharp, splitting headache that made the world sway. His body trembled, his breath turning shallow. Before he could recover, the second blow struck. Another undead had fallen. The second backlash slammed into him, doubling the dizziness until dark spots danced at the edge of his vision. Though it had never happened to him before, Michael understood instinctively. 2 of his undead had died. In a daze, he turned his focus to his panel. His contract slots had dropped by 2. Fortunately, it wasn't permanent. The void in his soul would heal with time. Of course, given the right condition, it was possible for the loss to be permanent. If the backlash had been stronger, he could have lost those slots forever. It was only in the land of origin that one could be spared the worst of it. Here, the body and soul were like reflections on water. Pain could bleed through, but only faintly. If the same thing had happened outside, in the real world, the damage would have sunk deeper. Even now, though the backlash twisted his body in this realm, Michael's true body beyond the land of origin felt only a fraction of it. A quarter of the sting. But that was enough for Michael to understand his undead were truly dead. The bond was gone. The next thing Michael felt was rage. Part of it was for the loss of his undead. But if he was being honest, that wasn't what burned deepest. He hadn't been close to those particular minions. What truly pained him was something else entirely. Evolution points. 2 undead at his current stage meant at least 250 points gone, vanished in an instant. For 1 undead to accumulate this amount, at least half a year was needed. And beneath that, a dozen other frustrations boiled. Michael's body blurred from where he sat, rage channeling into motion. Brian, elsewhere, was smiling faintly as his experience tally climbed, until a sudden shift in his senses turned his expression grave. Without hesitation, he shot sideways. His 2 companions were not so fortunate. The blow came with the exaggerated length of a spear shaft, thrusting with impossible speed. Against a force that rivaled a rank 3 creature, combined with the bite of a 3-star extraordinary rank spear, their blue robes might as well have been paper. They didn't even have time to react before their bodies crumpled, lives snuffed out in the land of origin. The aftermath of Michael's strike rippled outward like a thunderclap. The spear's arc gouged a crater into the earth, pulverizing roots and soil in its wake. Trees within a dozen meters splintered, trunks toppling in ragged bursts as if struck by a hurricane's edge. Michael hadn't held back. Not just because of his anger, but because here, inside the land of origin, death was almost never true death. As for whether this would bring him trouble, how was he supposed to know the robe wasn't omnipotent? After all, there was nothing in this place that shielded his undead from true death. Michael's gaze swept the ruined clearing, and when it landed on the lone figure standing opposite him, his frown deepened. The names left their lips like iron, jaws clenched, neither yielding an inch. Neither had expected to see the other here. Yet as the thought settled, it became obvious, if one of them could be here, then surely the other could as well. The realization came and went in a breath. Almost as though they had already agreed without speaking, both men surged forward at once. Their charge ended in an instant. The ground cracked beneath the clash, air detonating outward in a rolling wave of dust and debris. And then, faster than either had launched themselves, one of them was already sent flying back. Brian's body skidded across the earth, coughing up a spray of blood. His eyes widened in disbelief, the confidence etched into his face finally cracking. Michael stood firm, spear in hand, his gaze cold. Michael's grip on his spear tightened. His strike had been decisive, he hadn't held back much at all. Yet Brian was still alive. Injured, yes, but alive. Michael's eyes narrowed. How strong is his body? On the other end, Brian staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. His gaze fixed on Michael, flickering with disbelief. Before his awakening, he couldn't remember the last time he'd been thrown into such a state. And after awakening, he never imagined a peer could force him into this. He didn't even consider his peers his peers. Confusion swelled in his chest. It didn't make sense. Michael was only 4 levels above him. 4. That gap shouldn't have been enough to guarantee dominance, especially when Brian had his triple-class foundation to lean on. His other two classes, his Knight and his Wind Mage paths, were only 2 and 3 levels behind his Fire Mage. That meant, logically, even if Michael had attribute increasing treasures to lean on, something he didn't lack, his attributes should tower above Michael's. Yet here he was, coughing blood. Brian's mind raced, but no answer came. The only thing that grew certain was this: Michael was far stronger than he had any right to be. In his fury, Brian unleashed one of his few advanced level skills. Berserk, Advanced Mastery, Proficiency, 41, 3 Fan Tram. Berserk drives the user into a heightened state of combat frenzy, amplifying physical strength and agility by 55 Fan Tram each, while reducing defense by 15 Fan Tram. Pain tolerance surges, allowing the user to continue fighting through even crippling wounds. However, aggression spikes dangerously, risking reckless actions if left unchecked. Stamina drains rapidly, though slower than at lower mastery, and prolonged use inflicts muscle strain and mental fatigue once the frenzy fades. It was a skill knights could acquire, though not a core ability. It always began at basic mastery, but the knight class offered natural synergy that made advancing it far easier. Even so, only someone with Brian's raw talent could push the skill to advanced mastery in just 3 months. Part of that came from sheer repetition. Berserk was one of his most frequently used abilities inside the Land of Origin. His triple-class foundation made him terrifyingly powerful, but it came with a cost: slower leveling. Brian had balanced that drawback by deliberately hunting stronger monsters for the bonus experience they provided and by excelling in his advancement quests, earning far more than his peers. It was only through this strategy that someone who should have been held back by slow progression now stood among the highest-leveled students in the trial. But even then, it still didn't feel like enough. Michael, still reeling with confusion at Brian's absurd strength, watched as his opponent's aura flared violently, surging to an even greater peak. Without hesitation, Michael lunged forward, spear in hand, cutting across the dust-filled air as he charged straight for the figure. Without hesitation, Michael lunged forward, spear in hand, cutting across the dust-filled air as he charged straight for the figure. This time, Brian managed to hold on just barely. The clash rattled through his bones, each strike from Michael threatening to rip him apart. He had to rely not on overwhelming force but on experience. It was the only thing keeping him from being cut down outright and the one thing he had in abundance compared to Michael. Unfortunately, when the gap was too much, anything else aside from equal strength was equal to tricks. Brian's body paid the price. The protective layers of his robe shredded like paper under Michael's spear sweeps, torn into ragged strips. Even his inner garments fared no better, leaving only the one-star extraordinary gauntlet his father had given him still intact, gleaming faintly beneath the dust and blood. But Brian barely noticed. Shock consumed him. He was fighting for survival against someone he thought he should surpass, and the truth was hammering into him with every blow: Michael's strength was monstrous. Michael, on the other hand, felt his own pulse thunder in confusion. He knew he wasn't the most special individual in the world, but facing Brian here, Brian, the raw power pressing back against his strikes, unsettled him. Dual classes. Could they really create such an overwhelming advantage? Both men's gazes locked mid-exchange, each seeing the disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. Michael's spear blurred into a storm. Every thrust carried a weight Brian could barely withstand. His arms screamed beneath the gauntlet. Each parry rang out with the sound of cracking bone and tearing muscle. Brian spat blood again, his chest heaving as if his lungs had been clawed out. His defense was pitiful, but it was also stubborn. Somehow, with his battered body and fractured composure, he kept from breaking entirely. Michael's fury only deepened. The backlash of losing his undead still gnawed at him like hot iron, and every time his spear struck against Brian's faltering guard, he couldn't help but recall the previous day's event when Brian had attacked him out of nowhere in the virtual space. What does it feel like? Michael snarled between blows, his voice low and venomous. You've been a cocky piece of shit to me, no. What? You don't like it? Brian's eyes widened with anger from being looked down on. The fact he was being beaten with disrespect didn't make his mood better. Then the next strike sent him crashing back, carving a trench in the dirt. Yet even as his body buckled, Brian's instincts forced him to rise again. Michael's spear came down like judgment itself, shattering the earth and breaking defenses. Brian's face twisted. His aura flared once more, desperate, ragged, but still burning. His defense was reduced to scraps, his body a canvas of bruises and cuts, yet he stood anyway. To Michael, the sight was maddening. To Brian, it was humiliating. For both, it was unforgettable. Unfortunately, Michael was still stronger. Brian's aura burned like a wildfire, but even in his berserk frenzy, he could only just barely keep pace with Michael's base form, and even then, it was a terrible attempt at that. Every exchange pushed him closer to collapse. The reality was undeniable, he was losing to a necromancer in close combat. The humiliation bit deeper than the wounds. To be overpowered by someone who, by all logic, should have been weaker. It made Brian's very blood boil. Yet, logic was meaningless against the spear that carved his flesh and shattered his pride. Michael's movements grew sharper, heavier. He could almost taste the next wave of experience points. Victory was at hand. But then Brian did the unthinkable. His aura flared violently, only this time, it didn't condense into strength. Instead, it ruptured inward, folding on itself. His body stiffened, and then with a grisly finality, Brian blew apart his own head. The explosion wasn't flashy, it was brutal and decisive. Bone fragments and blood scattered across the ground, his body toppling before Michael's strike could finish him. For a moment, silence hung in the ruined clearing. Michael froze, spear still raised, his mind reeling. He had expected resistance, another desperate skill, perhaps even a final trump card. But this... suicide. Michael's frown deepened. The reason was obvious. Brian had chosen death by his own hand. What Michael didn't know was that Brian hadn't only acted out of spite. He hadn't wanted his secrets, his three-class foundation, to be revealed through his corpse, or anything Michael might uncover. His pride, his paranoia, and his hatred had converged into one final, self-destructive act. Michael exhaled slowly, lowering his weapon. His chest rose and fell from a gnawing sense of unease. If before he hadn't given it much thought, now he couldn't ignore the oddity of his former classmate. Something was definitely wrong with Brian. As for the experience points, Michael didn't feel a thing. The two dead awakeners whose bodies he had just blown apart hadn't given him even the faintest ripple of growth. Part of it was simple, they had been several levels beneath him, far too weak to provide anything substantial. But the greater reason was his experience points had been shackled. Ever since his entanglement with the Origin Will, the points he gained were throttled to less than half of what they should have been. Michael's gaze drifted over the aftermath. The clearing was a ruin of splintered trees, gouged earth, and lingering dust. Thankfully, before the fight had begun, he had had the foresight to summon the 3 living Goliaths back into the netherworld. They were safe. But the same couldn't be said for the Scorpions. They'd been swept away completely by the aftermath of his and Brian's clash. Michael's jaw tightened. His loss still hurt him. Unfortunately, he had no outlet to vent to, so Michael resigned to his fate and hurried back to his castle. With a blur, it didn't take long for Michael to arrive at his keep. The exam Michael was part of was the unified entrance trial of the 10 first-rank Awakener academies. Each had sent representatives to observe. On paper, each academy admitted only 100 students per year. But that number was not a guarantee, it was simply the maximum they were willing to take. There had been years entire academies refused new blood altogether, and others where they accepted barely a handful. This round, All 10 academies had extended invitations to 200 applicants each. 200 from one academy, multiplied across 10. 2,000 participants thrown into the land of origin. Each academy dispatched a teacher to shadow their applicants, silently watching every clash and every choice. These observers were there to judge, to see who among their candidates might be worth their time and resources. Awakeners were rare by nature, but rarity alone meant little. In the eyes of awakeners, most of their own kind were not special. They were simply another stone in the pile. To truly stand out, one needed to be unique among awakeners. Michael was one such anomaly. So was Brian. Brian's rise had been meteoric, his 2-class foundation earning him instant attention. For much of the examination, the teacher assigned to his group had watched him alone, ignoring others entirely at certain times. When the time came for the academies to distribute offers to the top 50 based on their rank within the 10 first-rank academies, Brian's name was among the first selected. Michael's offer had been different. He had drawn interest, yes, but not the same obsessive focus. His strength was undeniable, but his performance was quite lacking for his class. For him and several others, the invitations extended were as much about formality as recognition. This was how the top 50 candidates of the penultimate round were divided. Each academy claimed their share, regardless of whether every chosen candidate truly met their standards. From the moment Brian first appeared in the trial, the teacher had marked him. It started with the ruthlessness he showed after his arrival on the island. 19 teammates, supposed allies, had stood beside him when the trial began. But Brian hadn't wasted time pretending to be their equal. He beat them all, one after the other, until they knelt. By the end of it, command was his, not through consensus but through overwhelming force. The teacher hadn't been angered. On the contrary, he was impressed. From there, Brian's progress was frighteningly smooth. He led his 3-man group like a warlord, and within the span of 2 hours he had already taken 5 castles. The teacher, who had overseen hundreds of candidates in years past, could only watch in amazement. Everything went smoothly. Until he encountered the undead. At first, the teacher had dismissed it. Necromancers were fragile by nature, their strength came from their summons, and against someone like Brian, it should have been a brief clash. A setback at best. But then 2 undead fell. And before Brian could even regroup, someone else suddenly appeared. The strike came like thunder. An elongated spear swept out with such brutal force that the air itself seemed to splinter, and in the same breath Brian's 2 remaining teammates were run through as though they were made of paper. The impact crushed the ground beneath them, tearing apart trees, stone, and earth in a single motion. The teacher's eyes widened. He had seen countless awakeners in the land of origin, but this was different. The sheer weight behind that attack wasn't something he could reconcile with the profile of a new student. And then he saw the face. Michael. Recognition struck him like ice water. He had watched this boy yesterday on the public broadcast. Unlike many of the other observers, who didn't focus much on real-life matters, he did. That's why he recognized Michael, and the sight unsettled him. Enemies of yesterday, now crossing paths again. Was this fate? Or inevitability? But one question hammered hardest of all: why was this necromancer wielding a spear? Necromancers did not fight like this. Their strength lay in their minions, their control, their soul bonds. To see one abandon his legion and charge headlong into combat, to wield a spear with such monstrous precision, it was absurd. Reckless. Wrong. Surely, the teacher thought, he didn't intend to act here the same way he had in the virtual space. To fight like a warrior rather than the commander of Undead. And yet, with his own eyes, he watched Michael lunge forward without hesitation, spear in hand, cutting across the dust-filled air as he charged straight for Brian. The teacher's eyes widened by what he saw next. Brian should have been unstoppable. A dual-class awakener was already a monster among peers, and yet here he was, pushed back blow after blow. His gauntlet cracked, his robe shredded, blood flying with every clash, and still the necromancer advanced. The teacher's thoughts spun. Brian's strength was undeniable. Even among the prodigies of his academy, he could have stood tall. And yet this necromancer, was besting him outright in close combat. The contradiction was staggering. And it wasn't just the clash itself. The force of it, the sheer firepower erupting from these two barely fledged students, was something that could suppress not just their peers, but even many assistant teachers in the academies themselves. The air quaked with each impact, ground splintering beneath their feet, shockwaves rippling out like the blows of seasoned warriors. The teacher's expression grew stranger with every exchange. "What? Are these two?" He murmured under his breath, the words escaping him before he realized it. Brian's dual-class foundation had once seemed like an ironclad explanation for his brilliance, but seeing him barely holding against Michael shattered that certainty. And Michael, why? How? A necromancer should be buried behind their undead. The teacher's throat tightened. If this was the level of talent entering the academies this year, then what would they become after a decade of proper nurturing? And, more pressing still, if these two ever became enemies again in the real world, what disasters would follow?